Good? You ready?
I was settling things.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Awesome. Just keep it on, please. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hybrid hearing on the Committee on General Welfare and Immigration. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Also, please do not approach the dais at no time. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and one of us, the Sergeant at Arms, will kindly assist you. There will be no food or drinks allowed in the chambers. And if you need to have a conversation, please take it out to the back of the chambers, out in the foyer. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we're ready to begin. Hold on. Sorry, Chair, hold on.
صباح الخير، مرحبا بكم في جلسة مجلس مدينة نيويورك الخاصة بالهجرة والرعاية الاجتماعية. الآن رجاء إغلاق كافة التليفونات الخلوية والأجهزة الكهربائية. إذا كانت لديكم إفادة أو شهادة ترغبون أن تدلوا بها، الرجاء أن تعملوا هذا من خلال البريد الإلكتروني testimony@council.nyc.gov. إذا رغبتم بالإدلاء بشهاداتكم، الرجاء تعبئة الاستمارة الخاصة بالشاهد وتعطوها إلى الرقيب الموجود في مؤخرة هذه القاعة. الرجاء عدم الوصول إلى اللجنة في الطاولة المستديرة في أي وقت من الأوقات. وإذا ترغبوا بجهاز ترجمة، الرجاء الذهاب إلى الطاولة المستديرة في الخارج. شكراً جزيلاً.
Bonjour, bienvenue à l'audience sur l'immigration et sur le bien-être assuré aux immigrés. Nous vous conseillons, pendant tout le moment de l'audience, de mettre votre téléphone sur silence. Si vous souhaitez témoigner, vous pouvez soumettre votre témoignage à l'adresse suivante, testimony@council.newyorkcity.gov. Et si vous souhaitez témoigner physiquement, n'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher auprès des sergents qui sont situés dans le fond de la salle. Nous vous conseillons de rester à votre place pendant tout le déroulement du Conseil et de ne surtout pas vous approcher de leurs membres. Merci pour votre compréhension et n'hésitez pas, si vous souhaitez une traduction dans votre propre langue, à vous rapprocher du centre de traduction qui se trouve à l'entrée de la salle. Nous vous remercions encore por votre compréhension et nous vous souhaitons bonne journée. Merci.
Okay. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos al concilio de la ciudad de Nueva York. Esta es la audiencia que vamos a tener aquí acerca de inmigración y bienestar general. En ese tiempo, por favor, les pedimos que apaguen sus teléfonos móviles, sus teléfonos celulares o cualquier aparato electrónico que ustedes poseen. Si ustedes tienen algún testimonio que ustedes quisieran submitir o entregarlo, lo pueden hacer por medio de su correo electrónico a la siguiente dirección de correo electrónico: testimony@council.nyc.gov. Si usted desea testificar, por favor llene un papelito y se lo entrega a uno de los sargentos que está aquí presente en la parte trasera del salón. En cualquier momento, si usted quiere hacer una testificación, no se acerque por favor a esta parte del frente, ¿ok? Si usted requiere un aparato de traducción o un aparato de interpretación, vaya a la parte del frente, ¿ok? Muchas gracias.
waa kay mbooloo mi ñu ngi leen di sant di leen gërëm ci seen teewaay fii tey nag dañuy waxtaane wàllu immigration ak lépp lu ci aaju ñu ngi leen di ñaan jamono yi nag ngeen fay wala ngeen mettre sous silence seen téléphone ak lépp loo xam ne nii wàllu électronique la léegi nag bu fekkee da ngeen bëgg a wane seen seede mun ngeen ko envoyer par email bi mu ngi nekk testimony@council.nyc.gov. léegi nag bu fekkee da ngeen a bëgg a seede tey fii nii it mën naa ne da ngeen di jege takk der bi moom dina leen jox këyit ngeen bind seen tur ak seen sant après bu seen tur jotee ñu woo leen. ok ñu ngi leen di ñaan tamit bu kenn jege ci table yii nii fii ñuy defee ndaje mi léegi tamit ñu ngi leen di ñaan bu fekkee da ngeen a bëgg ci langue bi ngeen dégg écouteur pour ngeen mën a xam lu ñuy wax mun ngeen leen jege ñoom di leen jox écouteur nga xam ne lépp lu ñu fi wax rek dinañ leen ko traduiral ci seen langue waa koy jërëjëf.
On jarama ko adden ɗo hande ko weltanagol fi innugol hande ko New York City Council ɗo meeting and committee ko fi o General Welfare and Immigration. Ɓe inni kat fewndo o l'heure ɗo hiɓe faala téléphone ji ɗin fopp yo waɗuɗo e silence hara on kadi honno on hara kadi on dérangeali yimɓe ɓen. So siɗon faala témoignude noon hiɗon wawi wonde témoin ɓatta ɗon o ɗumaju sergent jo ka ɗuma ɓaawo to e kadi siɗon faala jonde témoin ji mon ɗin hara ko yon recordu hiɗon wawi yawde ka o email inneteɗo testimony@council.nyc.gov e kadi ko ɓe ɓeydata ɗon no inne testimony@council honno nyc.gov. siɗon faala kadi translation honno ɗon wawi kadi ɓattade sergent noon fi assistance si on wawata e tam wo tam ɓe faalaka yon ɓato membre ɓe ɓen duga ko ɓe wattanta on ɗon kadi wo siɗon faala nande ɗuma ƴettugol ɗumaji ni ko waɗi ɗon ko noppi mon fi on nanu ko yimen wolta kon fi nantinangol ɗon haray ɗon wawi yawde ka ɓaawo baafal ɗo ƴetton ɗuma device woy ko yi koye ɓaawa to waɗon ko nder noppi mon on jarama fi compréhension mon.
Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Bear with us a minute. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's hearing. My name is Diana Ayala, and I am the Deputy Speaker of the New York City Council and the Chair of the General Welfare Committee. And I will be speaking this way because we have translation services that are ongoing, and so I'm trying to be mindful and speak as slowly as possible. Today, we are holding an oversight hearing on the implementation of the administration's 30 and 60-day rules for asylum seekers in city shelters. International and domestic law recognizes an individual's right to flee persecution in their home country and seek asylum in another. Historically, New York City has been a city that welcomes new migrants, and this council has passed laws that protect migrants from unnecessary interference with their right to reside in this city and this country. And those laws continue to hold true regardless of any changes from January. In addition to these protections, the city has also always provided our New Yorkers with an array of available resources that this city has to offer, including shelter. Since 2022, the city has welcomed more than 200,000 immigrant newcomers, with many coming to the city seeking asylum and other forms of immigration relief. Many of these new city residents began their journey residing in the city's shelter system, in DHS-run shelters and humanitarian emergency response relief centers, or HERCs, and respite centers run by other city agencies. As of October 27th of this year, the Adams administration reported that over 59,000 of these new immigrants were in the city's care. Immigration to a new country includes many obstacles, from the often harrowing and dangerous journeys to claim asylum, to the long and sometimes inefficient immigration process that indicate when new arrivals can work to care for themselves and their families. Unfortunately, policies such as the administration's 30 and 60-day shelter stays limits add unnecessary additional challenges to this arduous process. In July 2023, the Adams administration has imposed limits on shelter stay for asylum seekers and immigrant new arrivals, beginning with 60-day limits for single adults that eventually lessened to 30 days, and then 60-day limits for families staying in HERCs. We have heard from many New Yorkers about the challenges created by these shelter stay limits, including inadequate casework services provided to those subject to these shelter stay limits. difficulties in receiving their mail, and important documents sent by federal agencies regarding their immigration cases, continued access to legal services, and significant concerns regarding continuity of education for children and families. We're here today to hear from directly impacted individuals, advocates, and the administration about the implementation of the shelter stay limits, challenges that they may have caused to individuals and families, and what the future of these policies looks like. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer and Aviles, and I'm sure that we'll be joined by others shortly. I also wanted to recognize that we have been joined by the AP Government students from the High School of Health and Professions, and their teacher, Deborah Falmino, from Carolina Rivera's district. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And I believe that we're also being joined by John Bone High School students as well. I'm not sure if they're here, but if they are, welcome as well. At this time, I'd also like to thank my committee staff who worked to prepare this hearing: Sahar Mozami, Legislative Counsel; Nina Rosenberg, Policy Analyst; Julia Haramis, Unit Head; Parina, Rahman, Analyst, Finance Analyst, I'm like stumbling through my words today; Ann Driscoll, Data Analyst; and finally my staff, Elsie Encarnacion, Chief of Staff. I would now like to turn it over to Chair Aviles for her opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. Thank you for joining us today. Today, we will be examining updates on the implementation of the 30 and 60-day shelter limit rules. I'd like to thank Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair of the Committee on General Welfare, for co-chairing this important hearing. I'd also like to thank the representatives from the administration, members of the public, and my committee colleagues who have joined us here today. I'd like to begin by reminding everyone that New York City has always been and will always be a city of immigrants. Now, more than ever, we must come together to protect our immigrant neighbors, both new arrivals and those who have called New York City home for some time. Many of us are still processing the events of the last couple of weeks, but now it is a time to act. The next 4 years, the next 4 years may be difficult, and in fact, may be very scary. But in New York City, we will work to ensure that our neighbors are free from fear and harm and are able to experience the America they've dreamt of and struggled to reach. This city has been a beacon of hope from countries around the world looking to start a new life, looking to escape suffering, looking to find opportunities. We must continue to support our immigrant communities, and with today's oversight hearing, the Committees on General Welfare and the Immigration Committee will again examine how the 30-60-day shelter limit policies are affecting our newest New Yorkers. For those individuals who are directly impacted by these policies, who wish to testify today but are uncomfortable with sharing their full name in this public setting, please feel free to write your first name only on the witness slip. As my co-chair mentioned, the 30 and 60-day shelter limits were introduced in July 2023 by the Adams administration, and since then, advocates and providers across the spectrum of fields have sounded the alarm on the consequences of these shelter stay limits and the lack of case management available to shelter residents. Providers have shared how housing instability affects the ability of new arrivals to apply for any benefits or immigration statuses. If an application for assistance or immigration relief is sent and returned, and the return address is a shelter that an applicant does not reside in anymore or has any access to, that only further complicates access to benefits that could help these individuals and families become independent from shelters. We're deeply concerned with how these policies are impacting school-aged children, forcing children to leave their residences during the school year, to possibly be placed in another shelter miles away from their school, can affect a child's mental well-being and their progress in school. Our bus system is already deeply challenged, so adding unnecessary burdens to assist to that system as well leaves us truly scratching our heads about the true intention of this policy, which seems to result in more and highly effective in creating chaos and waste rather than stabilization. Advocates, educators, residents have shared that constantly removing children from classrooms affects everyone, especially the permanently placed students who are seeing their class members disappear over and over again. There are also concerns about how this housing instability affects local providers and communities. Establishing relationships with shelter residents is a significant component of our work that community-based organizations and local providers do for their immigrant clients, especially for new arrivals who are often fearful of interactions with city agencies. Establishing that relationship is immensely complicated. However, if an individual or family stops showing up because they've been moved to a different location, this can strain providers who put a lot of work already into initial contact with a client. While the number of new arrivals in shelters has decreased, the unintended consequences of not providing stable pathways for independence may put the city at greater risk of instability further down the line. We look forward to addressing these concerns today and hearing from the administration on how we can work together to ensure that our immigrant newcomers are supported enough to begin establishing their lives in New York City. We also look forward to hearing testimony from the advocates and providers who support these newcomers endlessly, and from newcomers themselves, who, like many before them, millions before them who came from other countries, very much in the same way, no allowing for revisionist history, very much in the same way, to our beloved city to start anew. Lastly, the Committee on General Welfare will hear my bill, Resolution 41, which calls on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation to create the New York State Working Families Tax Credit and to support some of New York's most vulnerable children. I'm grateful to Chair Ayala and the Committee on General Welfare for hearing this bill and focusing relentlessly on ways to improve the lives of working families of our city. And lastly, I would like to thank the committee staff for their work on this hearing, including Nicole Cata, Rebecca Barilla, Carolina Gill, Florentine Cabor, and finally my staff, Chief of Staff Edward Cerna, Legislative and Budget Director Christina Botego, Legislative Fellow Kate Byrne, and Communications Director Winnie Marian, and everyone for working in the background to make this hearing run smoothly. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to our pre-panel of impacted individuals, and a reminder that we have 5 minutes per panelist. I will now call up Kelly Gonzalez, Josio Gonzalez Ramirez, Catherine Cliff, and Mary Perez. Siéntese ahí, sí. Cada una tiene 5 minutos. One second, please. Okay, you can begin on this side. We're going to start.
Do you want me to sit down on the side? ¿Es better? Ok, pues muévete un poquitico. Vamos a mover la silla un momentico.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Cliff, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Legal Aid Society and the Coalition for the Homeless.
Okay.
Thank you to the Committee of General Welfare, Chair Ayala, the Committee on Immigration, and Chair Aviles for the opportunity to testify today. Sure. As we sit here today, we have an incoming federal administration who has made it very clear they plan to cause harm to our newest New Yorkers. The city should be focusing its resources to help new arrivals get access to the help they need to move out of shelter, instead of imposing counterproductive requirements that force new arrivals to reapply for shelter every 30 or 60 days. Case management and legal services are the answers, not forced relocations every 30 or 60 days. As you will hear today from those families and individuals directly impacted by the 30 and 60-day notices, these policies make it even harder for people to move out of shelter. Our clients often lose access to their mail once they move, including vital immigration documentation. They lose jobs when they have to miss work to reapply for shelter or risk being placed in new locations far from their places of employment. For single adults who don't meet the requirements to remain in shelter, these time limits relegate them to the streets, further delaying their progress and exposing them to more physical harm as winter approaches. School-age children, as was discussed in the introduction, are often placed further from their schools and miss weeks of school while they wait for new bus routes to be set up by the Department of Education. In addition to all of these harms, physically going to the offices where new arrivals must go to request another shelter placement may put them at risk. These sites are known to the public as locations where new arrivals will be, putting them at risk of apprehension by the incoming federal administration. While we appreciate the city's announcement yesterday that families with children in grades K through 6 in non-DHS shelters will not need to change shelters after their second 60-day notice, the policy should be that families should not have to change shelter at all, not even once. Each shelter change leads to significant disruption and negative consequences for families, especially for school-age children. The Department of Homeless Services announced a few months ago that they plan to impose 60-day notices on new arrival families with children in the DHS system. Up until now, DHS families have not been subject to these notices. We've told DHS we do not believe they have a legal basis to implement this policy in DHS shelters, and they have now agreed that they will not require these families to move at the end of the 60 days, as long as they request an extension prior to that date. However, we wait specifics of how this process will work in practice. We call on the city to end the use of the 30 and 60-day notices, provide quality case management at all shelter sites, invest in immigration legal services, and expand city FEPS in accordance with the bills already passed by this council. At a time when the incoming federal government is actively working to harm our newest New Yorkers, the city should be doing everything in its power to protect them. Thank you.
Asegúrese que la luz esté. Asegúrese que la luz esté prendida. Ajá. La luz del micrófono. Ahí.
Así, ¿cierto? Okay. ¿Vas a leer algo? Okay. She's going to read in Spanish and I will interpret into English. Okay, puedes comenzar.
¿Le puede poner el micrófono un poquito más cerca a ella?
Maricruz Pérez. Vivo en el Hotel Roosevelt de la 45. Okay. Buenos días, mi nombre es Maricruz Pérez. Vivo en el Hotel Roosevelt de la 45 aquí en Manhattan. Okay. Es que estoy nerviosa.
I'm a little nervous, so I apologize for my nervousness.
Le voy a explicar un poquito sobre la experiencia que he tenido, las veces que he tenido que vivir.
Deme un segundito.
Un segundo, ¿ok? My name. Oh, sorry. El hotel es en la 45, ¿cierto?
Sí, 45.
¿Y qué avenida?
La quinta.
Quinta, ok.
Quinta avenida.
Okay. Okay. My My name is Maricruz Perez. I'm living in one of the hotels based in Manhattan, right? And I'm going to explain some of the matters and situations I'm going through right now. Continúa. Puedes continuar.
Les voy a explicar un poquito de lo que me ha tocado vivir las veces que me ha tocado cambiarme de charter. He vivido 120 días en dos charters diferentes. Ahorita estoy en uno de 60 días. Me toca...
Okay, I had changed myself to multiple shelters because of my economical situation. I had lived for a period of around 120 days in 3 different shelters. ¿Dos shelters o tres? Sorry, in 3 different shelters. Okay, continúa.
Ahorita estoy en uno de 60 días. Me toca salir el día 24.
¿El 4 de noviembre?
No, 24 ahorita.
24.
He experimentado un poco me han tratado, o sea, he recibido un poquito de racismo, maltrato, discriminación.
Okay, un segundo. In the shelter that I'm living at the moment is a shelter where I'm supposed to be there for 60 days. And unfortunately, in this shelter, I have experienced a lot of racism, discrimination because of my national origin.
También de desinformación, porque yo tuve una cita muy importante que tenía que ir en lo de las huellas dactilares que cuando uno va a aplicar para el permiso de trabajo, y entonces me entregaron mi papel 4 días después de la cita.
Okay, un segundo. There is also a lack of information in that shelter. Something that happened to me, I was supposed to receive an immigration interview you're familiar with the immigration fingerprints. When you go to the immigration and you have to scan your hands, basically they gave me my immigration letter, but I received the letter 4 days after my fingerprints interview, and this letter was already too late.
Tuve que esperar 3 meses más para que pudiera reprogramarme la cita de nuevo. Cada vez que nos toca aplicar para otro charter, o sea, nos dicen, tenemos que ir cada 15 días a que nos recuerden cuando nos toca salir del charter.
Okay, un segundo. And what happened, because of this mistake they made, I had to wait 3 more months in order to get another fingerprints interview with the U.S. Department of Immigration office, and this delayed my immigration case. Also, every time I go to that shelter, I had to remind them, they had to remind me all the time, then 2 weeks I had to leave, then 2 weeks I had to leave. Continúa.
Bueno, también es porque tengo un poquito de miedo por lo que pasó con el nuevo presidente. Está un poco desesperada porque no sé qué es lo que puede pasar.
Okay, un segundo. I'm a little afraid, because what is happening right now to all of you. You know, we have a new president. It's going to start in January, President Trump. And I'm very afraid because I don't know what's going to happen with me after he takes the office in January.
Ay, no sé qué más decir. Bueno, cuando nos toca aplicar, mi hijo tiene que perder ese día de clases, tengo que perder el día de trabajo.
In high school.
High school.
Okay. When I had to go to this interview or to the shelter, sometimes my son had to lose 1 day of classes. He's studying high school here in New York, and he had to miss this day of classes because of this.
Y bueno, yo no estoy exigiendo que me den, sino yo estoy haciendo las cosas bien, quiero hacer las cosas bien. Confío en Dios de que nos puedan ayudar y quiero vivir para estar tranquila, no estar desesperada, no tener temor de nada.
Un segundo. I just want to do the right things. That's why I'm asking for all your help, because I just don't want to live in fear all the time. I don't want to live afraid of everything. I just want to live in peace, and that's why I'm asking for your help at the moment.
No, ya no voy.
Okay, this is everything what I wanted to say now.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Así, yeah, no clapping, just... Rocío?
Rocío, habla. ¿Necesitas intérprete?
Buenos días.
Ok,
Rocío necesita intérprete
Rocío,
también.
vamos a-
Deja que él se mueva.
Ella se va a sentar aquí y yo me siento al lado tuyo. Ok, discúlpame. ¿Escribiste algo? ¿Quieres leerlo o lo dices verbal?
Lo voy a leer y voy a decir. Buenos días con todos.
This is Sam, right?
En estos 11 meses,
Sam? Ok, thank you. Ok, continúa del comienzo.
buenos días con todos. En estos 11 meses que tengo ya en este país, me han trasladado 6 veces.
6 veces.
6 veces a diferentes shelters, y como también en hoteles de uso público.
Un segundo. In these 11 months I have been living in the United States, I was transferred to different hotels and to different shelters for around 6 times already, and also, ¿es de públicos qué?
Hoteles públicos.
And they also sent me to Pablo hotels as well.
En esos hoteles entran, bueno, todo tipo de personas. No tenemos ningún tipo de seguridad para los niños. También mis hijos perdieron más de 2 semanas por los traslados al colegio.
In these hotels, we can see any kind of people, dangerous people and people who are okay or people who are very dangerous. So we don't have safety in the hotel. Another problem is that my children lost 2 weeks of classes because we were transferring so many times from one hotel to another.
Muy aparte de eso, en el otro shelter donde estaba, bueno, es demasiado el frío que nos ponen en el aire acondicionado porque es muy frío. Mis hijos, en esos 4 meses que estuve ahí, mis hijos todo el tiempo enfermos, con enfermedad respiratoria.
Okay, un segundo. Those weeks that we were staying in that shelter, we noticed that those shelters were extremely cold. The reason why they were so cold is because the air conditioner was high temperature, and my children got very sick. They got sick with respiratory infections or similar diseases like this.
Ajá. Los baños también están muy sucios. Yo he sufrido muchas veces de infecciones urinarias por ese problema de los baños. La comida también es muy mala, los niños no la comen. Entonces tenemos...
Un segundo, okay? Another problem is that the bathrooms of those shelters are very dirty. They are so dirty that I got infected with a urinary tract infection because of how dirty those bathrooms were. Also, the food in those shelters is very bad. The food is so bad that my children don't want to eat the kind of food they're serving in that shelter.
Los niños no reciben esa comida. No es que yo sea malagradecida porque...
Okay, gracias.
No es que yo sea malagradecida porque yo agradezco que nos estén dando un plato de comida y un techo. Pero eso no quiere decir que los niños pasen por eso.
Un segundo, okay? Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I appreciate to all of you and to the government of New York that you're giving me a plate of food and also a place for me to live. But please understand, it's very hard for me because of my children, that my children are going to eat the bad food.
Ajá. Aparte también es el gasto que nosotros hacemos, que aparte que no trabajamos, tenemos que gastar en movilidades que cobran muy caro.
¿Movilidades?
Movilidad, o sea, de trasladarnos.
Okay, sabe.
Ajá, trasladarnos de un lugar a otro, porque nos vamos de un sitio hasta la 45, hasta el Hotel Roosevelt.
Okay, un segundo. It's not only the bad conditions of those shelters, and also we also spending money moving from one place to another. Let me give you an example. We moved from one shelter to another shelter located around 45th Street and Roosevelt, and this causes extra expenses for us to move.
Otra cosa de eso, aparte, es todo el estrés que tenemos, que sufrimos mucho estrés. Mi esposo le dio la enfermedad de rosácea, que fue por el estrés. Aquí, rosácea.
Yes, okay.
A mi esposo, y es una enfermedad que ya no tiene cura, porque es por el estrés. Eso es lo que le dijo el médico.
Okay. We also have very high stress in these type of shelters. Let me give you an example. My husband developed a back skin disease called rosacea, where the skin becomes very bad, and the reason was because of the high stress that he was facing in that shelter. Continúa.
Y bueno,
el doctor te dijo eso?
sí, el doctor le
Yeah,
dijo
the
eso.
doctor told me that that skin disease was caused because of stress.
Ajá. Bueno, me gustaría a mí poder tener la posibilidad de cambiar todo esto, ¿no? Que me dieran no sé, una facilidad o algo, una ayuda para poder tener una estabilidad, para que mis hijos puedan vivir mejor, una mejor alimentación para ellos.
Okay? I would like that you give me the opportunity to change all this, that I can have a better quality of life, to live in a better place, because it's very hard for me to live with this. Especially, I'm very concerned about my children. My children need help, and they don't have to follow anything. Continúa.
Sí, y poder tener una tranquilidad y una comodidad sin presiones y sin preocupaciones, que es lo que nos dan en
Okay, segundo.
el shelter.
I want it to be calm. I don't want to have stresses or pressure because of this. I want it to be in a place in peace.
Bueno, eso es todo, porque ya no hay más que... Hay muchas cosas más que podría decir, pero en realidad me tomaría mucho tiempo y yo creo que hay otras personas que también quieren opinar.
Okay, there are other things I would like to say to you, but unfortunately, I know we are limited of time, and my other mates here, they also need to say their own things. So this is the only things I can say for now, but there are other things I would like to tell you as well.
Nosotras pertenecemos al grupo de mujeres indocumentadas.
Okay, le dije así, we belong to a group of undocumented women who live in the United States. Okay, ¿quieres ahora? Okay, vamos a cambiarnos. ¿Tú vas a hablar en español? Sí, okay. Okay. ¿Sabes prender? Está bien.
Sí, no, a mí me da...
Sí, puedes comenzar.
Buenos días para todos. Mi nombre es Kelly González.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Kelly González.
Okay, Kelly
Sufro un
González.
poco de...
No te preocupes, tranquila.
Ok. ¿Cómo se llama? Vengo de Venezuela. Soy madre soltera de 7 niños y pertenezco al grupo de mujeres indocumentadas, Las Comadres.
¿Se llaman las comadres?
Las Comadres.
Las comadres, okay. Okay, un segundo, okay?
Okay.
My name is Kelly Gonzalez. I'm originally from Venezuela, South America, and I belong to a group of undocumented women. It's called Las Comadres in Spanish, right? And this is the name of our group. Continue.
Ok. Vengo a explicar, o sea, lo que me ha reflejado a mí el sistema de desalojo. Estoy de enero acá, he sido desalojada 5 veces.
¿5 veces te han desalojado?
Sí.
5 veces, ok, continúa.
Sí, 5 veces, y el cual me ha sido un poco duro por la educación de mis hijos. Porque, ¿cómo se llama? Mis hijos...
Ok, un segundo, ok. Ok, since I came to the United States, ¿7 meses llegaste?
No, en enero llegué.
Okay.
ya me sé.
Since I came from Venezuela in January, I have been living in these immigration shelters, and I have been evicted around 7 times from these shelters, and this is very bad, especially because of me and because of my children. 7 veces dijiste, ¿no?
No, 5 veces.
I'm sorry, not 7 times, 5 times. My apologies.
Sí.
I was evicted 5 times from the shelters. Continúa.
Ok. Entonces, han visto un poco afectado en el sistema de la educación, ya que estamos aquí nuevos y ellos se están adaptando y constantemente uno tiene que aplicar. Ese día de aplicar, tengo que ir con todos mis hijos porque no me permite el sistema ir yo sola. Todos debemos ser procesados.
Okay, un segundo. And this is a big problem for all of us because my children are new in the United States. As you know, the education in Venezuela is different, so they're getting adapted to the American school education. So what happened, we had to be processed together. So they cannot process only myself and the children individually. All of us, we had to be processed together. Continúa.
Ok, en todo ese evento, pues ellos han perdido hasta 2 semanas de clase, pues en todas las veces.
2 semanas.
Sí.
Okay.
Por lo que, ¿cómo se llama? El proceso mío es muy difícil porque la ubicación mío cuesta demasiado. No hay Chester para mí. Porque son,
¿Cuesta demasiado?
sí, porque son muchos menores a mi cargo y ningún hotel me quiere recibir porque no van a poner un grupo de menores a dormir solo.
Segundo, this is the main problem. I have 7 children. So, you know, it's many children together. So the problem is very hard for me to go from one shelter to another with 7 children, and some of those shelters don't want to accept me because the amount of children I have 7 children. When they find out I have 7 children, they don't want to take us. Continúa.
Bueno, entonces el proceso mío es largo porque como no encuentran ubicación, entonces en esos días he durado toda una semana lo que es en las camillas, esperando que me den una ubicación.
¿En la camilla?
Sí, durmiendo en las camillas.
Okay. So because of this, my situation is being so bad that even sleeping on a stretcher, like the ones from the hospitals, right? And because I've been waiting for a very long time, sometimes for 1 week, 2 weeks, for my case to be processed for those shelters.
Bueno, entonces el proceso es un poco largo por la ubicación. También el Estado da un apoyo como son los transportes escolares para mis hijos. Yo no puedo ocupar ese apoyo porque no pueden disfrutar de ese beneficio por el constante cambio de Chester.
Okay, un segundo. Also, another problem that we have, the children have a benefit provided by the schools. This is the transportation and benefits like this, because they are moving us so often from one shelter to another. My children cannot take advantage of this school benefit or transportation because of this. Continúa.
Porque me dice la escuela que el sistema dura 15 días para ingresarlo y 15 días para cambiar de dirección. Sería un mes.
Un segundo. The problem is that the school needs 2 weeks in order to process a change of address. So that means 2 weeks to process the change of address and 2 weeks to transfer the children from one school to another. And this is a very long process. Continúa.
Sí, entonces por eso mis hijos no pueden disfrutar ese beneficio que le dan como el transporte, que es algo importante.
And this is the reason why my 7 children cannot enjoy this benefit of school transportation because what I'm facing right now.
También he tenido problemas por lo que el sistema que si me toca llevar a uno de mis hijos tienen una cita médica, entonces no puedo llevarlo a la cita o lo llevo a la escuela o a la cita. Entonces han perdido días de clase porque si ellos tuvieran el beneficio de un sitio fijo y si ocuparan el transporte.
Un segundo, okay? Another problem is this, because they don't have a steady school transportation. What is happening is this. Let's see, they have a medical appointment and also they had to go to school. My poor children had to decide between missing a class or missing a medical appointment. It's very bad for all of us. Continúa.
Sí, me toca entonces, es duro, pero me toca llevármelo a todos para la cita y ese día pierden el día de clase. Pienso que si tuviera un sitio yo fijo donde ellos puedan optar por ese beneficio.
Un segundo, okay? So, I have a steady place for me to live, even as a steady shelter. These things will not be happening. There were situations when I need to take all the children to a medical appointment and they had to miss a school days or a day of school because of this. Continúa.
Bueno, entonces eso es lo que, mi reflejo es sobre mis hijos, la educación de ellos, porque pienso que para esto vinimos a este país para darle una mejor educación a ellos.
Okay, un segundo. And this is why I'm concerned. I came from Venezuela to the United States thinking about my children. I wanted a better education for my children, the education they don't have in my home country. Continúa.
Sí, ¿cómo se llama? Cómo cambia mi vida si estaría en un sitio fijo, porque yo podría trabajar, me iría tranquila para mi trabajo y mis hijos podrían usar el beneficio de su transporte.
Okay, un segundo. Unable to find a steady place to live, even as a shelter, our life will change because I will be able to find a job. Also, my children will be able to enjoy this school transportation benefit. But in order to enjoy these things, we need a steady place for us to live. Continúa.
Ok, eso es todo lo que tenía que decirle. Pienso como madre que uno debe de invertir en la educación de sus hijos. Porque, sí, en la educación de sus hijos, porque es el futuro como la vejez de uno.
Un segundo, la vejez de uno.
Sí,
okay. Okay. This is what I wanted to say to you because it's very important us as a mothers to invest in the education of our children because our children will be our support when we become old and when we get into this old age. We can count on them as an old people when we get this age. So thank you for listening to us.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Un segundo, por favor, no se me vayan.
Un segundo, te quiero decir algo.
I want to thank you for coming today. Quiero darle las gracias por venir hoy a testificar. Sé que es bien difícil. No es fácil lo que están pasando. I know that it's very difficult. The process that you're going through is not, an easy one. I have one question.
Tengo una pregunta.
Are any of you in your respective sites receiving case assistance? Do you have a social worker that you're working with?
¿Algunos están recibiendo alguna manejadora de casos o administradora de casos en esos albergues de inmigrantes? ¿Sabes qué es? Es como una persona que se encarga de tus casos.
Bueno, yo no tengo una en sí personal, en el Chester hay muchas.
Okay, honestly, I don't have my own case manager. I believe there are case managers there, but I don't have my personal case manager, no.
Okay. ¿Alguna de ustedes tiene alguna trabajadora social que está trabajando con ustedes donde lo están hospitando?
¿Tiene alguna trabajadora social? ¿Sabes qué es trabajadora social?
No. Prenda el micrófono, por favor.
No. No, she doesn't have one direct case social worker, no.
Okay.
Solamente tenemos acceso a los trabajadores sociales cuando nos toca la entrevista de los 15 días, que es para como recordarle que tenemos que salir el día que nos toca.
Okay. Can you translate?
Oh, apologize.
You can do it from there.
Del comienzo, por favor. I'm sorry.
Que solo tenemos acceso al trabajador social es cuando tenemos la entrevista cada 15 días.
Un segundo. We only have access to the social worker when we had the interview every 2 weeks. Continúa.
Es la entrevista para recordarnos que nos toca salir el día, la fecha de salida, pues.
We had this interview mostly when they had to remind us that we had to leave the shelter by certain day. This is when we, get the interview with the social worker.
Pero una trabajadora social como tal, trabajando en el caso de nosotros así, como tal no tenemos.
No, but we don't have a personal social worker who's working in our case. We don't have one, no.
A menos que, por lo menos si tengamos alguna pregunta que hacer tenemos que estar atrás como preguntando.
¿Tienes que estar detrás preguntando?
Sí, o sea, ir y preguntar cualquier cosa.
No, we don't have a personal social worker. What we do, sometimes when we have questions, we go to the back area there of the shelter and we ask people about these, people who work at the shelter, but we don't have a personal social worker, no.
Okay. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, dice que muchas.
Thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta o algo? ¿Alguna pregunta?
Sí.
Oh, I think she have a question.
Yo tengo permiso de trabajo, tengo social, quisiera trabajar, he tomado un curso de 2 semanas, de 8 a 5 de la tarde.
¿Qué tipo de curso?
Para la construcción.
Okay, un segundo. I already have a social security number and I also have a work permission in order to work in the United States. I also took a course in construction. ¿Cuántas semanas?
2 semanas para 4 certificaciones.
Okay, and I took this construction course for 2 weeks, right, in order for me to get my certification to work as a construction worker.
Esto fue, gracias a que, los trabajadores sociales me hicieron una cita para eso. Eso es en otro shelter distinto al de ella.
Okay.
No todo, en mi caso, no todo es malo. En esa parte a nosotros sí nos apoyan mucho.
Un segundo. I remember one of the social workers was not in the shelter, but in another shelter. She helped me in order for me to enroll in these courses in order to get the certification to work as a construction worker. So I'm not going to say everything is bad in the shelters. Things can be improved, but I was able to get these courses when I was in the other shelter.
Sí, y eso es lo que quería decir, que esto, por esa parte los trabajadores sociales sí están pendientes. En este caso hay unas cosas buenas y cosas malas, ¿no?
Okay, un segundo. This is what I wanted to say. Yes, it's true that some social workers are paying attention to us, the immigrants, but there are also many bad things happening in these immigrant shelters too.
All right. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, okay?
Thank you very much.
Eso es todo.
Thank you.
No, yo no tengo preguntas.
Eso es todo, ¿cierto? Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Gracias. I would now like to turn it over to our committee counsel. When Well, we'll wait for the administration to get here so that we can swear members of the administration. While we wait, I would like to recognize that we've been joined by council members Botcher, Joseph, Banks, and Ung and Caban on Zoom. I would now like to turn it over to our committee council to swear in members of the administration. Oh, give me 1 second, because I also just want to put in a quick reminder. I want to remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that the quorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. Go ahead.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning. Before I begin, I just want to thank the panel that went before us for their bravery in coming forward. We take all concerns incredibly seriously. Racism and discrimination is not tolerated in our shelters, and we are happy, and we have staff here to follow up with the individuals after the hearing to address some of their concerns. But good morning, Chair Aviles, Chair Ayala, and members of the General Welfare and Immigration Committees. My name is Molly Schaefer, Director of the New York City Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations. I am before you today to discuss...
Quiet in the chambers.
Trumpian policy is not.
Guards, you can remove. Guards, you can feel free to remove them. Feel free to remove them. Guards, you can remove them. You can remove them. You can remove them. I just want to remind folks again that we need to be respectful. We only have until 1 o'clock with the administration. We would like to get through a list of questions that I'm sure that all of us in the room are interested in hearing the responses to. So if there's anyone else that plans to disrupt, if you can do it now so that we can get you out of the way, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, Molly.
All right, so name is Molly Schaefer. I'm director of the Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations. I'm before you today to discuss the city's ongoing efforts to support migrants and asylum seekers who have and continue to arrive in New York City. I'm also joined by key agency partners, Dr. Ted Long from New York City Health and Hospitals, Chief of Operations Iris Rodriguez of New York City Department of Homeless Services, Executive Director Rudy S. Giuliani of New York City Housing Recovery Operations, and Senior Advisor Emily Ashton with New York City Emergency Management. In the interest of time, I would like to summarize my submitted testimony and move quickly to answering your questions. New York City is proudly a city of immigrants. Since April 2022, we have seen an unprecedented influx of over 223,000 new arrivals, and we've had to use every tool in our toolbox to meet this moment. We've focused on helping each person who comes through our system to achieve their goal and take their next steps for their lives in the United States. This includes exiting shelter, which has been bolstered by intensive case management paired with shelter time limits. We are focused on the barriers to exit, including language access, legal assistance, housing, access to work, and childcare. I'm also proud of the partnerships with the state and other local municipalities to help identify resettlement programs around the state as well as around the country. I would also like to take a moment to share information regarding 2 operational changes we'll be making in the coming months that we announced yesterday. We've heard from this body, advocates, and the people in our care about problems missing important mail due to movements throughout the system. We will be opening a central mailroom to serve all of our non-DHS clients. We will work with you to help spread the word to clients to ensure they pick up their mail. Additionally, in the event families with children enrolled in kindergarten through 6th grade request a second 60-day notice, they can stay in the same shelter they were previously assigned to if they still need more time in the system, making it easier for those children to continue attending their same schools and saving the city hundreds of thousands spent on busing those students to those schools. With that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Whew, what a morning. We've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan. He was a little late, but it's okay. It's like the principal. The principal's here, guys, see? Be on time. So good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm sorry I have a little scratchy voice, so I'm chewing on something. But could you, I guess my first question is, regarding the 30-day limit, is if you could tell us how many 30-day time limit notices has DHS issued in 2024 as compared to, because I know so we're working with 2 different systems. What does that look like on the HERC end, and what does that look like on the DHS side?
Yes, if you give me 1 second, I can get the exact data.
Absolutely.
DHS has not started giving 60-day notices in their system at this time, but if you give me 1 minute to get the data. If we can come back to that while I try to find the data.
Do you, maybe DHS can respond to this, is there a pause on the 30-day limit at DHS, or is this supposed, are you planning to implement it at which point?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
So currently we're working with our Advocates Legal Aid on how we are planning to implement the 60-day notice for our families with children. At present time, we have not started.
Okay, so it may not be for some time yet.
We are currently working with administration and do not have a definitive date as of yet.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I got the data. So DHS is still doing 30-day notices, so I want to make that clear. That has not paused. So in FY 2024, 15,750 30-day notices were issued at non-DHS sites, and 6,015 30-day notices have been issued at non-DHS sites in FY 2025, and in DHS, 1,513 30-day notices were issued at DHS sites in FY 2024, and 1,056 30-day notices have been issued at DHS sites in FY 2025.
All right, wait, so that's the 30-day at DHS?
Yes.
So what hasn't been implemented is the 60, oh, it's the families?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so this is for singles. Gotcha, I wanted to clarify, okay. The administration noted that clients that received the 30 and 60-day notices would receive enhanced casework to prepare for possible departure from the city's care. Can you run through the services provided? I think as you heard in the testimony, there was some discrepancy between sites. So some folks were only hearing from the caseworker 15 days prior to the expiration of their time at that specific site, where some others felt like maybe they had a little bit more interaction regarding other things like workforce development and things, similar to that. But that was kind of what the sense that I got from that panel. Could you explain a little bit about the process?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Ted Long, but one thing I just want to say is that we've worked really hard over the last year to make our case management process better and to hear from folks and really try to enhance the services we're given, including more legal connections, including more workforce connections. But let me pass it over to Dr. Long.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I also just want to say with the speakers that came ahead of us here, I really appreciate hearing their points of view as well. I think it's really important as we talk about casework, and I put my primary care hat on here as I think about how we engage people and how we listen to people, to just zoom out for a second and going beyond the numbers. We had individuals sitting in front of us a few minutes ago. I'm the primary care doctor for new arrivals, for asylum seekers, and I run sites for our new arrivals, our humanitarian centers for our new arrivals as well. I spend a lot of time with them, and I really want to make the point that casework starts with hearing everybody's individual story. And to use your words, Deputy Speaker, people have not only had a harrowing journey here, but the way that we start to talk to people, I think it's important to remember, people have been through literal hell to get here to New York City. I've heard stories of family members that have seen their partners next to them shot in the head and killed on the way here. I've heard from a mother that really stuck with me that would move heaven and earth because she had undergone female genital mutilation to protect the small daughter she was carrying with her when she came to the New York City Arrival Center, which has been named our Little Ellis Island by our new arrivals. That's where case management starts, and that's what we've done since we opened the Arrival Center. We start by asking, what are some of your initial goals? Do you need immediate legal help, for example? And you heard that reflected through the panel as well. We've made some changes immediately. Now we offer to help you submit your work authorization from the Arrival Center within 24 hours when you arrive. We weren't doing that on day one of the crisis, but we're doing it now because we've heard that's what people need, and that's what we're meeting people where they are. The way case management's really evolved is we've heard these stories, we've seen what people's needs are, and I think that it was laid out very nicely earlier. One thing you took away is everybody wants to work. So that's been a big focus of our case management efforts. I'm proud to say that one of the numbers that shows I think we're doing a good job now is that more than 70% of all eligible adults in our system have either applied for work authorization with our help or actually have work authorization and are, as the second speaker was saying, going through things like OSHA training that our case managers are connecting them to. So what our case managers are doing day to day is, one, seeing what legal help you need and plugging you into exactly the right place based on where you are in your legal journey, if you will. Two, talking to you about housing, and I have a picture on my phone sent to me a couple days ago now from a family that we were able to work with them to find housing. They resettled. It's a family of 4 that sent a picture to our team with them with I think it was a thumbs up outside of their new home, their first home in the United States of America. That's them starting to achieve the American dream. We help them to do that. And then other things case management can include, for example, I was mentioned earlier, the stress that people are experiencing, especially after they've made the heroin journey, again, in your words. So we have behavioral health that we combine with case management. We also make referrals to New York City Health and Hospitals, where we provide the bulk of outpatient behavioral health and inpatient behavioral health for New York City. So we create pathways for people based on what their individual needs are. We help people to have different trainings, learning to speak English, things like that. The totality of that, of everything we do, which again is really driven not by what we thought people needed, but hearing from people what they need and hearing from everybody in this room. And I especially want to thank, I know we're joined by Coalition for Homeless, Legal Aid Society. We formed a community advisory board. We meet every other week. We listen. And at this point, I would really consider our success a community-driven effort. And the result of that is that today, through all the case management that we're doing, each week now, 42% more families with children are taking the next step forward and leaving our shelter system than a year ago.
Just to clarify, Dr. Long, do we know how many of the 70% of folks that have applied for workforce authorization, do you know how many of them have received that authorization?
We don't get that feedback back from the federal government, so everything that we have is self-reported, and so people have to affirmatively tell us in that case. And so we don't necessarily have that information.
And it's a good question, actually, just to further make the point that we are working with the information we have, and we're doing the best job we can listening. So we actually ask in our every other week, that was another good, true statement that was made, where you are, again, in your work authorization journey, if you've received work authorization, if you have the paperwork, because then our case manager won't talk to you about applying for work authorization, but once you have it, that's where we talk about the OSHA trainings that were mentioned, learning English as a second language, trying to find you jobs, which we've been helping people to do. We're even doing trainings with other community-based organizations for things like learning to work in kitchens, things like that.
Now, going back to the original question, because I think I don't think that I heard an actual response to that, and I get it. Like, we're trying to do the best that we can, but part of me listening, and also part of being part of the impacted community, oftentimes I realize that there's a disconnect in the way that we in government perceive things are going, and the way that the actual people that are receiving the services perceive that those services are actually going, and oftentimes the truth lies somewhere in the middle. And so I'm concerned about how you all are able to evaluate the efficacy of the case management that is being provided from site to site, acknowledging that there are many sites, right? So it's difficult to be in all places at all times, but how do we, ensure that, in the maybe 5 or 10 that are not functioning the way that you're intending them to function, who's gauging that, who's evaluating that, and who's taking corrective action?
Yeah, I can start there, because we think a lot about that. And I think one of the things that we've done is we've sought to find the best case management organizations out there. So if you rewind, a year ago now, we had our existing vendors that were providing other services that began to provide case management. Today, at all of my sites, except for one of the sites that's transitioning, we have Cherokee Nation providing case management. There are 38 sites overall. They led the resettlement effort for the country for the Afghani people, 85,000 Afghani people about 5 years ago. And I remember one of their tribal elders pulled me aside as we were beginning to work with them and making plans with them, and said nobody cares about resettlement more than the Cherokee people. And what we've done is we've taken, for example, them as an organization, and we've taken away the other case managers that were providing services on site and put them in place instead, because we believe that they are passionate, want to do the best job, and that's where our community advisory board, for example, informs the efforts that they do day to day. But to agree with you, I'm happy to say there are 38 sites today, but that also means that they were not at 38 sites at all times. So we've moved as fast as we can to get them into our sites. The good news is that we've overall completed 700,000 case management meetings, and we're starting to see things like the majority of people either having applied for work authorization or received it. But it is true that throughout this crisis now response, we've been trying our best to bring the right people to do the case management work online. And for example, I have the number of languages that they speak, things like that, but that wasn't all true on day one.
But how do you make sure that they're doing a good job? I mean, listen, I have wonderful staff. I love my staff. They do case management. I did case management. It's not easy. But I find that sometimes, you know, that staff that I love is more knowledgeable in some things than they are in others. And, you know, and so it is my responsibility to then, you know, figure out where those, you know, those soft spots are and how do I, you know, offer the support that they need, right, to advance in their knowledge so that they're better able to help the community. And so I do that weekly, right? I'm like, all right, can you give me a couple of examples of, you know, clients that are coming into the office, people that are looking for help, what type of help, you know, and oftentimes I find, well, somebody came for this and I wasn't sure. And I'm like, okay, well, this is where, you know, you would get that information, but it also gives me a sense of who knows what and who doesn't and how efficient our office is, you know, able to operate. Who's doing that on your end?
Yeah, so I think when you're,
Yeah.
I'll be more concrete
Yeah.
with the data. When you're evaluating something, one of the things you first look at are process measures. So processes like, did they actually meet with people? Today, 99% of the people in our non-DHS system have had at least one meeting with their case manager. And again, that's been an improvement that we've looked at over time. Then you look at outcomes. So if a goal for people, as the speaker said earlier, are to work, well, are they applying for work authorization? Are they getting it? So we're measuring that. Are they getting trainings that they would want? So we're looking at that. And then I think before you get to downstream outcomes, like are people actually getting the apartment that they, you know, we received the photo of? Because that's ultimately the goal, is to help everybody achieve the American dream. I think it's listening to people too, and that's why we have our community advisory board that has 20, 30 community-based organizations on it. We meet every other week. They're the ones that have their ears to the ground, hear everything from all of the people at our sites, and they give us all that feedback, but not in a way that's, you know, critical or anything. I would say it's more of a, you know, we're on the same team. Let's put the facts on the table about what people are experiencing and their perception of the services that we're offering. Let's fix them together. Then ultimately, I'm not going to say we're there yet, but I think, you know, as we get more pictures of people in front of their new home, or as we look at the increase in the percentage of people, families with kids in particular, that are able to celebrate their birthday in their home as opposed to our shelter system, that's a really important part of success.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes.
Dr. Long, thank you so much. You have seen much of the trauma that people are coming with on a daily basis, and I do believe you spent an enormous amount of time with people. Do you think eviction after 30 days or eviction after 60 days is a sound policy, a trauma-informed policy, and the right thing the city should have employed?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So to just acknowledge the first thing that you said, I mean, we really have spent a lot of time with people, and by hearing them, I have all of these stories in my head that I've been told, or that of those that my team has spoken with. So people have experienced intense trauma to get here, and trauma is not just medical.
Dr. Long, I'm sorry, I'm just going to
That's okay.
interrupt you really quickly. As a doctor, having seen the trauma, do you think evicting someone from a shelter after 60 days is an appropriate trauma-informed policy?
Well, I'll tell you what I do think. I do think it's important, and again, this is not just my perception as a doctor, but what I've been told by people that I've cared for, is that people need help right away. So there is an issue of timing. You heard this from some of the panelists too. Everybody wants to work, and people want to work as soon as they can. So I do think it's important from a timing perspective that we offer help to people ideally as soon as they arrive, and that's why we've started to submit applications for people from the arrival center. Molly has been the closest to
there's no disagreement that the system that has been set up certainly to receive people and respond immediately to their arrival is an important one. I think what you're not answering, and I understand why you're not answering it, is that eviction after 60 days is not a trauma-informed policy. Fundamentally, it is not. And I think we just need to agree to the reality of that and acknowledge that the system we are trying to set up a system, but it's important for human dignity to acknowledge that this policy does not meet a trauma-informed policy, though we are trying our best. So I think I'll leave it there and I'll pass it back to
Thank you.
Council Member.
So in September, the administration announced that they would be expanding the 60-day rule to DHS shelters. and send families pre-notices. Obviously, that sent people into a panic. Yesterday, we heard that there was a shift in policy, well, sort of, right, that would allow folks to stay in place after the second 60-day notice, right? I'm not sure if that replaces the September announcement.
No, so the announcement yesterday was specifically for the non-DHS 60-day notices, and it was to help make sure that we're keeping families with kids who have kids in kindergarten through 6th grade make it easier for them to keep their kid in the same school. That does not take over the September announcement for
Okay.
DHS, which, as Iris mentioned before, has
They're
not
still
rolled out yet. Yeah.
They're still working out.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. So I won't even ask if you're still planning to expand, because I'm assuming that the answer is yes until determined otherwise. If you don't have well, actually, let me just move on. How are you evaluating the efficacy of asylum seeker shelter time limits? Like, what's been the benefit of that? I mean, I agree with my colleague. And I get it. It's a very difficult position for everyone involved. We have the highest number of individuals that are unhoused in New York City. Add to that, as many migrant families that unfortunately have, exhausted sometimes every other possibility and end up in shelter. It concerns me that we have a policy that, would impose further stress. I think you have to experience homelessness to understand the level of fear and just not belonging anywhere, right? Not having that level of stability. And when you're alone, at least you're alone. But when you have children that you're responsible for, I mean, these are things that keep you up at night. So I'm not going to debate whether or not the policy is a good one or not. I believe it sucks. I think our colleagues all concur. I think many of you would feel the same way, but I understand that these are, things that the administration has felt would help expedite and encourage folks to start looking elsewhere. But how do you determine the efficacy of this policy?
Thank you for the question. I want to just first zoom in on the numbers a little bit. I think you said a lot of this, but I just want to put those. So we've had almost 224,000 asylum seekers come through the city since this response started. We currently have about 57,400 asylum seekers in our shelter system. Before we had these policies in place, and I really want to talk about these policies paired with case management, because you can't have one without the other. We announced them both at the same time. We rolled them out both at the same time. They're paired because we really wanted to make sure that we were helping people through this process and that we were giving them support as they went through this. But before this policy was enacted, our numbers every week just kept going up and up and up. And that was difficult from a space perspective. We couldn't open sites fast enough to deal with the more than sometimes 4,000 people that came a week. We couldn't get staffing. We couldn't get nonprofits. We couldn't even get the big conglomerates to give us staff to be able to open sites fast enough. And so this really was intended to make sure we support people in their most vulnerable time when they first come with us, give them the support through case management, and really protect our shelter system, which has, again, grown more than 3 times in the last 2 years. When we talk about the efficacy of these programs, we really think about how many people have applied for work, how many people are in our shelter system at any one point, how many people have been connected to resettlement programs, how many people have been connected to training. It's sort of all in the same, Dr. Ted Long really talked about the different types of outcomes we're looking at, both process and then eventually
these types of downstream outcomes. And so that's what we're really looking at. And I think, you know, when we were at the peak of this response, we had 69,000 people every day, 69,000 asylum seekers or migrants that we were sheltering at any one point. We now have 57,400, which has allowed us to do things like close Randall's. You know, Randall's is such a image of this response, and to be able to close it and to be able to really think about giving temporary shelter in smaller sites that are more throughout the city is a really big outcome for us.
Yeah, but one of the unintended consequences of the policy, however, was that we started to see more and more unhoused individuals out on the street erecting tents, sleeping in our public playgrounds, our public parks, and faith-based, you know, organizations. But so, how do you, you know, how can we feel like this policy has been as successful as we intended it to be? I say we, you know, the administration, when we have, you know, X number of people, which I'm not sure if that's actually one of my questions regarding the homeless outreach unit, if they're keeping, you know, tabs on how many individuals would fall into that category, because this is kind of like a gray area, right? Because they don't fall within the HERC. If they're technically outside, then they're not part of the HERC system anymore. Then it would become a street homeless issue, which then falls under the purview of DHS. So are we keeping tabs on that, and are you guys cross-referencing so that you have a better idea of how efficient this policy is, if in fact it is, you know, leading to folks now sleeping in public spaces?
I'll hand it over to Iris, but just one thing I want to make sure is known is, you know, 70% of the people who have come through our system have left. Before we had this policy, there was still a percentage of people that were leaving on their own, and families with children, when they come back and ask for another 60-day extension, they get it. And so, you know, I'll turn it over to Iris to talk about the unsheltered homelessness, but I just kind of want to make those points a little bit.
No, listen, I get it, and I've always, you know, I try to be very fair, and I look at both sides of the issue, because I don't even want to know what it's like to be on that side of the table. And I know that it's been grueling for many of you who I know and have had the pleasure of working with. So you know, this is not you know, on my part, it would never be like a character assassination, but the truth is, right, we're working with facts, is that one of the unintended consequences of the policy is that, you know, folks, many of them single adults, ended up, you know, erecting tents on Randall's. Just, you know, this for months, I've had a group of at least 10, 12 men sleeping at Thomas Jefferson Park. It wasn't until last Friday that I stopped seeing them, and all of last week, every time that I would drive by on my way downtown, you know, there were police officers talking to them, and I'm hoping they were encouraging them to go into shelter because it was cold. One day it was raining. I reported, you know, that they were there because I was hoping that the street outreach unit would go there, and I also want to just, you know, say that I do understand that, you know, many of them didn't really understand what the policy was, that they could go back into the, the intake center and be reprocessed, but there was, in fact, you know, an overflow, right? And so because they fell out of the HERC system and now ended up in the HS, I just wonder what the number is, if it's as significant as, you know, we may assume that it is, if it isn't, and if, in fact, you guys are kind of touching base so that you're saying, okay, look, we were able to get 10,000, 5,000 people to leave, you know, the shelter last week, but 1,000 of them ended up on our streets. How do we fix that, right? Like, and I'm just inflating numbers here. I'm just making numbers up. But what does that look like?
So our street outreach, you're very familiar. They do go out through the city and do outreach, and we do work with the communities when they tell us there's a group of folks. One of the things that the team has been doing is, and we have not encountered a high volume of single adults in the street that are coming, new arrivals in the city. I do want to put it out there, and we have not encountered, luckily, any families with children. As Molly has said, every family with children that needs a second placement is granted a second placement or third. so forth. For those, we are working closely, and we do refer them to the reticketing center where they get processed, and my colleague here, Emily, could get you numbers if that's what's needed. But in terms of the street outreach that DHS has, when we go out, we have not encountered a significant increase of new arrivals in the city out in the street.
Any calls regarding possible sightings? Or like, I mean, I know at Randall's we had, you know, over 100 folks that were living outside of the HERC in tents.
So I could get back to you in terms of the
That
call.
should fall under the category of street homelessness, right?
I will definitely have to get back to you and let you know where we've been receiving calls and what areas we've been canvassing.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know how significant it is or not, but I know that it is happening. And so that, you know, we need to address if it's a matter of people not knowing what their rights are, right? Are we putting up a Bill of Rights at these sites? Are these the case managers communicating efficiently with folks and letting them know that there is a reticketing process, and if they don't have anywhere else to go, that they are welcome to go in and reapply? If folks are, you know, sleeping in tents because they feel like, you know, they'd rather be in a community that speaks the same language, then that's something that we should be keeping tabs on. Okay, I'll move on. For clients who received the 30-day shelter notices and requested an extension, how many extensions did DHS issue?
So when we discharge our clients, we refer them to the reticketing center, and our city agency colleague here from NYSEM has those numbers.
So when they come to you, when they come to DHS, they go through, ideally through PATH or through 30, or through Bellevue.
Our singles?
Yes, for DHS.
So when they are with us, they're referred through us.
Through the reticketing site?
There's two ways. They come through the reticketing center or they come through the arrival center.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure. I was just.
That's the process.
Okay, so there is, so when they get to the reticketing center, they're not necessarily, if they came out of a DHS shelter and went to the reticketing, are you sending them back to a DHS site, or are you sending them to a HERC?
That's a really good point. We actually, at the reticketing center, we do not make a differentiation of where they are coming from. So we will place them in the most appropriate setting that they need. And so if they came from DHS, they might be placed into a HERC site. And if they came from a HERC, they might be placed into a DHS site. It depends on the daily availability of cots.
Okay, so it's solely based on the availability of beds?
Correct.
Okay, all right. That's important. Same question for you, Molly?
I mean, Emily answered the question. I think we make determinations based on if someone has a reasonable accommodation that was granted, where the availability of cot is.
No, the question is how many 30-day time limit notices were issued in fiscal year 24?
Okay. So that.
And how many so far in 25?
In 25, there was 6,015 30-day notices issued at non-DHS sites in FY 2025. There was 15,750 30-day notices issued at non-DHS sites in FY 2024. There was 1,513 30-day notices issued at DHS sites in FY 2024, and there was 1,056 30-day notices issued at DHS sites in FY 2025.
Okay. Okay. It seems like it's significantly lower at the DHS end than it is on the HERC end. Is that because you have more singles than?
Yes, so the majority of the singles beds at this time are in the non-DHS system. The DHS system has the majority of the families with children, which is still the majority of the people in our care.
Okay, and I have two questions, and then I'm going to pass it over because I know that we don't have a lot of time with you guys today. But how many 60-day time limit notices were issued at the HERCs in 2024?
So there was 944 60-day notices issued to young adults, so 18 to 22-year-olds at non-DHS sites in FY 2025, 2,348 60-day notices issued to young adults at non-DHS sites in FY 2024. There was 6,295 60-day notices issued to family with children households at non-DHS sites
in FY 2025 and 17,117 60-day notices issued to family with children households at non-DHS sites in FY 2024.
And I know that this is where the social services kind of got funky because 18 to 22, right, they're legally adults, but believe me, I have a few and they're nowhere near adulting. And so is there any relationship between the HERCs and maybe DYCD, ACS, all of the other youth programs so that we're ensuring that those that are not as mature or need, guidance and further assistance are receiving that?
Absolutely. It is something we are hyper-focused on. We've spent a lot of time with DOE to make sure that kids that are eligible, the 18 to 20-year-olds that are eligible, can get schooling that way, and we've helped people apply. We've been working with DYCD on their programming as well. It's something that we're critically focused on, is this population.
May I add just one quick comment there? I think it is an important point. So for our 18 to 22-year-olds in particular, this is an issue that was, again, flagged by our community partners as something important and something we could potentially develop an individualized strategy around. So one of the things that we've done in lockstep and with our community partners is taken one of our sites and taken a couple of the floors at that site and dedicated to just people 18 to 22. I think we may actually have a couple of people 18 to 24 now, but anyways. And what we do there is we've created individualized programming that's programming we developed with DYCD, with our community partners, and with working with the people that we're caring for. That includes things like having DOE on site, things like that, but we're continuing to build out that program now. I think that the most important point I want to make there, though, is that this is an idea that was brought to us by our community partners, and their input has been critical and crucial in the difference we've made in people's lives.
Will you be able to send us the numbers of extensions and stuff like that so that we have it on record? Thank you. You're the best. But you have to say yes on the record, sorry.
Whatever the question is, yes on the record.
Okay. And then finally, regarding the client, so for clients that receive a 60-day shelter notice and requested an extension, do we know how many extensions were issued for residents in HERCs in fiscal year 25 and how many so far in 24 and how many so far in 24? Yes.
So specifically for the 30-day notices?
Well, I guess there's also a difference, right, between how many were requested and how many were actually approved. Are they automatically approved?
So for 60-day notices, they are automatically approved.
Okay.
So for families with children.
Okay.
Has that always been the case?
Yes, for 60-day notices for families with children, yes.
Because we've heard that not to be the case. We've heard people getting rejected.
If there's
We're
a
gonna need to
specific
follow
question,
up.
yeah, because with families with children, it's always been that you go back to the arrival center and you get a new placement. There's never been a change in that policy.
Okay. Do we know how many extensions were requested?
Yeah, well, for families with children, that was the numbers I read a little bit earlier. So there was, in FY 2024, there was 17,117 60-day notices issued to families with children. Actually, sorry, no, I don't know how many people were extended past that first one. We'd have to get back to you, because that's just how many notices were issued.
Okay. All right, yeah, I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague.
So for the record, we're going to be looking at the number of both 30 and 60-day notices. Where there was requests for extensions, and then how many of those extensions were approved or denied. And we'd like to recognize John Bone High School. Thank you for joining us. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. So in terms of, I'm sorry if I missed this earlier, but I just wanted to make sure to understand this properly. So why does the 60-day notice change announced yesterday only apply to families with school-aged children?
So that's the population that most can request and get busing for the most part, and so that really does help with the busing issue. everybody can receive a MetroCard, and families can say no to busing, but that's the population that really is focused on busing.
So for those families with children in grades 7 to 12, they're just exempt from
this
the
policy announcement, I will say that it is always our intention to keep people in the borough of their kids' school, and so we'll continue trying to do that work, but when we have to prioritize, we prioritize K through 6.
And so does this change apply to families with children in the LIFE program, Head Start, Pre-K, 3K, Promise NYC?
It does not. Only the ones that have kids that are in K through 6.
And why weren't these programs included?
We took a look at a lot of different factors, but this was the change that we decided to make.
Are there costs involved? Well, can you tell us some of the factors that were part of that decision-making process?
I'd have to defer to OMB on specific cost numbers, but
Well, I don't know if it was one of the factors. I just
it
kind of
was
threw
one of
it
the
out
factors,
there.
but again, I'd have to defer to OMB on any cost factor.
Do you have any other factors that you were considering when you exempted these families?
Again, a big part of this was busing, and currently the amount of inflow into the city is a little bit lower, as everybody knows, and so we have a bigger percentage of people in care who are longer stayers, or people we're starting to consider as longer stayers. So we wanted to take some of the attention away from shelter movement and a little bit more on what things we can do to reinvest money into helping people that are longer stayers.
And does this change only apply to non-DHS sites?
Correct, because DHS has not rolled out their 60-day policy yet.
Okay. In terms of, let's see, I think I'll ask a few questions and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues who I know are eager to ask questions as well. How much, okay, I think I'll jump into costs very quickly. So how much savings has DHS generated from issuing 30-day time limit notices to asylum seekers, single adults, and adult families in shelter?
I currently do not have that number. We will probably have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And if you would get back to us around how much does the city expect to save from issuing 60-day time limits in DHS shelters as well? And when we might expect to see that and where we'd like to, well, where we can expect to see those savings. New York City's Independent Budget Office estimated negative consequences of this policy, including economic impact of missed work authorizations, healthcare impacts, street homelessness, busing costs, all of which we heard in the pre-panel, actually each and every one of those. Has the city factored in these costs both in the short and long term when looking at this policy?
As I mentioned when I started, I mean, none of these policies were done easily. These were done to really make sure that we were protecting both our shelter system and people at their most vulnerable time. We made a change yesterday, as we announced, to really help with some of those busing costs. And we also made a change around mail to make sure that we're continuing to do improvements in mail so people don't lose mail. One of the key things that we changed earlier this year as well was making sure that each shelter held on to any important federal mail. So at that point, anyone who had gone to a different shelter could have gone back to their shelter to pick up that mail. And so we continue to make these changes as we hear, as we get input from community members, as we get input from the people in our care, and as we continue to be in different phases of this response.
So you've mentioned busing a number of times. What is the cost savings that you're calculated in making this policy change?
So it's thousands of dollars. I don't have the exact figure, but we can get back to you.
It's a little disappointing you don't have those numbers. It sounds like a very big reason behind the policy shift. In terms of the mail, let's jump to that really quickly. How has, I mean, this has been an ongoing issue. I feel like we've been talking about this for a year. And so I'm glad to maybe finally see some movement, but very kind of lacking on details. How has the city, DHS, H&H resolved some of these delays with access to mail for households who have previously resided at DHS sanctuary sites and HERCs, who have been transferred and or exiting sites?
So we've made numerous policy changes over the past year to really focus on mail. As I mentioned, one of the big ones was when we said all sites had to indefinitely hold important mail so that anybody who left a site could come back and pick it up. We've done a pilot now of calling back people where we've had mail for a long period of time, so we're calling certain people. Even I think 9 months ago, I went to Randall's and specifically spent some time at the mailroom and seeing that, and then I went last month and seeing the changes and how they're prioritizing mail and how they have dedicated staff focused on it is big changes on all of our sites. Every time we've heard, there's been issues we've heard where a security guard wouldn't let a guest who was no longer in the site come in. We've fixed those issues as we've heard them. And this is sort of the culmination of that, which is now we are going to be launching in the next couple of weeks a centralized mail room where all mail will go. So I think we've tried numerous amounts of improvements to make it easier for guests to get their mail, and we continue to see the success of that, even just with what Dr. Ted said, where 70% of eligible guests have gotten their work or have applied or gotten their work authorizations, which many times is 6 months after they've applied for asylum. So they've already gotten whatever paperwork they need to be able to then apply for their EADs. So I think we're starting to see some of the fruits of all of this work.
And how does staff know what mail is important or not? How are they making that distinction?
So we've done a lot of trainings on this, and that was also part of our improvements, is showing people what kind of mail to look out for. So we've also included things like Medicaid cards, and important mail isn't just federal paperwork. It's driver's licenses, it's Medicaid cards. We have pamphlets to show staff. We've done trainings. We've really, again, tried to focus on letting shelter staff know.
Is staff disposing of any mail at all?
Not at this time. I think when we have, one of the things is when we have the centralized mail room, we will be having a retention policy.
Well, it is a federal crime to get rid of mail.
Yes, so it's with our lawyers as well. Obviously, we have very good lawyers that we're in constant communication with.
Very concerned. What times will people be able to walk us through how you envision this centralized system actually operating?
So it'll be a place where everyone can go to pick up their mail. So, we have lots of different things we're working through on the policy end in terms of staffing. So when we have exact hours, we'll let you know. But it'll be a place where people can come, pick up their mail, and leave. And we'll be able to have the functionality to call people who have left their mail for a long time.
And will people be required to show identification to get their mail?
I have to get back to you.
Will the center be signing for mail?
I have to get back to you on signing for mail.
Okay. Will the city be helping folks get access to the mail, like transportation to one centralized location if folks are coming from the Bronx or Queens?
So that's still under discussion, but when we have that, we will let you know.
Will the center, I'm just going to offer these questions, and obviously you're thinking about it operationally. We are very keen on understanding how this is going to work. Will the mail center have a cap on the number of folks who will they be using this center as their actual mailing address?
Yes.
Okay, will there be a cap if that is in fact the case on how many people can use this one center as the address? Okay, and how many people is the administration preparing to serve at this center?
We have to get back to you on those numbers. I'll get back to you on those numbers.
And has the city coordinated with the state regarding this mail center?
We've had conversations, yes.
Okay. And in terms of, will the staff at the mail center be trained in data privacy laws of the city?
Absolutely, as all of our staff are. And I will also say that we've had a centralized mailroom for a certain subset of our shelters to date. NYSEM ran a centralized mailroom for specifically the folks in their care. So this is not something that we have not done before, and so we're going to continue being able to do that just at a bigger scale.
I mean, we still get text messages and emails of people trying to chase their mail. So can you walk me through, well, actually, I'm conflating two questions. I'm making a statement. There's still a lot of problems with the mail. It's very well documented. It comes up on a daily basis. Can you talk to me about the training that you have engaged your staff across all systems on data privacy?
Well, my office is the holder of the data system, and so we have our general counsel is obviously very focused on data privacy and ensuring that whatever we give to anybody, we have appropriate protections on. We also have a data privacy officer in my office to make sure that whatever we're giving, and then given what's going on, we've been doing a lot of scenario planning around data privacy and what kinds of protections we have and need as we continue.
And how are you training? How many staff do you need to train on these issues?
So our staff is, we only have 28, but we have very few people who have access to the data system. And we keep that very tight, and that's intentional. And it's only people who truly understand the data privacy posture of the city and the data privacy specific to immigration data, which obviously is a higher level of concern. We have training for contractors and shelter staff on both sanctuary city laws and data protection, and we're very conscientious about what kind of data people have access to, and there's lots of protections on if you're a shelter staff, you only get to see X amount of X part of the data system versus others, so that's something that we take really intensely when we think about it, but I'm happy to, if any of my colleagues have anything particular to their shelter system.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from DHS and the other agencies around who they're training, how they're training, and what that training looks like.
So in terms of data, as Malia says, most of the data is managed by the city. In terms of our regular poster and data, we do have also data privacy staff and our IT and legal constantly in communication. Privacy is very important for our clients as a whole, not only for new arrivals, and we work very closely with the administration to ensure that privacy is given to our clients, not only for data, but also in terms of their status and immigration as a whole.
So how often are you training staff around the importance of data privacy?
So we would have to get
and
back
what the current laws look like.
There is often training as a system, as particularly for us as city employees in terms of cyber and IT and data sharing and confidentiality and privacy. So that's always ongoing for us as an agency.
Got it. Would you like to respond to the question?
Sure. As Iris mentioned, NYSEM trains not only NYSEM staff, but also our vendors and contractors, and they've all signed confidentiality agreements. We do, on an annual basis, require refresher trainings and update those in conjunction with council and our data privacy officer on a regular basis. But again, the systems that we use for this purpose are owned by OASO, and therefore, we all follow a uniform system.
So are security contracts that are held to provide security services in the facilities, are those staff trained in privacy?
Yeah, I think it's part of their trainings.
Part of the reason why I ask on it, to be honest and pointed, is that what we have heard quite a lot is people being threatened. That if they put forward grievances in facilities or are not happy, that staff are threatening them in their status. And so I would really like to understand what the training is. And also separately and apart, what is the process to receive grievances of those sorts?
So if you're hearing anything from clients in care, please share specifics of that so we can actually look into it, because those are obviously very, very concerning.
Yeah.
We, have protections in place, but honestly, what you're hearing from the ground would be very concerning to us. So we want to make sure that we can look into it on a site-by-site basis.
Is there a place where folks in facility would know where to put a grievance? Are there notices, posted in accessible languages?
So I think on the HERC side, there's an email address that people can use. You can also go to the shelter staff. I defer to DHS on their process for grievances, but that's the process.
The answer is yes. At all our DHS shelters, we have a process where clients can put in grievances. Also, they could call 311, and those grievances get routed to our ombudsman unit that we have as an agency, and then it's routed out to the program staff that oversees the particular shelter, and then we work with responding and following up and investigating each case.
And I guess for Dr. Long, it looks like you want to respond, but could you just, for the record, for those who are listening and would like to understand what that process is, if they don't know what that email is, where can folks offer grievances about what they're experiencing in facility?
So we instruct and offer to our guests that they can share grievances with our staff members that are on site. We have both behavioral health staff members, if that's who you'd feel more comfortable talking to, or administrative staff members. And if that's not happening or people don't feel comfortable, hearing specifics would be very helpful, and we'd very much welcome that.
Where could a person, if they do not feel comfortable with addressing staff on site, where could a person do that in an anonymous and safe way?
So if they don't feel comfortable talking to our administrative staff, they can talk to our behavioral health staff that they may have more of a relationship with. They can also, like we said, we've set up different ways like email addresses, or I'll have to double check, but I believe 311 would get back to us as well. We can confirm that.
Okay, please get back to us on where the emails are, because it is very often that folks don't feel comfortable with talking to anyone on site with fear of retribution, whether it's founded or not. It's kind of a natural human concern. But for the record, we would like to have some clear process protocols for folks that we can get out there.
I was just going to add, and I'll have to confirm, but I'm almost positive that DOI has a posting at every site as well with contact information, because they flag for us if they inspect and it's missing. So I can confirm, but I'm almost positive that that's another avenue for folks.
Great. And have you all received complaints through those portals? And what's kind of the scale and scope of that?
So we don't talk about individual cases, but we have received we've received things from DOI, we've received things from our general email inbox, and we take things very seriously, and we look into all concerns when they're brought to us.
On potentially changing gears a little bit, but on the in the same vein as offering feedback like grievances. For food in particular, we know that a lot of people have had feedback for us. So what we've done at my sites is we've set up QR codes that we put on the wall, and they're clearly labeled in different languages, that you can take your phone, of which most people have, Wi-Fi is enabled at all of our sites, and click the QR code to offer us specific feedback on the food. That's how we've removed certain meals and added more that people are voting on.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer?
Just on an overall comment, so if you have, what you said, 57,000, something like that, in care now, how many jobs are going begging in the city of New York or even the state of New York? Do you have any sense of that?
How many jobs
Yeah.
are? So, I mean, we're working with DOL to refer people to jobs. We don't necessarily know if they take the jobs.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'm making a point. People are moving to Minnesota,
Yes.
Texas,
Yes.
et cetera. We know that. So I want to keep them here. There's a lot of talent. So I guess I'm sort of like saying, how are we doing that? It is not the philosophy necessarily of all New Yorkers who want to do that, but I certainly do. I know you do. So that could be a different way of looking. Get them out, but get them to New York State. I don't even want to get them out. I want to keep them in New York City. I don't hear you saying that. So I know that may not be your philosophy, but it's mine. And I just think we should think that way a little bit differently.
Well, and I think that we've been doing that in pockets, and we have like a real relationship with Department of Labor. So they've been doing some of the screenings as well to connect people to the industries upstate where people are hiring. I think a big impediment to all of this is housing, always in every community.
Minnesota, they're giving them houses.
I know. Well, and that's the thing is we see a lot of people going to Minnesota, to Texas, because there's cheaper housing, or there's actually housing being given by big corporations. So we've been trying to find those jewels in the rough
Okay,
who will help us with that.
All right, but I mean, with all due respect, I know how much work you're doing, but it should be larger, saying, we are trying to find homes for people in the state of New York. That's not big, bold letters. I'm just saying. Okay, so I would like to hear that more. Now, schools. I'm totally focused on the schools. For school year 23 and 24 and 24-25, of the students in Herx with children of the families who were forced to leave their shelter placement after 60 days, what percentage of students and how many were placed in the same borough? Do you have those numbers?
I don't have the same borough numbers.
What do you have?
I have there was 7,600 students staying in a Herc shelter from July 23rd, 2024, who would have been impacted by the 60-day notices.
Okay.
And this is, public data, but of the 7,600 students, 41.9% were still enrolled in the same school and housing location.
Okay.
31% were enrolled in the same school and moved housing location, and 14.8% were discharged from New York City public schools. 7% had moved their shelter location and transferred schools, and 4.5% had transferred schools but not sheltered.
So like, say, 42% would be still in the same school. That would be your best number, right? 41%.
Not necessarily. It'd be a mix of 41% and 31%.
Right. Okay. And you said the same school district. What was the 31%?
Was enrolled in the same school and moved housing location. So they could have moved to a shelter down the block.
Okay. All right. The issue is, if I assume, because you have fewer numbers, you're going to be closing some H&H shelters. I don't know, but I assume. So my question would be, can you keep those students in the same school? Nothing matters more than to be in the same school. Nothing. And I really would like to see the Head Start and earlier kids also kept in the same school. Then we have we have all these families staying in the state of New York because they'll be integrated into our great school system. We have to be thinking that way. I don't want them to go to Minnesota and Texas. I want them to stay here because you put money into them in many different ways we have, and I think that they will be great New Yorkers. But if you keep moving them around to the schools and the shelters, I don't think that's going to help. We don't have that many people left, really. It's not a huge number. So the question is, can we eliminate, are you thinking about eliminating this 30, 60-day and keeping them in the state of New York? How is that thinking possible given what you're dealing with? Is it possible to think that way?
So we continue to make changes as this response has required us to. Just yesterday, we announced a shift in our 60-day noticing policy. So we continue to make changes, and we'll continue to announce them as they happen. It is also our intention to help people integrate either in New York City, New York State, or anywhere that they think is the best place for them and their family.
Well, they're going to go wherever they can get a job and a house. So if they can get it upstate or the city of New York, I mean, we just have to focus more. I know you're focusing, but upstate you can focus more.
And one thing I just want to say is that we've been working a lot with the state on the Migrant Relocation Assistance Program, where people are getting housing upstate. I think we've had more than 500 households move into housing upstate.
Okay. Well, probably got more in Minnesota, I'm just saying. Okay, now absenteeism is the other big issue. One of the papers the other day had the huge absenteeism in shelters, obviously including, I assume, DHS, H&H, and everybody else. Big number. So, but if you have to go with your parents to all these different meetings, then you're going to be absent. Somebody early testified. What is the story with taking your children every which way when you are moving? Can we eliminate that? Because you're going to be absent.
So, I mean, I think that we're not requiring people to bring their kids at this time.
But they're bringing them. They just testified, and I hear that also. They just testified to that effect. They said they needed to bring them.
I understand, but we're saying that kids don't have to attend, so we're happy to continue making that message known.
Why do you think it's not getting across?
I think people...
Because the panel earlier didn't get across.
I understand, and I think that we'll just continue to make that message known.
Do you keep track of the absenteeism of the young people in H&H or any other shelter system who are migrants?
So I would have to defer to DOE, but they do have students in temporary housing officers that do help.
I know what they,
yes.
I understand what they got. What they got and what's happening are two different things.
Fair enough.
Okay. And the other thing is, we're one city, one administration. Yes. These kids some are going to leave, right? It's devastating the schools. It is devastating the schools, where you had unbelievably great families coming from the migrant community, populating where people had left during the COVID. So we're one administration. Are we thinking about what we can do to keep those kids? Maybe it's getting rid of the shelter 60-day, because then they'll stay in that school.
Well,
we got to think about the Department of Education too, not just your silo.
No, and I appreciate that, and we work really closely with the Department of Education to make sure that there's not really intense unintended consequences. I will say that, you know, at this point, at the numbers I read before, 72% were still in their same school. So they might have moved their shelter for a variety of reasons. Some of it has to do with the 60-day notices. Some people moved out completely from the shelter system, came back, and then were put in whatever shelter we had available at the time, and still their kids stayed in the same school. Yep. And also the other point that I would make clear here is that as 70% of people have moved on from our shelter system, and you know, there's lots and lots of people who move on from the traditional shelter system. This has traditionally been an issue with the Department of Education, and we are hyper-focused on making sure we coordinate and that we make it as easy as possible for kids.
Okay, I mean, just as we speak, parents, parent coordinators, schools are all panicked, just to be honest with you, about the fewer number of students in their schools. It's bad for the American children who develop friends, it's bad for the migrants, it's bad for our city, it's just bad all around. We should be stopping any unenrollment by these migrant families. It's just everything we can do. With all due respect, maybe it's not your job, but it is this administration's job to do that. We're not doing it because they're leaving. No, they just take off one day. We need to, because they're not feeling that there's enough support for them here. It's not just casework. It's saying we are going to find other ways to keep you here. It's a big administration. I'm just saying, with all due respect, it's not that kind of arc, in my opinion. Finally, we've got holidays coming up. How do we had them before, but how do we deal with families during the holidays and no school?
So, I mean, one thing that we do is we often have a network of nonprofits that come in. I know that's not your question, but I'm just like...
No, it's fine. I want to know what...
for
I'm trying to keep these families here.
No, I know. So we try to have nonprofits that come in. We'll do Thanksgiving meals. They'll do gift giveaways. We are working with New York City Service to make sure that we're getting gifts to all the kids to really make them feel welcome in this country. And so that's something we're really focused on.
Okay. I'm going to end because I know time is up, but I'm just saying I want to hear from this administration. We want to keep these families here. We don't want them to go to Texas and Minnesota. We have jobs here. These families take over. Ain't nobody going to be working in the city of New York. So I want to hear that more. And I want to hear that the schools, they don't talk up either. Everybody's scared to talk up. They don't talk up either about the need to have these families stay here. Those schools deserve unbelievable credit. You deserve some, they deserve more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. The questioning will be along the same lines. Earlier, when a parent testified, when you move a child and their child has bus service, it takes about 2 weeks for that child to receive, and this is regular, I just had a hearing on it, how long does it take when you move a child for them to get bus service to their new school or to travel from their new location?
So I have to defer to the Office of Pupil Transportation on that.
So you guys don't work in collaboration with them?
We
You move
work-
them, but yet you don't talk to
So we
OPT?
talk every day to the
Mhm.
Department of Education, and we are working through all those issues. But if you're asking about the specific timing, I have to defer to the Office of Pupil Transportation.
How many students stayed in the same borough when they were moved?
So I don't have that data with me today. We're happy to follow up.
Chair? Thank you. So that means that so you did not come with those answers as you were coming here today? You know, these
So-
questions would be asked because all of this is tied up. It's not in a vacuum or in a silo. This is all connected. Shelter, children, schools, attendance. And as you can see, and I'm sure you heard yesterday, you saw the report that came out, 146,000 of our students live in temporary housing. And the outcomes for them are not that great, so that's why we want to make sure they have what they need. So all of these things are tied up, so when you come before us, I expect those answers when I ask those questions. Dr. Long, I know you're always eager to answer.
I'm holding back.
Tell me, talk to me. Talk to me about New York City kids in your care, and what are we doing when we move them around the city, and this council has been asking for us to keep them in place, right? Go ahead.
The first thing you could see me really wanting to say is I agree with everything you just said. I would say as a primary care doctor that the most important thing we're doing for the mental health of kids is school, not me.
That's right.
And so just a couple of things. At our humanitarian centers, we have DOE on site at all of my sites.
I know, I visited.
Yeah. But that's been really important, though, because that's how, if a family does move on to the site, we try to enroll them in school, as you know, within 24 hours. And if we don't hear from them, if their child's not enrolled, we knock on their door literally with DOE to make sure that we're moving as fast as we can. Another just data point, and this isn't exactly what you were saying, but it's at least the way I operationally think about it, is last week, or the week of the 5th. It's last week? Yes. No, 2 weeks ago. Thank you. This is how we looked at it. So of all the families with kids that came back to the arrival center, my site, that had one child in grades K to 6, we placed 90% of them in the same borough. 8% on top of that, we had a discussion with them, and they selected to, and we documented their reason for selection to go to a different borough. And a common reason for that is, as you might guess, if one of the parents got a job in a different borough, that might be a reason for them to want to have their kids continue school where we're then working. So 90% plus 8%. We've been trying to get those numbers as close to 100% each week as we can. That's certainly not always been the case.
So what's the percentage now?
That's from last week.
That's from last week, okay.
Yeah, or the week of the 5th, I'm under oath, which was apparently 2 weeks ago.
So what's the difference in, what's the attendance like? You do knock on doors, yes, we appreciate that. But how many of our students are really getting out the door? They're not missing schools, because the absenteeism rate, if you look at it for overall New York City, is very high. And that include our New York City students who are living in temporary housings.
So I would have to defer to DOE about their approach to absenteeism. What I will say is that my site leads, site administrators all know who the DOE representatives, as you saw yourself, are, and we work together, and they're the ones that identify students that are having absenteeism issues, and we work together to see what's going on and how we can help. And
all of your sites have shelter-based coordinators?
I believe so, but let me double check to make sure that I'm not said. There might be one that doesn't, but not as far as I know, but I'll get back to you on that.
And your older students that come in your care, what services and support do you provide for them? For your high schoolers, your students who should be somehow in transfer school, are you referring them to D79 schools? Talk me through the process, please.
So at this point, if we have the 18 to 22-year-olds, we talked about it a little bit, but we have a connection with DOE to make sure that the ones that are going to DYCD and the ones that are in our care, we're connecting to schools if there's eligible placements, and we've been working on that. We're also, and that's been a big part of just the process as people come back through our care. We've been trying to do those referrals.
I think education of all kinds is top priority, so I think that that's been a really good connection that we've made.
Education and immigration. And as you're moving folks along, how are they getting their mail? Someone said they missed a fingerprinting appointment because their mail was sent to them delayed. As we delayed, those folks get put on lists to be removed.
Yeah, and I think what I talked about a little bit is we've done a lot of improvements in mail over the last year. We've really focused on it. So one of the big changes that we made a couple of months ago is that we made all sites keep important mail indefinitely, so that as things come, if people leave the shelter, they can come back and request that mail. We've also done a lot of work with case managers to make sure that they're helping with any mail issues. We've also made sure that all of the sites are focusing on mail and know what type of mail to look out for. And then most recently, yesterday, we announced that in a couple of weeks, we're going to be doing a centralized mail room for non-DHS mail. So all of this has been a work in progress, but we continue to...
As they move around, are you forwarding mail, since you already know in the system as to where they're being placed? Are you forwarding the mail to their next address or no?
No, because 70% of the system has already left. So as people move on, we're just keeping their important mail in the place that they put as their address so that it's easier for them to get to.
And do they get a phone calls to know that how do you notify them that the mail is there?
So we started a pilot on that, and we're making tech changes to make that easier because part of the issue was a tech issue. But at this point, we'll be able to do that through our centralized mail system.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to go back to childcare issues, and in particular, obviously, folks who are utilizing programs like Promise NYC vouchers are exempt from this policy. Can you walk us through the impacts of exempting those families that are attempting to use vouchers for childcare, who are getting bounced around the city and the system?
So we really do try to keep people as close as possible to their current shelter when they reapply. And we're going to continue doing that regardless of this policy shift, and we continue to make changes to our policies.
Are you keeping track of those families that you are noticing to evict from facility who are using Promise NYC vouchers for childcare?
We've been working with Promise NYC to get more people connected to the services, and case managers obviously are working with each family that we have, but not on a central level.
Okay, but there is, hi, but there is awareness, perfect timing. Babies are amazing. There is awareness that folks will suffer the same challenges, right, of like stabilization and some kind of care, just a different age group. And moving around a city, there's still that same problem. I just want to be sure that you are keeping track, and we are helping to facilitate people to use these services, and then evicting them somewhere far, like it undermines everything we're doing. So I just want to understand, how are you making sure that you are not undermining your own work?
No, and I appreciate the question. As I mentioned, it's still our intention to try to get everyone as close as possible to their original shelter, but I think the bigger point here is that we're trying to help everyone move on from temporary shelter. No one wants to raise their kid in a temporary shelter, and so it is the work of case management to get people as many resources as possible so that they can move on, and part of that is our legal services, part of that is connecting people to childcare, and part of that is making sure that people are saving money, people are kind of making a plan for them and their families to move on.
So I guess in terms of the case management, which we've talked a lot about, you mentioned saving money. Is that part of case management? Are there financial? Can you tell me like what actually case management looks like? Because I will say we hear the administration say intensive case management all the time, And there was an example in the pre-plan of someone whose case management actually resulted in work. So not all bad. Nevertheless, we do hear a lot of stories that the intensive case management is an exit interview. That's not intensive case management. That's pushing people, like, you gotta go in 2 weeks. What is your plan? So walk us through what this intensive case management is supposed to be.
So, I mean, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ted in a second, but I think that overall the importance and the point of the case management in our system is to help every single person make a plan for what are they going to do in the next 30 and 60 days that's going to help them resettle out of shelter. So that means how are they going to get farther along in their work permit and their legal process? How can we get them appointments to do that? How can we make sure that they're looking at ways to get work? Most people are working, but how are we helping facilitate that? If we have referrals to OSHA trainings, if we have referral and ESOL classes, how are we connecting people to that?
So are you keeping any particular data on, I know Dr. Long, you mentioned 700,000 case management hours. I don't know what that means, but like, are you, because the quantity is less important than the quality. Right? If we have an immigration system that takes 4 years to actually get through step one, I don't care that we did 70,000 applications if we only have one person that actually can get through that system. So really what I'm hoping to understand is how is the quality and real outcomes that we are pursuing actually reflected in the context of a city where we haven't been able to get folks to move on from our shelter system. Generally, we have the highest number of children, which council member mentioned, which has been persistent for the past 9 years. So I guess if I could just understand more quantitatively, not quantitatively, qualitatively, what that truly does look like, that would be helpful.
Yeah, happy to. And I know Councilmember Joseph just stepped away, but my excellent team has given me precise answers to her questions, so maybe I'll just put it on the record.
Sure.
Yes to coordinators at all of our sites from DOE. And we also get emails from attendance teachers daily so that we can stay coordinated closely with our DOE colleagues that are on site at my sites. So going to case management.
Can I pause you for a quick second? Is that the case for DHS sites? Are there coordinators at every site?
We work closely with DOE, and they are. And our percentage for last month was 82.6, where we make sure that our families are placed and the child and the youngest child in the borough of where they go to school.
Great.
And that's always been a policy for us, so we just continued.
Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you.
Thank you. So you, if I may, just to make sure I'm being precise, qualitatively more about what case management is, and then what do we have in our data, what have we learned through these meetings, as also a way to inform qualitatively how it works. Sound good? Okay. I would say we take the same initial question that I ask all of my patients that I've ever seen in my Bronx primary care practice for the last 7 years. It starts with, how can I help you today? So whatever people's individual barriers are, and I'll give several examples here, the case manager's goal is to identify what those barriers are and figure out what help you need. The number one thing that people want, which is something we've talked a lot about during this hearing, is to get a job. Everybody wants to get a job as a way to have them and their families be able to pursue the American dream. But everybody needs something different to get that job that they want. So sticking on legal services, if you tell us that you need work authorization but you applied for asylum, you don't know how the process works, we can educate you and make the right referrals. If you're eligible for applying for work authorization, we can make you an appointment at the AAHC. And again, now we're actually even helping you to apply for work authorization from the arrival center the minute you arrive with our case management team. So our case management team does a lot of different things. If you've applied for work authorization and you have it, and we have, again, data on that because we ask you for updates related to that, then we look at what kind of job you might want to have and what your experience has been. So I could tell you, for example, sort of interesting, how many former doctors we have in our asylum seeking system and how many we've ever had enter into our city asylum seeker response. I can tell you how many nurses, how many pharmacists, how many lawyers. That's important though, because those are the types of jobs people would want to continue to pursue. So another example is we had an event where we helped people at one of our sites to apply to work with a community-based organization that I mentioned earlier that teaches how to work in a kitchen, cooking skills, things like that. So we reached out to people based on their prior experience, based on their work authorization, and then they dressed up for the interviews, came in. It was a really nice day of people applying for their first job in the U.S. We actually got to see it because we did it on site. So case management lets us sort of have that individualized approach, but legal services is one important thing. Last thing I'll say about the legal side of things is with our community advisory board, which has been, again, instrumental in terms of how to get case management right, we have a specific work group on legal services. So how we're asking the questions, the types of things we're covering, the types of services we're offering to people. It's not only informed by the experience we have on the ground working with people, but it's been informed by our community leaders that also have the ear to the ground. And to your earlier point, maybe hearing something slightly different than we hear. So we want to hear it from every source, and we want to be able to collaboratively come up with solutions together. Jobs is another thing. Housing is another thing. You mentioned saving money. That's actually something that's come up that we're now helping people with. Was that something on day one that we knew we needed to help people with? No. But it's something we've heard from people, especially our guests, for example, upstate, that are looking for apartments. They may have been working for a while in the communities that they're in. A lot of them are telling us their barrier to being able to get that apartment they want and to be able to exit the system is they need to know how they can save money in the U.S. to be able to afford that apartment. So we work with them on how that works, and we make a plan with them. Other types of things the case management can cover is we can help you with how to navigate getting the apartment, both either in New York City, in New York State, or in other places. So we do have connections to jobs and housing resources in other places too. And we really base that on the job. So if somebody has experience working in a job in a certain sector, as Councilmember Brewer said, we'd love to keep you in New York City, but if you'd prefer to go to a different place based on the job that's available, we can educate you about that and we can make a plan with you. So it's really all about you and whatever your barriers are. Our job is to move heaven and earth to get you where you want to go.
So are you keeping track of outcomes around that? How many people have actually gotten a job, or how many people have actually gotten permanent housing? How many people, all those dimensions?
Yeah, so one way to look at the dimension related specifically to jobs, again, is we do know if you've not applied for work authorization, you are eligible and have or have not applied, or we ask you, which is, again, what you tell us, if you've received approval for work authorization. We then work with you to get a job, and we document in the records that we have, this is your prior job experience, here's the types of things we talk to you about. Maybe if you were a cook, we're going to put you into that program I mentioned, or have you applied to that program I mentioned. Maybe if you're a nurse, we can arrange, which we're working on now, have you go through the appropriate process to become a nurse here in the U.S. or to do something else in the medical field. We desperately need more clinicians and people in the medical field to care for New Yorkers and, frankly, everywhere across the U.S. So we're trying to, again, meet people where they are based on their former experience, which we note in the records we have.
So are you keeping any data?
Yes.
On the outcomes? Can you report to the council what some of these outcomes are? Because it's still very descriptive and lacking in outcome data.
Yes, I think it would be great if we could circle back with the exact data that we have. And if we don't have the data that you think would be important for us to collect, we're totally open to adding a question onto the surveys we use for people every other week.
Thank you. Okay. In terms of extenuating circumstance, what training is staff being given around extenuating circumstances review?
That's a really excellent question. Extenuating circumstances was the result of a policy set by the city as part of the terms of the Callahan stipulation. And therefore, the policy itself and the questions that are asked when we interview guests around the extenuating circumstances are very proscribed. So we have a slide deck, and we sit down and we train the staff to go through the questions. They also go through the questions using our system host, and they are programmed into that along with the script and the interpreter sitting with the guest.
But in our noticing, we start the process of letting people know what the process is to get another extenuating circumstance. So case managers are aware of the process, and any questions that come up, they know how to answer them.
How much of, I think where we all find enormous challenges is in the level of discretion and interpretation, right, around guidance. Are you finding staff needing substantial guidance on how they're making determinations?
No, the staff who do the interviews shadow existing staff. We've now been doing this for a number of months, so we have grown some in-house expertise around this. And they are supervised by a group of staff. So the people making the ultimate decision are not the people doing the actual interview, and therefore there is an added layer of review on site before a decision is rendered.
And is there an ability to appeal?
Yes.
This decision? Can you walk us through what that is
There
like?
are 3 ways to appeal. There is an email address that is both on the determination letter at the end of an extenuating circumstance review. Also, advocates and others can contact us on behalf of clients, which they do frequently. Also, clients may individually speak to staff on site to express concern and to have the determination explained to them.
What was the second option? Advocates
can contact us directly on behalf of their client.
And are you keeping any data around appeals? How many appeals are coming from advocates? How many are coming from clients?
Yes, we have that data. and
What
we
the
can follow
results
up
are?
with you.
Can you report around what the status of appeals are and what are provided and denied?
We can provide that information to you. I don't have it with me, but what I can tell you is that in terms of formal appeals, as outlined in the stipulation, I do not believe we have received any. Most of them have been inquiries about status that we have answered with information and updates. And all guests are encouraged to consider if with additional documentation. One thing that happens is that guests may affirm that they have taken steps towards independence without any documentation to indicate that is the case. And so often guests will come back to the site and have a second EC interview with that documentation. They are informed they can do that at the site.
And in terms of are those documents provided in preferred language?
The documents that the guests provide to us can be provided in multiple languages, and the documents that we provide to the guests, which I assume you are asking,
yes,
they are provided in the guest's preferred language. They are also interpreted for them on site by an in-person interpreter in their preferred language.
So every document, or is that upon request? Because we know there's some, in some instances, literacy issues.
So again, at the extenuating circumstance interview, we provide a determination letter, and that determination letter is read to the guest in their preferred language by an interpreter.
Got it.
As well as being provided in writing.
Got it. Thank you. Could you share a list of all the languages in which the shelter limit notices are being published?
Are you, the notices that are given out to the families and individuals while they're in shelters, what you're asking?
Yes.
I think we have, I don't know if you have all the languages,
Yes.
but,
Oh.
go ahead.
No, I have the languages folks speak, but it's all of the languages that people have asked. I don't have the exact list with me, but give me a minute and I'll get it.
I'm sorry, Molly, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, so I don't have the exact list of languages right here with me, but I can follow
provide
up
it
with
to the
it. Yeah,
council.
that's pretty, we have that.
Can the admin supply the council with a slide deck that is being offered to staff around the extenuating circumstances that you referenced?
The training materials?
Correct.
The training materials, I'll confer with council and yes.
Great. The coalition has informed us that no one responds to the email address unless an advocate sends an email. And I assume it's the email address on the extenuating circumstance notice. Who's manning the email address on those notices?
So it's the New York City Emergency Management and our staff from the reticketing center, and I respectfully would disagree with that with that statement, and would ask that if Coalition has concerns about our lack of response, to please let us know indications and evidence of that.
Are you keeping data on your responses?
We are.
And can you provide to the council what that looks like?
I don't have it with me
The
today.
frequency of response in cases?
Sure.
Okay. And in terms of, are people given reasons for their denials if they're denied extenuating circumstance?
There is a determination letter that is given to the guests that outlines the decision that was made.
And what are some of the decision trends that you see, or maybe some of the most common around denials?
The request for an extension of stay and shelter is tied to steps taken by the applicant toward independence from the shelter system. None of our goals is, and I don't think it's the goal of our guests either, to remain in shelter indefinitely. So one of the things we are evaluating are steps the individual has taken toward independence. So, for example, applying for an IDNYC, enrolling in English classes, looking for a job, enrolling in a course like the workforce development course the person who testified earlier mentioned. Those are all steps towards independence that are granted consideration in an extenuating circumstance evaluation.
And so how is that assessed, or is there like a point system with those steps? How is that assessed on what's
So
more valuable than
Yeah,
others?
so each of, we've spent a lot of time litigating this with legal aid and with advocates. So we've gotten approval on this process. The point of this is individual determination of someone's steps taken to independence, and we continue running that process as such.
I'm sorry, so individual determination, I don't know what to make of that. Does that mean it's up to the individual who's reviewing
There's a rubric.
that person?
Yes, that's exactly right. And that was a key part of the settlement and a key part of our negotiations with legal aid.
So if I'm having a really grumpy day and I want to not be the most generous interpreter of people's steps, I could deny them. And that would be
No,
fine based
so-
on a rubric. So I guess what maybe I'm not understanding is, it sounds like there's a lot of discretion on interpretation on whether ESL classes versus being able to access an IDNYC.
So we monitor both, but the point of this is to have an individualized review of each individual that comes in front of us. But we do that in as fair a way as we possibly can with staff, which gets down to training, which gets down to talking through what kinds of things would showcase that somebody did something and ensures that they have brought proof to showcase that. So it is not about the grumpy interpreter, the grumpy case reviewer, but it really is about the individual in front of them and what they're saying.
Yeah, there's 100%, each case is very unique, but I think absent a clear rubric, a standard, you can have an infinite number of interpretations around what is more valuable than the next, and that feels utterly problematic.
So we have a standard and a rubric, which we have negotiated heavily with legal aid, and so that's what I'm gonna keep saying here,
Yeah.
that we have a process, but
Okay.
it is also really focused on the individualized review of the case in front of us.
Got it. Thank you for that. Let's see. Do you have any?
And I have the list of languages that
Okay.
we have these notices. Arabic, Bangla, Chinese traditional, Chinese simplified, Dari, English, French, Fula, Fulani, Pular, Georgian, Haitian Creole, Korean, Maninka, Polish, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Turkish, Ukrainian, Urdu, Uzbek, and Wolof.
Okay, we're coming up on time, but I just realized, in terms of healthcare, does the city make any exceptions to the 30/60 limit for individuals that have upcoming medical procedures?
So that is part of the process of requesting an extenuating circumstance. We also have a reasonable accommodation process where if somebody has some reason where they would need to stay in place, they can come and request that.
And how long does that take to determine?
It depends based on if somebody brings proof, and we review each case individually.
And how many of these do you keep track of how many have been requested, reasonable accommodations?
So we'd have to get back to you on that point. I don't have the exact reasonable accommodation numbers in front of me.
Are there any medical procedures that wouldn't be included in exemptions or accommodations?
So it's a case-by-case determination based on the totality of circumstances.
And I guess this is a lot of gray areas, and I appreciate the complexity of it. But is that just dependent on the person who's reviewing it, whether they think this is an important procedure or not?
There's lots of lawyers involved. There's a medical there's clinicians involved. There's a process to get a reasonable accommodation reviewed, and so there is layers to it, but it does take into account the totality of circumstances. One person's disease may not be the same as another person's disease and how it affects them from moving place to place. I don't know, Dr. Ted.
Yeah, I wanted to I can add a couple of notes about the reasonable accommodation process from the point of view of our health and hospitals, humanitarian center sites, and then if Emily wants to add anything from the point of view of the reticketing center, that would be great. I first just wanted to say, I know this has nothing to do with your question, but healthcare is a human right regardless of who is president, and we will always in New York City see everybody that comes to us for help. We've had a lot of asylum seekers come to us for help over the last 2 years. We make them our primary care patients at health and hospitals. I'm proud to see many of them in my personal clinic in the Bronx every Friday. Reasonable accommodation, to your question, is we have a clinician that's a part of health and hospitals review every reasonable accommodation request that's requested or requested by anybody staying at any of our sites. I could tell you, for example, I have the data here, 88% have been approved. Some are still waiting on paperwork from the medical team that's taking care of the person. But we have our health and hospitals team is the one that's reviewing the requests and making sure that everybody's appropriately cared for.
And Dr. Long, do you have a sense of how long an approval process takes?
Yes. So documentation turnaround review, we commit to and deliver on less than 1 week, and during that time, somebody stays on site. So if you, for example, Chair, request reasonable accommodation, and let's say 2 days before your notice might be up, we will have you stay on site while your case is being reviewed, and then when the outcome of the review is complete, we'll come and talk to you about the outcome. Most of the time we do get back to people much quicker than that, but that's the standard we set for ourselves.
And I'm very sorry, but I have to leave. It is 1 o'clock. We had a hard stop. Sorry.
Duly noted. We were informed of your hard stop, so don't leave without me saying thank you for being here, for responding to the questions. There are a slew of questions. We are expecting follow-up, so we have a diligent list of things that we are anticipating some questions for. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will now be opening the hearing for public testimony. I once again remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant of Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, implementation of the 30 and 60-day rules. You do not need to share personal information, such as where you are staying, if you do not wish to. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I'd also like to announce that we have simultaneous interpretation available to the public to listen to today's hearing in the following languages: Arabic, Spanish, French, Wolof, Fulani, and Pular. I will now call on the first panel, Christine Quinn, Claire Salant, Jacob Berman, and Senator Gunardis. All right, so good afternoon. We'll hear first from Christine Quinn and the Senator, and then we will transition over to IBO. My apologies. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Christine Quinn. I'm President and CEO of WIN, Women in Need. We are the largest provider of shelter to homeless families with children and the largest provider of supportive housing to homeless families with children. We through the course of the influx of migrants to New York City, we have housed over 1,200 individuals. We presently house them throughout our network of 15 Tier 2 shelters, and we run one hotel in the Bronx that's 35 units, and that is all 55 units, that is all migrant families at the hotel in the Bronx. I've submitted my written testimony, but I just kind of wanted, instead of reading it, to respond to some of what the administration said in their testimony. One, it is not trauma-informed to move people every 60 days. Now, the administration, I think, would like people to think the 60-day rule is gone. It's not. People are going to go through one eviction after they've already had to go through a grueling intake process. They're just not going to have to do it a second time, which is a good step, but is not repealing it. Two, the city didn't seem to have a ton of answers and even seemed to indicate that they didn't have the data. There is a tremendous amount of information accessible. In fact, one of our staff people went on to look for someone he knew who's a migrant, and all he knew was his name, and he was able to find him. So the city has access. In fact, I worry that the city has too much information, and that the overlap with groups that have federal contracts, like the Red Cross, nothing against the Red Cross, but they have a federal contract. There's all this info. Is that going to mean the info is going to go to the feds? What we should be doing, the city should be doing, is making the info available to something like the city council, who would hold it in confidence, and then working with advocates and elected officials to put up guardrails around the data so it can't be accessed by the federal government. We have had about 34 families been given a 60-day notice. Now, you can often beat those back if somebody has working papers or if they have a mental health diagnosis, but you have to have real case managers who can do that kind of work. But even if the 60-day rule doesn't get implemented, the days those families exist with it hanging over their head is more trauma. These are individuals, many of whom have come from, war-torn places, places where basically the society is being run by gangs. So this idea of the government evicting them, hanging over their head, is even more traumatic than it would be for someone who has lived in New York for a very long time. And we need to understand that that is just harassment. Nothing else, in the hopes that people will leave the shelter system and go God knows where. Now, I want to raise another thing that is going on. So there's the 30-day rule for singles, 60-day for families. There's also a procedure the city has, which they should have, administrative transfers. So let's say when a family where there are 2 adults and there's a domestic violence incident, we might have to administratively transfer the domestic violence survivor because the perpetrator knows where they live. We need that, right? Or something, or a child gets sick and the specialist is uptown Manhattan, but the family's in Queens. We might move them so they can be near their child in the hospital. We need that provision. But right now, they're using that provision to move migrant families. You get 24 to 48 hours to get your stuff together if you're being administratively challenged, as opposed to the longer time of the 60-day rule. And I'm not saying do the 60-day rule instead of the administrative transfers. I'm saying stop abusing the administrative transfers as a loophole and a back door to moving migrants around and out of shelter. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions on that or on the testimony. Oh, and let me say one other thing. This isn't going to save any money. Right? I mean, and whether it is, we're never going to know. But the truth is, if they were working to move migrants out of shelter into permanent housing by extending vouchers to the undocumented, not just the migrants, but any undocumented, they would be saving money. Because the amount of money you pay, $72 for a voucher, is significantly less than what you pay for when you're housing someone in a Tier 2 shelter or in a commercial hotel. If the primary impetus here is saving money, I wish it was morality, but if it's saving money, that's the way to do it. We did a study with the Immigration Coalition and showed that you could save $3 billion by moving forward with vouchers.
Thank you. I love it when you're here because you bring a lot of information. But I think one of the things that we heard was the not pausing, but the fact that the new policy that was announced in September has not yet been implemented. Has the administration given any indication on when they'd plan to do that, so that at least there's a heads up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right. Have you had any difficulty with the application for reasonable accommodations or folks that are requesting an extension?
I mean, the entire paperwork process for all unhoused folks, but specifically for migrants, is laborious. And, if I had to go through that process right now, somebody who's housed and has a filing cabinet in their house, I couldn't do it, right? It's so laborious. So we've had lots of clients who've had those kind of problems, but They have caseworkers who work with them, and staff who would work with them can help them overcome those problems, but that is a persistent issue.
As a provider, are you required to hire a specific type of case manager
Yeah,
to assist?
we negotiate for each shelter with the city about how many case managers, how many housing specialists, how many this, how many that, a goal of how many should be bilingual or more than that, so yes.
Do they stipulate like how often those case managers should be meeting with families?
Well, they don't stipulate that, but we set a goal for how many housing placements we get, right?
Yeah.
So that's what the goal is that we get. The main goal we get judged on, and depending on what your situation is, depends on how much case management. It's minimally, once a week, but sometimes it's more than that.
Yeah, I'm trying
And
to.
there are rules around things like newborn children, so we do unit visits every other week. Unless there's a newborn, we do it every week.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to determine why there's such a huge discrepancy between sites in terms of the level of case management or case assistance that folks are receiving. It seems like in some cases, people are receiving, fairly adequate amount of face-to-face time, and in some instances, it's only, every 15 days, right, or 15 days prior to the expiration of their time at that specific site.
I mean, there's two things. One, it's often a budget question, right? And different organizations will negotiate their budgets in different way depending on their model. Two, what they really judge us on, as I said, are housing placements. But there really isn't an expectation of housing placements for the migrants because they have no access presently to housing subsidies. So that may be part of it.
Which is interesting because the idea behind the 30 and 60-day
Correct.
rule is to help people transition to housing
Right.
and self-sufficiency. Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Do you have any questions? Did you want to add something else, Chris? Oh, did you have a question?
Yeah, in your experience, have you seen folks been able to stabilize in 60 days in Grand New York City?
I mean, I think it would be hard for any client we got to stabilize in 60 days because you end up in a WIN shelter if you've been evicted, if you're a survivor of domestic violence, if you're a survivor of sexual abuse. So dealing with that, well, one, getting your child situated in school, if it's a new school. Two, beginning your own healing process through whatever you've been through. And make no mistake, being evicted is a trauma. Three, then getting your work life in order, if that means just stabilizing where you are or going through training to get another job, and then beginning the housing process. Now, it's good we don't have the 90-day rule that prevents you looking for housing right away, but 60 days is an incredibly short period of time, particularly since the case manager or housing specialist isn't just dealing with one person, they're dealing with a lot of people. So that's just with what you might say the traditional client. But then you add on to that somebody who has literally walked to the United States and then unceremoniously been put on a bus without their permission to New York with nothing but, their T-shirt and their flip-flops. We had one client who had the same clothes on for 15 days. They didn't tell us they needed clothes. We then gave them clothes because they took nothing. So you add that trauma in, you add the language issues in, you add a whole new public school educational system you have to come to understand, and 60 days is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
And they know that, right? They didn't pick 365 days. They picked a very short period of time, and I would argue 30 days for singles is even, worse given how hard it is. There's no more SROs in the city, right? So
Yeah, just to get an appointment takes 30 days, let alone. Yeah, and I think, even some of the outcomes, right, or lack thereof, that clearly the administration could not respond to, it speaks volumes that it's really not about establishing a particular outcome in such a rapid time frame.
And throughout this entire time, we've seen the administration take a very anti or negative posture towards the migrants, right? And really stand in a place, and not so much in the functioning of the agencies, but in the mayor's statements about the migrants. So when you have a new challenge, and you take a posture that the challenge or the people involved in it are kind of bad and we have to get rid of them, then you don't engage in planning and organizing to try to address the problem and help the people. So you lose critical time and critical attention. So that is what we've seen here, not embracing a reality, one we don't want, one we don't like, but nonetheless embracing a reality. I also just on the data wanted to add a point I forgot. You know, the National Guard is going to shelters asking people questions. And so at Sonia Sotomayor, for example, they come, they see however many people they see, they come back, they come back, they come back until they're done. And then when they finish at Sonia Sotomayor, that's what we named the shelter, Sonia Sotomayor shelter, sorry. Then when they leave that shelter that's just migrants, they go to another shelter that's just migrants. And then eventually they'll come to the other shelters we have that have a mix of clients, and we'll have to make the migrant clients available. That is incredibly, A, harassing, B, terrifying, and 3, where's all that data? And do the feds get it? How does it get protected?
What legally requires you to identify
They'll come
migrant
with
families?
names of people. We don't identify like Mary Smith on the 4th floor. They come with names of people they want to see, and the city knows that in that one shelter, Sonia Sotomayor, they're all migrants. Now, people cannot go, but eventually they just keep coming. And people risk their contracts if they don't, you know, let them have a room to set up in, et cetera.
Can you say that one more time? You risk your contract if you
Well,
do
I mean,
that?
you know, if the National Guard comes, the worry groups providers are going to have. The worry is that you might risk your contract.
Got it. And currently, there are National Guard
Yes.
coming to shelters.
Yes.
And how often have you been
Till they
seeing that?
finish.
With a predetermined
Yeah.
list of individuals?
And-
And you're required by contract?
Well, I mean, you're required kind of to participate. There's nothing in the contracts that says if the National Guard comes, because nobody anticipated that.
Got it.
You know, the thing I hope the city is doing now is prepare, if, we don't know if, it's hard to say, President-elect Trump is going to do the mass deportations with the military. We don't know if that's going to happen. But we need to prepare in case it does happen. And I know that work has begun, but they need to prioritize that work. Because when the raids happened under Trump 1, the de Blasio administration did a good job. And we at WIN, with the support of the administration, trained all of our security guards. And ICE came one night to one of our shelters without the proper judicial documentation, and we were able to send them away, and they left. So I know I spoke to the commissioner at DHS, she is working on that, but I hope that they finish that work, A, and B, find ways to be even more protective than we were the first time.
I always worry about this when I hear mass deportation, because I wonder, you know, how are they going to identify who's who? We don't walk around with signs on our heads saying I come from X, Y, and Z. And it brings me back to a movie I saw many years ago where they actually, in California, recruited a whole bunch of migrants and threw them on a van and then sent them to deep into Mexico. And, you know, some of those people were citizens.
Right.
You know, because
right.
there was no way of identifying. So
It
I'll be extra careful when I'm walking the street,
Absolutely.
you know, that I don't get snatched up as well, because under this new administration, one never knows.
It
But
makes anyone who isn't white and might have an accent vulnerable.
That's all. Yeah, that's yeah. One of the I just something out of curiosity, just because on the provider end, is there, you know, because the Trump administration has been so vocal about, you know, what their intentions are, I'm assuming that this is creating another layer of anxiety. Is there information that is required to be posted that informs residents, you know, specifically like migrant residents, of what their rights are?
We've given all of that out.
I'm sure that you have, because
Yeah,
I know that you're great, but
I
are you
don't know.
required to? Because
I don't know.
I worry. Okay, so we'll
Yeah, I
look
don't
into
know.
that, because I think, you know, the best way to arm people is with information. And once people at least understand that
Right.
these are their rights, then that, you know, helps alleviate some of those
Yeah,
concerns.
I'll check. I don't know. One other thing I just wanted to mention about data, we, in conjunction with the New York Legal Assistance Group, have put together a legal clinic lead, we call it, for our migrant clients. Now, we could tell you of the 160 that we've worked with so far, who's done work training, who's gotten a job, who's done English language. We have 2 staff people, right? So I don't understand why the city can't tell you that data when we could.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you. And thank you, I know some of our clients are gonna, Zoom in or virtually come in.
Yes,
Thank you for giving
yes,
them the
yes.
opportunity and
Thank you
for
so
making
much.
accommodations for anonymity.
No. We'll now hear from Senator Ganardis. Sorry.
Great, thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm State Senator Andrew Ganardis, and I'm here to testify in support of Resolution 41, which calls on the state to adopt or enact the New York State Working Families Tax Credit, which I am the Senate sponsor of. Just as a baseline, I think we all know working families are struggling to get by in New York, and the problem is only getting worse. Poverty in our city is soaring. 1 in 4 children in our city now live in poverty. We saw the news yesterday that 1 in 8 children in New York are homeless. And according to the state comptroller, New York State has one of the highest child poverty rates of any state in the country. We rank 41st out of 50. And 23% of city residents say that they're struggling to pay for their basic necessities like food and housing and clothes, etc. And that's really the basis for why I proposed and wrote the Working Families Tax Credit, which is designed to give New Yorkers the support that they need to afford the essentials for their kids, whether that be diapers, clothes, rent, just the roof over their head, pay a utility bill. God forbid they want to go to the zoo or the museum as a family, all of the essentials. And it's based and it's modeled on the incredible success we saw with the expanded federal child tax credit through the American Rescue Plan, which was President Biden's COVID relief bill, where when we bumped up the child tax credit at the federal level, for 6 months, we cut the poverty rate in this country for kids in half by 50%. So the Working Families Tax Credit seeks to operate in a similar way, and it does so in a couple of important things. Number one, it streamlines and expands several existing state tax credits, including the New York State Earned Income Tax Credit, the New York State Empire Child Credit, and the New York State Dependent Exemption. The reason for that is that many of the people who claim one or all 3 of those benefits, they are largely the same, and so we want to simplify the process by which they can access those benefits. The plan provides crucial support for families by increasing the maximum credit to $1,600 per child and provides a minimum $100 floor for every child regardless of income. It eliminates the cap that exists under state law for the number of kids that are eligible, and it pins the credit to inflation, and it closes important loopholes like covers 17-year-olds, includes ITIN filers, and eliminates a regressive income phase-in, and crucially, would be paid out 4 times a year so that families would not have to wait until tax time in order to see these benefits. Instead, they can get a check 4 times a year to help them pay for their essentials. I really encourage the council to take this resolution up. It'll be incredibly helpful to our momentum in Albany to have the support of the city council to push for enactment of this bill while we're trying to meet our New York State child poverty reduction goals by 2030. And I thank the committee for giving me a few moments to chat about this.
Thank you so much, Senator Ganardis, for this work and this bill. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. We will now call up Claire Salant, sorry, I didn't read that, and Jacob Berman.
Good morning, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair. Sorry, am I close enough to the mic? Great. Good morning, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Aviles, and the Committees of Immigration and General Welfare. I am Claire Salant, the lead budget and policy analyst for IBO, the New York City Independent Budget Office, which is an independent city agency. I am joined today by my colleague, Jacob Berman, who's the director of the Social and Community Services team at IBO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm only going to read the highlights of our testimony, so please refer to our written testimony, which you should have for more detail. So, I am here to discuss the city's implementation of their 30 and 60-day exit policies for asylum seekers, referred to in this testimony as new arrivals. The city justified the need for exit policies and historic changes to the city's long-standing right to shelter policy on the assumption that they would reduce the population and high costs related to new arrivals. IBO's May 2024 report noted that these management strategies are not purely money savers, but generate new costs and have potentially negative consequences on a particularly vulnerable population. Just yesterday, the mayor announced new policies to address some of these consequences, implicitly acknowledging the problems with the strategy that began over a year ago. Since 2022, more than 220,000 new arrivals have entered the city. Providing services for these arrivals have cost about $5.2 billion over the last 2 years, about a third of which has come from the state. For context, the total cost in 2024 was $3.75 billion, which represents less than 3% of the city's total budget, including all funding sources. This actual spending has been much lower than the city's forecasts, and the number of new arrivals entering the city has been rapidly declining in recent months. Nevertheless, the city continues to budget very high costs for this population moving forward. For example, the adopted budget assumes costs will be higher this year, fiscal year 2025, and next year, fiscal year 2026, than it was last year, even though the population is declining. According to data IBO obtained from the administration, as of November 1st, approximately 20,600 adults in families with minor children had a first exit notice expire. Of this group, about 58% have left the system, and the remaining 42% are still in the city's care. For those who return to the arrival center for a new placement, 89% are in a different facility than their original shelter location. For individual adults, including families of related adults without children, approximately 51,000 people have had an exit notice expire for the first time. For those who apply for an extension to remain in the shelter system, the city has approved 85% for extensions for those who apply based on their state benefit status, and only 33% of extensions for those who apply based on extenuating circumstances criteria. Many of the impacts of exit policies are social and emotional and not easily quantifiable. For what is quantifiable, IBO estimated some potential negative consequences in April, including the challenges of getting mail, a potential risk of increased street homelessness, and costs for the new busing requests for children. Since the city's new exit policies began in May, there have been considerable reporting on the challenges of missed mail, with individuals missing work authorizations as well as court notices and other crucial information. There has also been a visible rise in encampments around shelters, as individuals are either not given an extension or are placed too far from their original shelter location. Lastly, while IBO has not yet analyzed the specific impacts of the exit policies on students, there is already a robust body of research that documents the negative impacts of both mid-year school changes and long commutes on student outcomes. Yesterday morning, Mayor Adams announced that the city will create a centralized mail location to guarantee that new arrivals can continue to get important legal documents even when they have to move facilities or leave the shelter system. While this will make a significant difference going forward, it will not address the potentially thousands of new arrivals who may have already lost essential documents. The mayor also announced that families with minor children from kindergarten through 6th grade will be able to stay in the same facility. This will reduce educational and social disruption, as well as associated transportation costs for these families, but it will not do so for families with older students. Lastly, in terms of spending, 1 year ago in the November 2023 financial plan, the city estimated that costs related to new arrivals would total $4.7 billion in 2024 and $6.1 billion in 2025. A year later, actual costs were almost $1 billion lower for 2024, and the city has already reduced the 2025 budget by over $1 billion compared to last year. This reduction comes even as the city has continued to use for-profit vendors and emergency contracts for much longer than is typical. IBO expects the 2025 budget estimate to shrink even further in the coming November plan, given that the population entering the city has been falling since January and exits have outpaced entries for most of the last year. Furthermore, IBO expects the budgeted amounts in the out years, which are currently over $7 billion, to be similarly reduced. As the new budget comes out, IBO will be looking at the revised budget for 2025 through 2028, as well as updating our estimates based on recent population data, which will reflect the impact of exit policies. We will also be factoring in the considerable uncertainty arising from the outcome of the federal election earlier this month. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for that. I think that and I'm actually now, while I'm hearing you, I'm like trying to multitask because I'm trying to get on top of all of the unanswered questions and trying to be very sensitive and careful, in what we say and do here today. But what do you attribute to be the highest drivers in cost at this moment? And because when, we're looking at this year's, upcoming budget, the administration is expecting to have more revenue as a result of the closure of some of these facilities. What you're saying does not necessarily align with what the administration is expecting to happen. And so I'm wondering, where are you seeing the higher shifts? Where are we seeing a reduction in cost?
So we don't know exactly what's going to be in the budget, and we won't until tomorrow, probably. So I can't comment on what exactly the administration is going to budget, but we're happy to talk about that when we come back to testify in a few weeks. But I will say that the way that we are thinking about this is that you can't, when you say that you're going to get savings for something that was never going to be spent anyway, is that really savings? I would argue that I think because these costs were unlikely to ever be as high as they've been budgeted to be, which is something that we at IBO have been pointing out for the last 2 years.
Absolutely.
Saying that, oh, well, we found these savings might not be the most accurate way of portraying the situation.
Interesting, because it would, it gives the impression that because we're shutting down, migrant shelters, that we are, in essence, saving. It's a good point. Okay, did you have any questions, Alexa? Okay, thank you guys so much.
Appreciate it.
I just want to warn that we have, I think, about 13 panels. No, about 13 panels. And so we're going to be strictly sticking to the 2-minute rule. So if your testimony is more than 2 minutes, we ask that you please highlight those areas of importance, and you can always submit the full testimony for the record. We're going to be calling up Erica Alvarez, Evelyn Velasquez, Tanya Parades, Janaba Diaby, Okay, so let's start with the Abby's while we wait for the interpreter on this side. What is the baby's name? That is baby Adama. I knew it. I knew that was the baby. Yes. Yes, baby Adama's famous. Just like her auntie Adama. You may begin.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Mamadou Diallo. I'm the Director of Operations at Africana, but also I'll be serving today as Jenaba's advocate. She charged me with reading reading her written statement, so, which is what I'm going to do because I heard about the 2-minute rule, so I'm going to go ahead. Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jabi. When I came to New York City, I had no family and no place to go. Someone told me about Adama and Africana, saying they could help me. I was heavily pregnant and in a lot of pain after my journey from Guinea-Conakry, my home country, to the United States. Adama and I connected when she referred me to the Roosevelt Hotel. Where I was placed at the hotel, no one spoke Pula. If you needed help, you had to wait days for someone who could interpret. One day, Adama visited the hotel. She asked if I was okay, and I was shocked to meet someone who spoke my language. Seeing I was heavily pregnant, she helped me get medical care and connected me with lawyers from Project Rousseau. Africana also helped me get clothing, and when I had no phone, they provided one with free service for a year. When I was feeling depressed, Adama told me to come to the office and just hang out. She said many women come to walk around and talk, and she wasn't lying. I went and met other women who spoke Pula, and I received so much help. Project Rousseau also helped me enroll my daughter in school. One day, while leaving the Roosevelt Hotel to do laundry, the staff yelled at me to go back to my room and pack my belongings. They told me I had to leave immediately. I begged them to let me get my baby from daycare first, but they refused. They said I had to leave because my 60 days were up. I was so confused and didn't know what to do, so I called Adama crying. She told me to wait. She made some phone calls. The hotel staff told me Adama couldn't help me, and they kept pressuring me to pack my things. I asked a neighbor to help me pack while Adama arranged for someone to pick up my daughter. The staff wouldn't let me leave the room until everything was packed. As I was packing, someone came to speak with me. I called Adama and put her on speakerphone, but they kept telling me to hang up. Adama advised me to send her my medical documents on WhatsApp before doing anything else. Despite the pressure, I listened to her. After some time, the hotel staff told me I could stay. They claimed I had not given them my daughter's medical paperwork, but I had provided it earlier. They simply hadn't listened to me. It's very hard living at the hotel. The staff yell at us in English, and they won't let us call Africana for interpretations. Instead, we're forced to use the language line, which often gets the Pula translation wrong. Since that incident, the staff have been nicer to me, but the process is still exhausting. Adama later told me she had to make many phone calls to advocate for me. She also reminded me to keep all my medical paper organized and to advocate for myself. Now I tell everyone at the hotel to contact Africana because they truly help. There are so many pregnant women and people with medical issues who are kicked out of these hotels every 60 days. It's heartbreaking. Before New York, I did not feel safe. I thought coming here would allow me to finally settle down, but it is still so unstable. I can't find a job or attend training programs because I don't speak Spanish or English. I'm grateful for the help I've received, but the city can't treat us like cattle, moving us around constantly. We need real help, and we can contribute to society if given the chance. My children go to school near the Roosevelt Hotel, but their schools are in different locations. I don't know how I will manage with 2 small children if I'm moved again. I recently received another 60 days notice. My doctor has written another letter, but I'm not sure if they will accept it. I know I'll need Africana's help again, and I'm so thankful for their support. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer. Thank you for listening.
I appreciate that. And believe it or not, baby Adama finally fell asleep. This is the part of the hearing that bored her to sleep.
Adama. Adama danike dum fo ari mo dogude do. Joni ba hewti ko ala ta don wo danike.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Wajara mamoja non ko aluda do kon hande ko andinda be kon.
Podemos empezar si quiere de este. Ok, pueden dar el.
Ok, vas a comenzar a hablar en español. Cualquier cosita.
Entonces, you need a break.
What happened?
You work too much. You need a break.
Oh, yes? Okay. Oh, but you don't want me. Oh, you prefer to interpret? Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Él te va a ayudar.
Sí, ¿cómo está?
Ya empiezo. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Tania, soy de Ecuador.
My name is Tania, and I'm from Ecuador.
Bueno.
Oh.
Okay. Bueno, soy del grupo de mujeres indocumentadas
I'm part of the group of undocumented women.
y en este tema de los traslados o de los desalojos hemos experimentado
This subject of eviction of the moving, I have experienced.
Situaciones de no poder dormir, no poder estar en los baños con privacidad porque no en todos los lugares, en todos los
I have
refugios
experienced situations in which I wasn't able to sleep and also using the bathrooms.
hay baños independientes, son baños compartidos.
Because there is private bathrooms and there is also private bathrooms that you have to share.
Por lo tanto, en algún momento en uno de los refugios tuve un, digamos, inconveniente con un sujeto que fue a golpearme la puerta insistentemente para que le abra porque quería el baño y aparte había 5 baños más.
So in one of the shelters, I had a bad experience with the man who was knocking the door very aggressively, wanting me to come out when there was 4 other bathrooms that could be used. There were 5 bathrooms in total.
Debido a esta situación fui al hospital por emergencia con la presión alta, a 200 llegué.
Because of this incident, I had to go to the hospital with my blood pressure of 200.
Tengo a cargo 2 niños de 11 y 4 años y el más grande se enfermó de gastritis por toda esta situación.
I have 2 children. One is 11 and another is 4. And the one who is 11 became sick with gastritis because of this situation.
Con todo el tema de los desalojos vivimos en constante zozobra o estrés, como le llaman.
Because of the issue of the evictions, we live in constant stress and worry.
Con los niños llegamos tarde a las escuelas todos los días desde que estamos cambiados de lugar.
The children are always late to school every day because we're moving around.
Dormimos en una misma cama con los niños y es
We all
complicado.
sleep in the same bed with the children.
Es complicado andar con las maletas de aquí para allá con ellos
And it's-
pequeños y nosotros para cuando tenemos que ir a la 45
It's
a
very
poder,
complicated to move around with all
volver a
suitcases
aplicar.
and all the baggages and when we have to go to 45th Street.
Si tuviéramos un lugar permanente hasta que pudiéramos tener documentos, podríamos tener otra mejor calidad de vida para los niños.
If we had a permanent place until we get the documents, we would have a better quality of life for the children.
Tener estabilidad emocional ellos y nosotros al final y poder tener los
For
documentos
them
para
to
trabajar.
have emotional stability as well as us.
Es todo, gracias.
And that's all, that's everything.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eileen Velázquez.
Good afternoon, my name is
Velázquez.
Velázquez.
Mi grupo familiar es mi hija de 6 años y yo.
My family group is my daughter who is 6 years old and I.
No estoy en la regla de los 60 días.
¿Está?
No estoy en la regla de los 60
I'm
días.
not under the rule of 60-day rule.
Aunque en septiembre nos mandaron una comunicación que íbamos a pasar a esa regla.
Even though in September they sent us a notice that we were going to go into that group.
En 18 meses que llevo en el sistema, me han mudado 2 veces.
In 18 months that I've been in the system, they have moved me twice.
La primera, de de un refugio familiar a un refugio solo para padres solteros.
From a family shelter to a shelter only for single parents,
El cual convirtió el tiempo también en un refugio familiar, motivo por el cual
which became, with time, a family shelter.
no renovaron el contrato del hotel y tuvimos que desalojar todos.
But they didn't renew the contract with the hotel, and we all had to leave.
Eso iba a ser en el mes de abril, gracias a la comunidad de Brooklyn
That
y
was
a la
going to be
escuela.
in April, thanks to the Brooklyn community and the school.
Se pudo esperar hasta el mes de junio que los niños salieron del año
We were
escolar.
able to wait. They extended the time, and we were able to wait till June, till the children left school.
En mi experiencia con los traslados, se nos paralizan los procesos que vamos avanzando.
In my experience with the moving around, the process becomes stalled
Ya que los trabajadores sociales no funcionan igual.
due to the social workers that don't work as well.
Hoy en día mi hija está en la misma escuela porque viajó 2 estaciones a llevarla.
Today, my daughter is in the same school because she traveled 2 stations to get there.
Y la ayuda del transporte me la da la escuela, no
And-
el Chester.
Transportation service is provided by the school, not the shelter.
Actualmente, cuando llegué teníamos trabajador social,
At the moment,
actualmente
when
no.
we arrived, we had a social worker. At the moment, we don't have a caseworker. We don't have anything.
También decirles que igual estaba, no hacía ninguna función.
And, but she or he didn't do his job well. He didn't do anything well.
Muchas familias actualmente tienen los beneficios de la HRA porque yo me he dado a la tarea de ayudarles a
And a
direccionarlos.
lot of people now have the HDA service because I took upon myself to tell them and help them out with it.
Y en el mes de octubre me llegó mi social y mi permiso de trabajo,
And in October, I got my social security and my work permit.
el cual el otro proceso era solicitar el voucher del 30% para poder salir del sistema.
And the next step was going to apply for the voucher of 30 days so that I could leave the system, the shelter.
El cual me han direccionado a distintas oficinas en el cual toda la respuesta es que lo tiene que hacer el Chester.
But then I was sent to different offices, but I've been told that the shelter is the one that's got to do it.
Hoy somos 4 familias en mi Chester que tenemos todos los requisitos para el voucher del 30% de ayuda para lo del alquiler y no tenemos quien nos lo gestione.
Now we are 4 families in my shelter that have everything ready, and we're just waiting for the 30% voucher, but we don't get it. We haven't gotten it.
Estar en una vivienda en mi persona me estabiliza emocionalmente tanto a mi hija, a mí,
To have
alimentariamente y laboralmente.
To have a living place will benefit myself and my daughter emotionally, and also for food, and also to be able to get a job.
Ya que podría contar con la ayuda de alguien adicional para cuando mi horario y el de mi hija sea similar y para los días que ella no tenga escuela me
So-
la puedan cuidar.
So that I could have help from somebody else whenever I have to work and my daughter has to take the day off.
Porque en el Chester no me permiten que alguien de confianza me cuide mi hija para yo poder trabajar.
Because in the shelter system, I'm not allowed to have a friend or a babysitter to come and babysit my daughter, when I
También-
have to work.
También quería hacer un comentario
And I
de-
also wanted to make another comment
para que tengan el conocimiento. Yo he pasado por 3 Chester,
for you to know that I have been to 3 shelters
en el cual hay siempre habitaciones vacías
in which there is always empty rooms
por meses.
for months.
donde podían ser ubicadas familias que están en el proceso de los 60 días.
where families in the process of 60 days could be placed.
Ejemplo, en mi Chester actual se llama Metropolitan.
For example, in my shelter, which is called Metropolis,
La habitación 406 tiene más de un mes
room
vacía,
406 has more than 1 month
el
empty,
cual la ciudad está pagando por ella.
and the city is paying for it.
Hay otro tema que la ciudad nos está implantando,
And there is another issue that the city is
dándonos un voucher de 5,000 o 4,000 para conseguir un apartamento
they're giving us a voucher for $5,000 or $4,000 to be able to get an apartment.
para tener un mes de depósito y un mes de alquiler.
So that's 1 month of deposit and 1 month of rent.
No he conocido la primera persona que se los hayan dado,
But I have not, until this day, met someone who's gotten it.
pero sí he conocido 3 familias que se han ido de la ciudad de Nueva York con mentiras. La habitación 405, el muchacho lo sacaron
But I
diciendo,
haven't met families that had to leave New York because of the lies. For example, room 405, the guy,
diciendo que el cheque ya había llegado y él está en Dallas pasando necesidad con una niña de 6 meses.
they told him that the check has arrived, but he's in Dallas now with a daughter of 6 months.
Ajá, porque del Chester lo sacaron supuestamente porque ya habían llevado el cheque.
Because they evict him from the shelter because supposedly the check had already arrived.
Entonces, gracias.
Thank you.
Deme un segundito.
Los niños supuestamente no han podido acogerse a ningún beneficio, los niños míos.
Beneficio.
Just a reminder that you do not have to disclose your address if you don't want
No
to.
tienen que dar sus direcciones si no lo quieren.
Sí, un recordatorio, si no quieren dar información privada y datos de vivienda, no están bajo ninguna obligación de hacerlo. Estamos tratando de ser bien cuidadosos. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Dale al botoncito que prenda. Ajá.
Buenas tardes,
Good
mi nombre es
afternoon.
Erika y soy de Ecuador.
My name is Erica and I'm from Ecuador.
Hace un mes empecé a hacer uso de los shelters
1 month ago, I started using the shelters
por un caso en común que tuve con mi hija de abuso sexual en mi vivienda.
because of an issue with my daughter of sexual abuse in my prior housing.
El Fondo de Mujeres Indocumentadas me comentó de esto y empecé a hacer uso.
The group of undocumented women told me about this and I started using it.
Pero desde un inicio fue como que no querían darme ayuda porque mi pareja no es solicitante de asilo, él ya está aquí 2 años.
But first, they didn't want to help me because my partner is not an asylum seeker. He has already been here for 2 years.
Y, o sea, yo vi buscando ayuda para poder tener más información, para tener un trabajo y darle una vivienda digna a mis hijos para que no vuelva a suceder lo mismo
I
con mi
went to
niña.
get help, to get a job, and to give my children a dignified life so that this doesn't happen again.
Entonces, mucho conocimiento de cómo sea no tengo, pero no hay trabajadora social en donde actualmente vivo para poder acceder, como la compañera decía, a casos como que ya nos ayuden con un departamento a bajo costo
So
o
I
algo
have the
así.
knowledge, but there is no case worker that can help me to get an apartment at a low price, affordable housing.
No hay, yo tengo que compartir con mi pareja y mis niños la misma área.
I have to share with my partner and my kids the same area.
Ellos son adolescentes, los dos duermen en la misma cama, entonces son cosas que a mí, por la
They're-
situación que pasó, me preocupan mucho.
They're teenagers and they sleep in the same bed, and because of what happened, it worries me a lot.
y una vivienda digna, yo creo que nos ayudaría para poder darles una estabilidad a nuestros hijos y actualmente yo estoy embarazada. Eso sería todo.
A dignified housing will be housing will be able to give my children a dignified life, and also I'm pregnant at the moment,
Eso sería todo.
and that will be all.
Gracias y gracias por
Thank you.
coger el momento de venir a testificar. Sabemos que es bien difícil, pero también es un momento importante oír de la voz del representante. Y estoy asumiendo que las personas a las cuales, con sus vecinos, están contentos de que ustedes estén aquí abocando también por ellos a la misma vez. I want to say thank you to everyone, to this panel, for coming to testify. I know that it's difficult, but it's also very important. You are a representative voice for a community that's back home or, you know, in your shelter setting who could not be here today, and so you speak for them all. And I'm sure that they really appreciate that. Thank you.
Gracias.
The next panel will be online, the Wynn Families panel.
You may begin.
Si está presente el panel de la organización de WEN, pueden empezar.
You may begin.
¿Puede comenzar?
Give us 1 second. When families, you are unmuted, you can begin. If not, we will come back to you and we will call on the next panel. Okay, we're moving on. Airenaku, Madalena Lute Leticia, Abdul Karim Dian, Miguel da Costa, Lamin Kante, okay, this is Aricanto. Okay, that's you? Yes. Okay, and you?
Lamin.
Okay, Lamin. Miguel de Costa.
Did you leave already? Okay.
Madalena Lute Leticia. Abdul Karim Dian. Abdul? Okay. These two are here. Okay, you may begin.
All right. Are you able to hear me okay? All right. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the chairs of the committees on immigration and general welfare for holding today's hearing. My name is Ainakwe Bernadette Omaragban, and I'm the New York Policy Manager at African Communities Together. I know many of you are familiar with ACT, but for the folks in the back of the room, ACT is a national membership organization by and for African immigrants dedicated to fighting for civil rights, opportunity, and a better life for Africans living in the United States. The members of our New York chapter hail from countries like Senegal, Mali, Ivory Coast, Ethiopia, etc., just to name a few. Today, I'm here to speak in opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' 30-60-day rule. For the last few years, ACT has been working tirelessly with members of the New York Shelter for All in Need Equally, or NYSANE Coalition, to protect New Yorkers' right to shelter in a safe place. I think a lot of my colleagues would agree with me in saying that the 30-60-day rule has not, does not, and will not work. There has been little to no movement from the city and the state to create a sustainable solution to the outcry of our members, and to be honest, a lot of this is disheartening. Studies show that over 65,000 migrants and asylum seekers residing in the city's shelter system are yet to be stabilized and are yet to be integrated into the community. This 30-60-day rule has blocked asylum seekers' efforts to get the work permits they need to obtain stable housing, and they've created a lot of hurdles for them to join housing programs like City FEPS. Last night, it was approximately 47 degrees outside, and there has been an alarming increase in the number of people sleeping on the streets, in public parks, on trains, and other makeshift shelters. A lot of folks in New York, you've seen it, so I don't have to explain that situation. And this short-sighted policy has not only exacerbated New York's housing crisis, but it poses a detrimental threat to their human health and their life. Instead of supporting them and manifesting their American dreams, this policy has further traumatized new arrivals and made it impossible for them to access the care they need to fight the elements associated with immigration. Like many advocates, I'll keep it very short, the results of this year's presidential election has stirred up a series of emotions. We have some fear and some uncertainty around how the first 100 days of the upcoming presidential administration will shape immigration policy and things of that nature. But in spite of these, feelings, we will continue to protect and stand for our members and other disenfranchised groups. So here in New York, this starts with protecting the right to shelter, abolishing Mayor Adams' 30-60-day rule, and passing bills like Councilmember Hanif's Intro 210, which is being considered on the city and state level to protect these shelter limits and protect our new community members. So to keep it very short, I think it's time for us to put a stop to this, and we must act now. So thank you. And I'm going to pass it to some of the members of African Communities Together so you can hear their experiences in the shelters. Thank you.
Bonsoir. Mon nom c'est Abdelkarim Diané. Je vis avec ma femme à New York et mes deux enfants.
Hello, my name is Abdul Karim Dian. I live in New York with my wife and my two children who are aged 2 years and 3 months old.
Je vis dans un centre d'hébergement avec mes deux enfants de 2 ans et de 3 mois.
We are living in a temporary shelter.
Mais les conditions dans ce centre d'hébergement sont très difficiles.
And the living conditions are extremely difficult.
Imaginez une famille de 2 adultes et 2 enfants à bas âge quitter le centre d'hébergement à un autre à chaque 2 mois.
Imagine being a family with 2 small children and having to, under the age of 3, and having to change a shelter every 2 months.
Au cours de cette année, on a fait 4 centres d'hébergement.
We've had to move with our children 4 times in the past year.
Au cours de ces déplacements, ma femme avait une grossesse très avancée.
And for much of this time, my wife was in the late stages of pregnancy.
Avec une santé très fragile.
And her health was very, she was at risk.
Ma fille de 2 ans et demi, elle dort avec nous sur le même lit.
Our daughter, who is 2.5 years old, has to sleep in the same bed with us.
Donc, ma femme aussi voulait aller à l'école, mais elle ne peut pas aller à l'école parce que sa première fille n'a pas la nationalité américaine. On n'a pas garderie d'enfants.
So my wife would really like to take English classes, but she can't do that because there's no childcare. And also we're told that she doesn't, because nobody has citizenship, that our daughter doesn't qualify for childcare.
Donc, je demande aux autorités de la ville de nous aider, d'améliorer nos conditions de vie dans les centres d'hébergement.
So we're asking for official help to improve our living conditions.
Et nous donner un temps nécessaire afin de trouver un boulot pour nous prendre en charge.
And to please give us enough time for me to find a job that can sustain our family in a permanent living conditions.
Parce que aujourd'hui, le problème est que on a des difficultés liées à nos conditions de vie. C'est parce que nous ne sommes pas très bien accueillis dans la ville.
We don't know how we're going to be able to survive in this city in these very difficult, hostile conditions.
Parce que si nous travaillons, on peut se prendre en charge.
We're trying desperately to find work.
Donc, je vous remercie pour cette opportunité.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to bring our case to your attention. Good afternoon, everyone.
Moi, je m'appelle Lamine Kanté, je viens de la Guinée. Lamine Kanté, je viens de la Guinée.
I come from Guinea.
Donc, je suis rentré ici depuis le mois de février passé.
I came here last February,
Je suis logé dans les centres d'hébergement temporaire.
and I'm also in a temporary shelter.
Mes 4 premiers mois ont été très très difficiles à New York ici.
My first 4 months were incredibly difficult here in New York.
Après les premiers mois à Manhattan, dans les shelters, on m'a mis au dehors. Mais moi, je ne savais pas que je dois partir à 185 pour renouveler. J'ai fait 3 nuits, je suis au dehors.
So I was, after the first 4 months, I was put out on the street, and I had no one to go to and no place to sleep, so I spent 3 nights sleeping out on the street.
Donc, il y a quelqu'un qui m'a dit maintenant de contacter l'Africa Together Communication.
And someone referred me to Africa Communications.
On m'a envoyé à 185, ils ont pu renouveler pour moi. Ça se trouve que j'ai commencé les cours à Manhattan.
And they found me more temporary shelter in Manhattan.
Donc, j'ai perdu mes cours aussi parce qu'avec l'intégration, c'est pas facile. Si tu ne parles pas l'anglais et aussi connaître la loi de la ville, tu peux pas vivre.
And it's very difficult for me without having any way of learning English to find my way around. I can't even navigate the city. And it's also important, I'm unaware of what the law is. I'm trying to comply with the law, but first I have to know what the law is in order to be compliant.
Donc, on m'a envoyé aussi à Brooklyn, à Wall Street. Actuellement, je suis là-bas.
So finally I was sent to Brooklyn, and that's where I am currently.
Mais pour partir à l'école, ça c'est très très difficile pour nous parce qu'on n'a pas les moyens pour se déplacer. Alors l'école est plus, là où on est logé, l'école c'est plus long. Des fois même moi je dois marcher plus de 1h30 minutes pour arriver à l'école, aller-retour chaque jour.
Vous avez des enfants?
Non, je suis célibataire.
Okay.
J'avais des
But
temps.
we want to be able to take English lessons and training, and we can't do it because every time we want to enroll somewhere, we're sent someplace else, and it's no longer in a traveling distance.
Il y a certains centres d'hébergement aussi, on te fait sortir de 6h à la maison, tu rentres là-bas, tu as l'accès encore à 19h pour passer la nuit.
And then,
Non, on sort, on te réveille à 6h du matin.
also at the temporary shelters, they kick you out at 6 a.m. and where you're going to go at 6 a.m. and they don't let you back in again until it's time to go to sleep. So where are we supposed to be during that time? especially in bad weather.
Donc, si tu n'as pas l'accès là-bas encore jusqu'à 19h, donc tu es obligé de passer toute la journée dans les parcs.
So we spend our days from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. in the park.
Et puis, les conditions de manger aussi dans les shelters, c'est pas bon. La nourriture qu'on nous donne, nous, on ne peut pas manger ça.
And the food is so spoiled that we don't dare eat it.
Alors que nous, on sort, on ramasse les bidons pour chercher à manger.
So we're going through trash cans looking for our next meal.
Donc, avec les manger là aussi, tu peux faire, la digestion, c'est pas bon. Tu peux faire une semaine sans partir à la douche. Alors que ça, là, c'est une maladie qui n'est pas bon pour nous.
And there is, we can go days without having access to a working shower. It's not sanitary.
Donc, avec l'élection et tout ce qui s'est passé là, on vient d'apprendre aussi, après les 60 jours, on va nous mettre à dehors. Alors que dans les 2 jours là, il fait très, très, très froid. La froid a commencé.
And now we're being told that after 70 days, we're going to be put out permanently on the street. And that's going to be the heart of winter. Where are we supposed to go?
Donc, hier nuit, nous, avec nos amis, on a fait une réunion dans notre shelter là-bas. Comme aujourd'hui, moi, je devrais venir pour expliquer la réalité, ce qui se passe dans les shelters.
So that's why I'm here, is to let you know the real conditions that we're experiencing in the shelters.
Donc, nous, on veut demander la doléance par le gouvernement, par le gouverneur de la ville.
So we're asking for mercy from you and from the governor
Pour alléger les problèmes d'hébergement temporaire pour nous.
to show us some mercy in extending our temporary shelter.
Pour les 60 jours là, c'est pas bon. Si on nous fait sortir dans les shelters, on va dormir dans la rue.
Because if you put us out, we're going to be sleeping on the street for sure.
Donc, ça là, c'est pas bon pour nous. Ça trouve que notre mentalité n'est pas tranquille.
So we're living in fear.
Actuellement, on est en train d'apprendre la langue et comment s'intégrer aussi dans la ville.
All we ask is the opportunity to learn English so that we can get work.
Donc, on a besoin l'aide de la ville, l'autorité de la ville pour le monde de déplacement et les centres d'hébergement aussi.
So we're asking for an extension of the permission to remain in the shelter, and also please take a hard look at improving the conditions there so that they're sanitary and safe,
Surtout aussi les manger.
especially the food.
Donc, que Dieu bénisse la ville de New York. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Before you walk away, could you ask him who told him that after 70 days he'd have to leave permanently?
Qui est-ce qui vous a dit qu'après 70 jours, il fallait partir?
Donc, on nous a informé ça dans les shelters.
At the shelters.
Les gens, ceux qui travaillent au shelter, les travailleurs.
The shelter employees told us that.
Okay, is he aware that he can go to the reticketing center to reapply?
Est-ce que vous êtes au courant que vous avez le droit de faire une sollicitude à nouveau pour renouveler votre séjour? Ils ne vous ont pas appris de ça?
Bon, même moi, avant, je faisais ça, mais actuellement, avant-hier, là, c'est ça qu'on m'a dit qu'on ne pourra plus renouveler maintenant. Et puis aussi, pour le renouvellement, là où j'étudie, quand on me quitte là-bas, je dois partir jusqu'à ZFK, ou bien pour mon école, ça va détruire mon éducation, et puis aussi, je ne serai pas tranquille aussi.
So in order to do that, I found that out yesterday was the first I heard of it, but I was also told I have to go out to JFK, so I'm going to miss school again. And I'm not quite sure if JFK is the only place I'm going to be allowed to stay or not.
Okay. I just want to make sure that he understands that they cannot, we don't deny housing, so they will make it difficult by having you leave every so often and start all over again, but
He says that he's started English lessons in one place and he's going to lose them if he moves, to 2 boroughs away.
Okay. We can help, we can follow up with him about that and try to see,
Suivre avec vous, voir s'il pourrait vous aider à vous trouver un logement plus proche à vos cours d'anglais. Okay?
Okay.
Who should he see about this?
So he should, if you could get his information and give it to one of the guards, they'll give it to us.
Okay. On va donner votre information au gardien et on va le passer au conseil. Okay?
OK. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Merci. Thank you. Okay, we're going back to the WIN family panel online. Can you hear us?
You may begin.
WIN families? Okay, we will be back. Adale Okporo? Maura Hero? Bara Elman? And Halima Wali. You may begin.
Thank you to the Committee of General Welfare. Thank you, Councilmember Ayala and Councilmember Aviles. My name is Edafe Okboro. I'm the Executive Director of Refuge America. We are a nonprofit serving LGBTQIA asylum seekers. My testimony today is a protest and standing in gap for people who are traditionally marginalized by society. I strongly oppose the 30-day and 60-day shelter limit policies because this limit is an attempt to undermine the city's 40-year-old right to shelter laws, which have prevented thousands of New Yorkers from sleeping on the streets. In 2018, I was the executive director of New York City First Shelter for Asylum Seekers. I know LGBTQI asylum seekers who go to city shelter and feel unsafe are further threatened by policies that do not give them an opportunity to rebuild their life. In the years I ran the shelter, we provided shelter for more than 1,000 families to begin their life. One example comes to mind: Desta, a gay man from Guyana who sought asylum in New York City. We brought him from New York City Rescue Shelter into our shelter system. And in 2 years, during the pandemic, he was working as an EMT for New York City. New migrants who come into New York City in search of a new life are just looking for an opportunity to rebuild their life. That's why I asked the mayor and the administration, at what length are we going to go to orchestrate a migrant crisis just to prove a point? Or are we going to work to be efficient to create a safety net for New Yorkers? We saw an influx of migrants in 2023. It's more than 18 months. The rates have gone down drastically. At what length are we going to go to continue vilifying these migrants? So I asked the administration to govern with compassion and effectiveness while we seek long-term solution. I urge the administration to stop stripping New York of legislation that has helped people like me to have a different life. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on Mayor Adams' 30 and 60-day shelter stay limits. My name is Halima Wali, and I am the founding co-director of Afghans for a Better Tomorrow, an Afghan-led advocacy organization dedicated to systemic change for Afghans in the U.S. and beyond. I am here to strongly oppose these inhumane policies. Since the end of 2022, our organization has supported nearly 1,200 asylum seekers in New York City, many of whom are Afghans that fled famine, brutal persecution, and climate devastation, conditions created or worsened by U.S. policies. They arrived here seeking stability and safety, but now face eviction from shelters, a policy that is harsh, unjust, and re-traumatizing. One Afghan father of 6, part of a persecuted religious and ethnic minority seeking asylum, asked us, why would they displace us all over again, force my girls to switch schools when we fled the only country in the world when my daughters are denied an education? This policy is not just cruel, it's dangerous. Evicting families from shelters after such brief stays forces them into homelessness and jeopardizes their health, safety, and future. For children, the stakes are even higher: disrupted schooling and deeper instability. These families don't want to remain in shelters where their children go malnourished due to inadequate food, they want a fair chance to rebuild their lives. They want a fair, but without time, resources, and pathways to permanent housing and employment, they are being set up to fail. New York City has long been a beacon of compassion and opportunity. Upholding our right to shelter law and investing in affordable permanent housing, language access, legal services, and workforce access will not only protect these families, but also empower them to enrich our communities. These new arrivals are motivated and ready to contribute to our city's vibrant, diverse future. I urge the mayor and city council to reject these harmful limits and commit to humane, sustainable solutions. Together, we can ensure New York remains a city of hope and opportunity for all. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. So good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak here today. My name is Rabbi Dr. Bara Elman, and I am one of 6,000 members of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. And I'm here to speak against the 30, 60-day rule that is currently causing shelter evictions for new New Yorkers. This administration shelter eviction policy must end immediately, despite even some tweaks that were made just yesterday. My Jewish tradition has much to say on hospitality and care for the stranger or foreigners, and on human dignity. In Genesis, we see Abraham rush to welcome and host 3 strangers who come to his tent, insisting they stay for a bath, food, and drink. We're commanded 36 times in our Torah, the 5 books of Moses, to love and care for the stranger, including providing the stranger with the opportunity to rest on the Sabbath. In Deuteronomy, we're told that when an indentured servant has fulfilled his time of service, the master must set that person up with housing, supplies, and the wherewithal to establish themselves economically. That is because the Torah recognizes that most of us, if given proper care, are capable of becoming contributing members to society. The migrants who come to our great city are no different. If given proper support, they are able to establish themselves. And I know this because about 2 years ago, my husband and I hosted a young Colombian man for several nights. His time with us gave him a measure of stability, which proved critical to him. We connected him to services and stayed in touch with him, and now he is working as a barber in Queens and living in his own apartment. Mine is not the only such story. Friends of mine have also opened their homes to individuals and families because they know the importance of giving someone a leg up. And we also heard about Africana Adamaba as an incredible model for this kind of aid. But surely the city of New York as a municipality can do the same. And yet Mayor Adams advocates for this 30, 60-day policy that destabilizes migrants, that takes housing away from them right after they have found shelter. His policies means that children have to change schools every couple of months, parents have to scramble to settle them again and again, and single adults have only 30 days to live in shelters before being kicked out for good. New York has the capacity to house everyone in this city who needs it, both unhoused citizens and newly arrived immigrants and refugees. Mayor Adams has spent the last 3 years pitting New Yorkers against each other, claiming that the immigrants are the reason our city is struggling, all while he's been stealing millions of taxpayer dollars and granting non-competitive government contracts to his friends, flouting daily the message emblazoned at the entrance of our city: give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. I, along with JFREG and many other migrant rights groups and housing justice groups, declare that these words on the Statue of Liberty are not mere jargon. They have meaning. They declare that immigrants are welcome here in New York City. It is Eric Adams' Trumpian policies of shelter eviction that are not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maura Heron, and I'm a supervising attorney in Sanctuary for Families Immigration Intervention Project, the nation's largest immigration legal service program exclusively for survivors of domestic violence, trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence. Sanctuary is New York State's largest provider of comprehensive services exclusively for abuse survivors and their children, with a broad holistic program of shelter, counseling, legal and economic empowerment services, reaching 8,000 to 9,000 adults and children every year. The Immigration Intervention Project represents clients in all types of humanitarian immigration relief for which they may be eligible, providing representation, pro se assistance, and advice and referrals to over 2,500 clients annually. In response to the influx of migrants to the city in recent years, we have expanded our practice to include more asylum and removal work, Last year, IIP handled nearly 400 asylum and 200 removal defense cases. We are grateful for the opportunity to testify on the critical topic of the shelter time limitations for recent migrants to New York and the impacts these limitations have on our clients' lives and our ability to represent them in their asylum cases. Our special thanks to Council members Alexa Aviles and Diana Ayala, chairs of the committees on immigration and general welfare, for calling this hearing and for their advocacy on behalf of immigrant survivors. Representing recent migrants in their asylum cases before the immigration court is demanding of both attorneys and clients. All of Sanctuary's clients are survivors of gender-based violence. They're often fleeing domestic violence, sexual violence, and homophobic violence in their home countries. Preparing an asylum case requires that survivors relive these experiences over and over as they explain their stories to us. This is not only time-intensive, but often is emotionally exhausting. We have intensified our efforts to ensure that our services are trauma-informed as our clients repeat these devastating stories to us. It is very difficult to prepare clients for their cases in court without stable housing. Clients who have to move shelters every few weeks simply do not have the emotional bandwidth to talk about past traumatic experiences. They are in constant crisis, and their transient makes it very challenging to stay in touch with them and provide legal representation. Clients who have to constantly move miss their appointments, they lose documents that are critical to their claims, they do not receive extremely important notices in the mail, and they cannot concentrate on preparing their cases when they do not know where they and their children will be sleeping from one day to the next. We've heard stories already this morning, so I will skip my client stories, although they'll be in our written testimony. I want to emphasize that we are screening people every week who are clearly eligible for asylum. These clients come to New York because of our reputation as a city that welcomes immigrants, but stable shelter is key to ensuring that these clients have the opportunity to adequately prepare their court cases. In view of the planned policy changes articulated by the incoming federal administration, immigration cases will become far more challenging, making it all the more critical that the city minimize the range of other obstacles faced by these vulnerable individuals and families. We thank the committees for shining a light on this important topic, and we are very grateful for the council's efforts to tackle these challenging issues in our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your deep commitment to immigrant abuse survivors and New Yorkers in need. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the perspective of the legal service providers in the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to try one more time with Twin Families. Are you there? Can you hear us?
You may begin.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yay, thank you. Okay.
So we have two families that are here that are just gonna need translation assistance.
Okay, we're ready.
Yep. Estamos listos.
Buenas tardes.
Good
Soy de
afternoon.
Ecuador.
Portón.
¿Sí?
Hable alto y despacio.
Buenas tardes. Soy de Ecuador.
Good afternoon. I am from Ecuador.
Para yo llegar hacia Estados Unidos, fui a varios países.
In order to arrive to come into the United States, I had to go through many different countries.
Y en ninguno de esos países me brindaron ayuda como un refugio o lugar donde estar con mi familia.
In one of those places, in one of those countries, I was offered shelter and a place to be with my family.
Me tocaba dormir en terminales, a veces en la calle.
I had to sleep at bus terminals, on the street.
Para poder llegar hacia aquí.
In order to arrive here.
Llegando a México, mi hijo tuvo una infección estomacal por una agua que tomamos.
When we got to Mexico, my son had a stomach infection because of the water.
No me dieron la ayuda que necesitaba.
And I wasn't given the help.
Tomé la decisión de cruzar sin esperar mi cita al Paso del Águila porque necesitaba la ayuda médica.
And I decided to come without waiting for the appointment because my son needed help. So I went through the El Paso del Águila for medical attention.
Cuando estuve ahí, atendieron a mi bebé de la mejor manera.
When I was there, they offer medical help to my child, the best medical help.
Y me sentí agradecido en ese momento porque ayudaron a mi hijo.
And I was very grateful because they helped my son.
Realmente yo estoy en un shelter.
At the moment, I'm at a shelter.
Porque lo necesito ahora porque no cuento con un permiso de trabajo como lo estipula la ley.
Because I need it now because I don't have a worker permit.
Igual de todas formas, yo salgo a buscar trabajo así en lugares que me pueden dar por un día, 2 días.
Anyway, I go and I look for work anyway, like at 1 day for 2 days.
Y estoy tratando de reunir un poco de dinero porque me llegó el papel que íbamos a ser desalojados por 60 días, entonces
And
tengo un poco de temor.
I'm trying to save some money because I heard we were going to be evicted in 60 days, so I'm a little afraid.
Porque acaba de nacer un hijo también hace 15 días.
One of my sons was born about 15 days ago.
Y estamos en la temporada de invierno y pues da un poco de temor que nos quedemos en la calle por el frío, por los niños pequeños.
And we're in winter season, so I'm afraid we'll have to stay outside during the cold because of the children.
Y así como yo, como padre de familia, hay muchas personas más que realmente no quisieran estar aquí porque nos catalogan como que fuéramos vagos o personas que quisiéramos vivir del gobierno, pero realmente no es así.
And just like myself, there is other families that we don't want to be here, but because they treat us as bums and that we come to live off the government, but in reality, it's not like that.
Lo que nosotros necesitamos realmente es que nos dé un poquito más de tiempo a que nos podamos estabilizar económicamente con nuestros permisos de trabajo.
We just need more time to be economically stable and get our worker permit.
Y eso es lo que más a mí me atemoriza porque
Thank you, your time expired.
And that's what makes me the most afraid.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to panelist number 2.
Buenas tardes,
Good afternoon.
soy venezolana.
I'm from Venezuela.
Para llegar aquí crucé la selva del Darién, muchos países.
To arrive to this country, I had to go through the jungle of Darien and 8 other countries.
Con mi esposo, mi niño de 4 años y mi persona.
With my husband and my child of 4 years old and myself.
No fue fácil para llegar aquí, duramos casi un mes para llegar aquí.
It wasn't easy to get here. We lasted a month to get here.
Y decidimos entregarnos porque no pudimos esperar la cita, sino que decidimos entregarlo por el temor de no tener nada en México.
And we decided to come forward instead of waiting for the appointment, because we thought we were not get anything in Mexico.
Y nos entregamos por Matamoros, gracias a Dios, cuando nos entregamos aquí nos recibieron muy bien. Ahorita yo me encuentro en un Chester.
We got from Matamoros. We came forward and they treated us very well. Perdón, ¿le dieron un cheque?
Un Chester, estoy en un Chester.
And they gave us a checkup.
Bueno, yo ahorita estamos aquí. Ya yo apliqué asilo.
And so we are here. We're applying for asylum.
No contamos ni mi esposo ni yo con un permiso de trabajo. Quisiera
We
que
don't
nos
have
llegara
a
eso.
worker's permit, and I would like to have one.
Porque estamos un poco atemorizados por lo de la carta del cheque de los 60 días que nos llegó, que teníamos que desalojar de aquí.
And we are afraid because of the 60-day limit that we have at the shelters.
Entonces tengo mi niño estudiando aquí cerca, entonces ya llega el frío, entonces no
And
entiendo,
I have
eso
my
nos tiene un
child
poco
going to
asustados.
school nearby, and the winter, the cold is coming, so.
Y eso me tiene un poco asustado, porque si nosotros quisiéramos que nos llegara el permiso de trabajo y eso para no quedarnos aquí todo el tiempo, porque no queremos quedar
And that
aquí
makes
toda la
me
vida.
anxious, and we would love to get our worker permit so that we can move somewhere else.
Quisiera que nos ayudaran con eso, pues que nos llegara nuestro permiso de trabajo para nosotros poder trabajar y declarar taxis y todo eso, ¿me entiendes? Y
So
uno
we would
buscar
we would love to be helped with that because so that we can work and pay taxes.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Panelist number 3 is English speaker.
Okay, number 3. That's it.
Good evening. Good evening. I come from Africa. I have 2 children. I live my husband with my 2 children, and I have a school is nearby in December. The 6 days is give me a lot of stress because I don't know when I'm going to move, how be far, or I gonna get again the room or not yet. That's why I say let me ask about to what is gonna be our picture. I'm sorry. Now how is gonna be our future to be 6 days be going on. I need help from the government and the I'm sorry, I'm so stressed because when you have 2 children and they're too little, when you don't need have anybody help you or something like that, it's so very tough. That's why I don't know what I go even to say, but I mean to say the 6 days it give us trouble and stress. I want to be solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will now call our next in-person panel. Carlos? Robin? Robin? Okay. I'm trying to use first names. Paula? Is there a Paula? Jackie? You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Ayala and Chair Aviles, members of the committees on General Welfare and Immigration, for the opportunity to submit testimony at this hearing regarding the updates on the implementation of the 30 and 60-day rules for asylum seekers. My name is Carlos Fernando Rosales, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Citizens Committee for Children of New York, a multi-issue children's advocacy organization. CCC is a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition, FHC, whose other members you've heard from and will be submitting testimony as well. CCC and advocates citywide are extremely concerned over the implementation of shelter limits for migrant families at New York City shelters. The harmful effects that children will face will endure and severely impact their education and overall well-being, as you heard from other speakers here today. These families have already endured difficult barriers in their effort to become self-sufficient and be an asset to the city's economy. Furthermore, these immigrant families live in constant fear from city enforcement and now even more concerning federal enforcement. Now more than ever, New York City should support immigrant families with children by focusing on solutions to the current shelter and housing crisis. CCC therefore urges the City Council to support the following reforms to improve housing stability of all New York City families with children. First, eliminate the 60-day rule for migrant families with children. In general, 60 days is not enough time for shelter staff to work with families to secure public benefits assistance and find permanent housing. This actively reverses work done by case managers and makes it increasingly difficult for parents to maintain a job. Additionally, families are also unable to access their mails, as you heard earlier today, creating a significant barrier to apply for asylum and work permits, and even possibly risking deportation for missing a notice to appear in immigration court. Migrant students must miss school due to mid-year transfers and often weeks. As such, the 60-day rule should eliminate to provide sufficient time for migrant families with children to gain self-sufficiency and thrive. Second, invest in legal services for migrant families. Immigrant families in New York City face unprecedented legal challenges. We urge the City Council to advocate for more legal resources to prevent family separation and more suffering for migrant children. And last, fully implements the City FEPS reform package. As the legal process impedes the expansion of City FEPS, CCC and FAC partners continue to advocate for the full suite of its reforms and expansions. The critical resources should be funded and be able to serve those who need it most. CCC will provide more recommendations in a written testimony. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Ayala, Chairperson Aviles, and committee members. I am Robin Altman, Supervisor for Asylum Seeker Services in the Refugee Resettlement Department at Catholic Charities Community Services of the Archdiocese of New York. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. As has been noted by compelling testimony today, these policies have had a profoundly negative impact on asylum seekers' lives and run counter to city goals of immigrant integration and self-sufficiency. Asylum-seeking families and shelters experience significant instability, and some move up to 6 times a year. The children in these families have already experienced the trauma of fleeing their home countries. They made the treacherous journey to New York City, often on foot, in search of safety and stability, but have instead faced continued transient in our shelter system. Clinical interventions for children stress the importance of physical and emotional stability. However, the threat of eviction every 60 days, even the threat of eviction, makes children unable to feel safe in their own beds. They may experience physical pain, anxiety, night terrors, and bedwetting. This applies to children of all ages. They could be forced to switch schools multiple times a year, decimating fragile community and social support networks. They may face significant obstacles in school that follow them their entire careers. Parents face an impossible choice: to spend inordinate hours escorting their children to and from a familiar school, or spend their days learning English, looking for jobs, and searching for housing. This impossible choice between their children's long-term academic success and their family's long-term stability is devastating and counterproductive. Asylum-seeking adults are eager to work and access a stable housing for themselves and their families. They are desperate to find stability and respite from the monthly or bi-monthly cycles of moving. If they leave shelter under these circumstances, they often wind up in basements without heat or windows, or apartments with rat or insect infestations. These families often end up re-entering the shelter system worse off and with less money. It would be far better for the families and more efficient for the city if they could stay in one shelter until appropriate housing could be found, rather than existing in conditions so inhospitable that waking up to rats feels preferable to living in city-run shelters. Our clients report significant problems in the communication they receive in shelters. Shelter limit rules are inconsistently communicated in someone's preferred language. One client was told by shelter staff that he had to leave, but understood that he could reapply for a new shelter the same day at a reticketing center. However, at the reticketing center, he was told that all shelters were at capacity and they had nowhere to put him. He went back to his previous shelter, but was not allowed to return as his bed had already been reallocated. He spent the next 3 nights sleeping on a church pew until a placement could be found. Poor communication has also put pressure on shelter residents to apply for asylum. Residents report being told by shelter staff, not by legal counsel, that they are required to apply for asylum to remain in their shelter. Legal providers have encouraged many people who feel legal providers have encountered many people who feel pressured by shelter workers to apply for asylum to remain housed, despite not having strong claims. The influx of people seeking asylum has put a high strain on New York City's already overloaded immigration legal providers and on the asylum courts. One glaring discrepancy that has been mentioned earlier today in the push for asylum applications as a result of these rules is that asylum seekers who are evicted from their shelters are unable to access their mail, missing critical communication about their asylum cases. They have no way to track mail that has been sent to a previous shelter address and miss critical hearing notices and documents needed for work authorization. We urge New York City to eliminate the 30 and 60 shelter rules. Further, we urge the city to increase the list of exceptions to 60-day shelter rules beyond the K through 6 provision that we heard earlier today from the administration. We recommend increasing funding for legal services in shelters, implementing supportive case management distinct from exit planning, ensure that communications with residents is provided in linguistically and culturally appropriate manner, provide training and increase training of shelter staff to ensure that they explicitly offer information regarding expectations, conditions, and extension policies in residents' preferred languages. We also urge the city to expand the housing voucher program to include provisions specifically for asylum seekers who are typically ineligible due to the program's prerequisite of receiving cash assistance, for which they are not eligible. Please refer to our submitted written testimony for further recommendations, and please know that we are available to answer any further questions. Thank you very much for your commitment to providing safe and sustainable housing to asylum seekers in New York City.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Cruz, and I'm the social work supervisor at Unlocal, an organization dedicated to immigration, legal representation, and community education. And I'm here to speak on the different but related pre-60-day notices that community members have received. This past August, I worked with 2 recently arrived families who received pre-60-day notices instructing them to prepare to leave their shelters despite not yet having received official eviction notices. One family, led by a single mother with 3 children under 13 years old, became overwhelmed knowing that homelessness would threaten her ability to maintain employment and access mental health services. The second family, also led by a single mother supporting 2 sons and her sister, learned that displacement can negatively impact her son's ongoing family court proceedings related to pursuit of special immigrant juvenile designation. The pre-60-day notice contains misleading, contradictory, and fear-inducing language. It suggests prioritizing an exit plan while school is out, but was issued 2 weeks before school openings, leaving people with only 14 days to uproot their families, identify safe and immediate housing, and transfer children to new schools. The notice also fails to provide housing alternatives or resources and was accompanied by inadequate case management from shelter staff, requiring supplementary advocacy from an organization like ours. Without this kind of community advocacy, displacement may become inevitable, with profound repercussions for already housing insecure populations, such as those newly arrived. Frequent relocations disrupt communication with attorneys, hinder the receipt of legal mail, and sever meaningful connections to critical services and community organizations intended to stabilize, empower, and transition individuals to independent living. The impact is even greater on children who face academic disruptions and increased anxiety due to constant school transfers and residential mobility, both of which are known risk factors for the development of adjustment disorders. New York City has long committed to welcoming and sheltering all people, including immigrants, and we urge the Adams administration to honor that commitment by addressing the housing crisis for newly arrived immigrants with humane, sustainable, and ethical solutions. If self-sufficiency is the goal guiding the 30-60-day rule, displacement and destabilization is not the answer. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will now call the next panel. Chandler. Last name Miranda. Chandler Miranda. No. Maria Lacosta. Mariel. Linda Tukowski. Alan Keller. Alan. All right, hold on, we're gonna just add a couple more. George, Jorge. Teresa. Teresa. ¿Se encuentra? Venga. Armando. Armando. ¿Se encuentra? Ok. Please make sure your mic is on. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the privilege of speaking at today's hearing. My name is Dr. Linda Tewksbury. I am a pediatrician who has proudly cared for underserved children and families in New York City for over 30 years. I testify today to voice strong concerns about the negative impacts of the 30 and 60-day rules, specifically on the health and well-being of the asylum seekers housed in New York City shelters. And to answer an earlier question, as a primary care pediatrician, in my medical opinion, it is not trauma-informed care. I speak on behalf of myself and a group of colleagues, including other pediatricians and internists, who have been meeting on a regular basis for almost 2 years to try to better understand the health concerns facing our migrant patients and how best to address their health needs. The opinions expressed today are our own and not that of any institution or organization. In caring for the recently arriving asylum seekers, we have learned of their incredible resilience, as you've heard, as they seek to forge a better life for themselves and their children. They have endured unspeakable horrors, forcing them to flee their home countries, and heartbreaking trauma on their dangerous journey here, yet they persevere on. They are immensely grateful for the shelter, for the medical care, for the schooling. They are also highly motivated to leave the shelter system as quickly as they can and become independent, productive, and contributing members of our society. However, it can take many months, certainly more than 2, before they're able to address pressing health care needs and get the basic resources they need to be able to do so. The 30 and 60-day rules contribute little or nothing to moving these temporarily housed asylum seekers into more stable long-term housing, as you have heard. To the contrary, these rules can undermine and delay long-term stabilization through disruptions in their access to critical services, including medical services, and cause exacerbations of their mental health and medical conditions. Many of our asylum-seeking patients arrive with a myriad of complex medical, psychological, and social health concerns, forcing vulnerable individuals with no alternative housing options to leave their shelters is stressful, disruptive, and potentially harmful to their health. Important medical appointments are missed as the families have to instead pack up their things and move from one shelter to another. Our doctors and social workers spend countless and often fruitless hours trying to track down patients to rescheduled missed appointments, follow up on abnormal laboratory values, ensure proper delivery of needed medical supplies. Some of these patients bounce around to different healthcare facilities, resulting in duplication of services. Some don't follow at all. Those are the ones we're worried about. One can easily imagine how having to move just as an individual or family is settling into a new living situation after a traumatic journey can take a significant toll on one's physical and mental health. Actually, you don't have to imagine. You've heard it in the brave voices of the immigrants who testified here today. One young woman suffering from a chronic medical condition required multiple hospitalizations and ER visits for exacerbation of her pain and trauma-related symptoms. She identified her unstable housing situation to be a key contributing factor to her emotional stress and physical pain necessitating these hospital visits. And there's very good evidence that stress exacerbates a number of both psychiatric and medical conditions. Just receiving a notice that a family will be forced to move out of their shelter is enough to significantly exacerbate symptoms of anxiety and PTSD, which is common in these patients. As one example, a woman subjected to female genital mutilation as a small child, then forced out of her home under the threat of death after having a daughter with special needs, fled her country with her daughter and made the treacherous journey to the United States. Since arriving in New York City, they've been staying in temporary housing and are now receiving intensive holistic health services.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but you ran out of time, and I want to make sure that everybody gets adequate time.
Can I just?
Could you just wrap?
So,
Thanks.
As I hope this testimony and brief examples demonstrate, the 30 and 60-day rules for asylum seekers have been unnecessarily disruptive, stressful, and harmful to health and the well-being of the recent immigrants who have been subject to them. We hope the city, in hearing this and other testimonies, will immediately eliminate these rules in entirety and focus on other efforts to safety and humanely assist asylum seekers who have landed in New York City to get on their feet and become independent, healthy, and productive members of our society, which they so desperately want. Thank you.
Alan?
If I skipped the line, I was out. My son is in New York. So I'm Alan Keller. I'm a physician who's been caring for asylum seekers and refugees for over 30 years. I work at a public hospital. I speak as an individual citizen. Thank you so much. I'll cut to the chase. First of all, the look of compassion in all your eyes reassures me. I would recommend, effective immediately, that the 60-day rule be put on hold. It's a different world since November 5th, and we just have to realize that. So I would hope and think the mayor, who actually has done so much in creating systems, even though I think he's shooting himself in the foot right now, but I think he'll understand that, and we need to not be penny-wise, dollar-foolish. We are about to learn exactly what it means to be a sanctuary city. The reason the number of people arriving is down is not because the things that drive people to flee, which is really the question I ask and we all need to ask, have gotten better. It's gotten more dangerous and actually now more difficult to get into this country, and it's about to get a lot more. And so given it's going to be fewer people, all the less reason that we're going to need to, have this rule. The other thing is, I guess I would rename or brand it. Rather than a 30-day or 60-day rule for departure, we heard what I believe is aspirational, but maybe can be met, which is the cornucopia of case management and social services. But let's have a 30 or 60-day mandate that every 30 or 60 days, a meaningful caseworker meeting, not how are you leaving, but what do you need? How are you? And my colleagues and I would be happy to help craft an appropriate questionnaire and thing for that. I do think there needs to be oversight, though, on that. Let me think if there was anything else. Do away with the rule, asylum, the case management now. Well, thank you.
Pueden empezar. El que quiera ir primero.
I can, yeah, yo puedo ir primero. I can.
Okay.
Yo voy a empezar y de ahí lo paso a ustedes. Okay. ¿Sí? First, thank you, Councilmember Ayala and Councilmember Alexa Aviles. My name is Jorge Paz Reyes. I'm the community organizer at Mixteca, a community-based organization located in Sunset Park, and we serve mainly the Spanish-speaking community. We work directly with asylum seekers, many who are living in shelters throughout the neighborhood. And of course, I'm here to speak against the 3060 rule, and because it is really affecting the way we provide these services to a lot of the community that we serve. We serve a variety of services, including from mental health to immigration services, as well as different workshops and development trainings. However, this policy is really affecting the way we can continue to provide the services. And when it comes to immigration processes, a lot of them don't have an address, a lot of them don't have the stability for us to do follow-ups. And we're trying to provide a lot of the case management that these immigrants need. However, this policy is really affecting the way we can do that work. I had a whole statement prepared, but I know you guys have heard a lot today. And I really want to thank you guys for creating this space, because the community members that we came here were encouraged to provide a testimony. A lot of them, including both Teresa and Armando, who are here, we're not planning to give a testimony, and we're encouraged to do it due to the space that you guys have created. And as a community organizer, I really thank you for that, and I really encourage the advocacy against this rule that is really affecting them. So now I'll just pass the mic to them. Thank you.
Okay. Bueno, primero que nada,
First
quiero
of
darles
all,
el agradecimiento por permitirme expresarme acá con ustedes.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to express myself.
Yo desde muy niño siempre he sentido mucha admiración y mucho respeto por esta nación hermosa de Estados
Since
Unidos.
I was a little child, I felt a great admiration for this beautiful country, the United States.
Yo soy de origen de Venezuela, soy nacido en Venezuela,
I am from
hijo de padres
Venezuela.
migrantes.
I was born in Venezuela of immigrant parents.
Mi padre es de Cuba, huyó de la dictadura de Fidel.
My
Mi madre
father-
es de Chile, huyó de la dictadura de Pinochet.
It's from Cuba, and he fled from the dictatorship of Castro. And my mom is from Chile, and she fled from the dictatorship of Pinochet.
Y fueron a Venezuela, donde yo nací, y
And they
único
went to
hijo,
Venezuela,
una
and I was
hermosa
born.
patria, lamentablemente hoy destruida.
And I had to
Política y
leave
socialmente.
that country. Unfortunately, today it's ravaged.
Pues yo quisiera hacer como una petición,
So I would like to make a request.
porque bueno, cosas como esta que dice Trump, que los inmigrantes comen gatos, que comen perros, que somos
Because
contrabanderos, que no
just
sé
like
qué.
Trump says, we immigrants
Eh,
eat dogs, we eat
Por el amor de
cats,
Dios,
we eat
estamos en el
animals.
siglo XXI y
We're
yo veo-
already in the 21st century.
no puedo creer que todavía exista racismo y exista tanta
I cannot
discriminación
believe
social
this could
en
go
un
on the
país que
21st century,
es
that
la primera
racism is
potencia
still
mundial de
going on.
Estados
Yo tampoco.
Sin embargo,
Nevertheless,
hay mucha gente aquí en Estados Unidos muy buena,
there is a lot of good
con la
people
mejor
here in the
intención de
United
ayudarnos y
States
esto
with
me
the
ha
best
estimulado,
intentions.
como esta misma organización que me ha
Just like
permitido
This
estudiar.
organization
hacer
who
los cursos
has
de
allowed me
trabajo.
to study.
Actualmente estudio inglés acá
At the moment, I
y,
study English,
y estoy haciendo otras cosas, ¿verdad?
and I'm doing other things as well.
Ok. Entonces,
So
lo que quería decir más que nada
what I
es
like
que
to say
es
is,
muy importante.
it's very important.
Yo vivo ahorita actualmente en un shelter.
At the moment, I'm living at a
Y es muy
shelter.
importante de verdad que ustedes
very
no se desmayen con esta idea de ayudar a la migración.
That you don't faint with this idea of
Porque
immigration,
Yo estoy
because
seguro que yo como migrante, yo soy profesional.
I am sure
he
that
trabajado en
I, as
medios
an
de
immigrant,
televisión.
I'm a professional. Vas muy rápido, no te escucho y no puedo hablar al mismo tiempo.
¿Ah?
No puedo hablar y escucharte al mismo tiempo. I cannot listen to you and talk at the same time. Tienes que más lento, más lento. ¿Mm?
Lento, perdón. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ok. Yo soy una persona preparada
I am
en
an
diferentes
educated
áreas de
person.
educación, profesor,
I'm a professor, I'm a teacher,
medios de comunicación.
media, mass media.
No todos los migrantes que venimos aquí venimos a hacer daño.
Not all immigrants that come here are a burden.
Entonces no podemos generalizar a toda una inmigración por un grupo.
We cannot
minoritario de gente,
generalize the
lamentablemente.
whole immigrants, all immigrants for one group, for one
No
small
tiene
group.
las condiciones. Entonces vuelvo y repito que
So,
es muy importante
I will tell you
mantener
again that it's very important.
en lo posible esta ayuda de los refugios,
This, if it is possible, this help with the shelters,
por lo menos mientras uno
Or
logra
at
estabilizarse,
least, so
y uno
that you
logra-
can stabilize yourself,
integrarse a esta sociedad de Estados Unidos.
and be able to integrate to this society of the United States.
Estoy muy seguro que ninguno de nosotros
I am very
inmigrantes
sure
quiere
that
vivir en un shelter.
none of us want to live in a shelter.
Todos queremos trabajar,
We all wanna
comer
work,
y preparar nuestra
eat,
propia comida,
cook our own meals,
empezar de cero en un país
start from
extraño
zero in a new country,
y formar una familia y ser
and form a family,
un contribuyente positivo para esta nación.
and be the positive contributor to this country.
Entonces, bueno, ya lo demás está dicho por las demás personas.
Well, everything else has
Solo
already been said.
agradecerles.
Everything
Gracias,
else. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Teresa.
My name is Teresa.
Soy madre soltera de
I'm a
dos
single
niñas.
mother of two daughters.
Le agradezco mucho al país de Estados Unidos.
I am very grateful to the country of the United States.
Al nosotros inmigrar, no inmigramos para hacer una carga.
When we immigrate,
Sino
we don't
para
have the
salir
intention
adelante.
to be a burden, but
Y-
to progress. To progress.
Tengo dos niñas, la una de 16 y la otra de 13.
I have two daughters. One is 16, one is 13.
Y la causa de la mayor tiene ahorita problemas psicológicos.
And now the eldest has psychological problems
¿Por qué? Por el cambio.
because of the change.
El cambio, bueno, mis hijas están en el Bronx
Well, my daughters are in the Bronx,
estudiando y yo vivo ahorita en Brooklyn.
going to school, and I'm in Brooklyn.
Y se les hace muy difícil a ellas.
And it's very difficult for them.
Y yo salgo a buscar el pan.
And I go out and work.
Pero, o sea, no es todos los días. Porque,
But it's not every day, of course.
tengo que estar atentas a ellas porque donde me pusieron ahorita es un refugio
I have to-
muy,
And I have to take care of them because they put me in a shelter that
muy
is very,
como que, ¿cómo se dice la palabra? Como que peligroso.
how would you say it, dangerous.
Entonces, una preocupación.
So it is a worry.
Y saber que estamos en un proceso que no sabemos si vamos a seguir teniendo ayuda.
It is a worry because we are going through a process that we don't know if we're going to keep getting help.
Aparte, la comida es una comida que, como digo, le doy gracias al Estado, pero la comida no es una comida como para los niños.
In addition, the food, and as I said before, I am grateful to the country, but it's not a food that is good for the children.
Y entonces solamente les pediría un favor,
So I would like to ask you only for one favor,
que nos ayuden
to help us.
hasta que nosotros tengamos nuestro permiso de trabajo
Until we get our
y
worker
conseguir un
permit
apartamento.
and find an apartment.
Solamente eso les
Just that.
agradecería. Como
I will
madre
be very
soltera que
grateful
soy.
as a mother.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a usted. Thank you, guys.
Can I say something to the
Yes.
panel? So I just wanted to say to the two doctors as well, thank you for affirming that very simple question that was posed to Dr. Long that clearly he could not answer, although he knows the answer to it. Thank you.
The last in-person panel consists of Lauren Migliaccio, Kareem Walker, Angela Eslave Gonzalez, and Ariane Hellerman. Ariana? No? Okay, thank you. All right, you may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chair Ayala and Chair Alviles. My name is Lauren Miliacho. I am the Training and Legal Technical Assistance Director at the Immigrant Justice Corps. I am going to reference today some of the main highlights that we have submitted in our written testimony. And since we have already heard such powerful testimony from affected community members, I would like to focus in on the finer legal points of why the 30 and 60-day rule is so detrimental to a vulnerable population. The first thing I would like to note for the committees is that asylum law is indeed entrenched in U.S. federal law. And this is a lawful act that people are asserting here. This vulnerable population is asserting a claim based on a protected ground on account of race, religion, nationality, a particular social group, or a political opinion. This current federal administration has moved to curtail lawfully accessible rights to seek asylum here in this country, but New York has remained steadfast in its determination to provide legal representation to these communities. Without stable address and access to legal service providers, people do run the risk of missing immigration court documents. They also have an obligation to inform the court within 5 days of an address change. We've heard people missing mail-in notifications. Why that is so dangerous and serious is people can be ordered removed and ordered deported in immigration court if they do not appear due to missing any information and correspondence from the courts. Another point here is that people seeking to apply for work authorization only become eligible to do so after 150 days. That is long after a 30 or 60-day stay in the immigration shelters. One of the things that is so essential and important to communication from the federal government is because people are only eligible for certain benefits once they are considered to be PRUCOL. And in order to do so, that is based on their employment authorization, documentation, and communication from USCIS. Both communication from Immigration Court and USCIS are not available if people are without access to their mail. I see that I'm at time. Thank you.
Are you aware of any program or any resource that would ensure that migrants are equipped with the information that they know, like a Know Your Rights kind of, I don't know, handout or posting that could better help them navigate this current climate?
Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, some of our legal fellows are placed at legal service providers that do work with the asylum seeker population. Know Your Rights presentations are provided by providers like Catholic Charities, the public defender organizations, and some of the providers that had already testified today. But most notably and importantly is this is an access to counsel issue and in a language access issue.
Yes.
And there is no assurity that people are able to fully comprehend these things if they are between shelters, and it is hard enough to access this vulnerable population in a language that they understand. And one thing I'd also like to note is that communication to the federal government for immigration must be submitted in written English. So even if people are aware of their rights and have access to counsel, this might not be something they are able to do on their own and in between housing and access to mail.
Absolutely, I got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Aviles, council members, and staff. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angela Eslava Gonzalez, and I am a paralegal case handler at the Shelter and Economic Stability Project at NILAG. Councilmember Ayala, you said to a previous panelist that if he reapplies for shelter, he will be given a placement. This is not true. I just want to make clear that single adult and adult new immigrant families can be put out on the street and can have their reapplication denied by the terms of the Callahan settlement. New immigrant adults do not have a right to shelter. Although the city claims it provides extensive case management services to assist in the process prior to reapplying, the criteria of what counts as evidence for a shelter extension is unclear to many applicants. Most often, new immigrants have taken many steps to exit the shelter system, which counts towards being granted an extension. But since the criteria is unclear and the reapplication process inaccurately revolves around whether applicants have PRUCOL status, new immigrants are unaware that they might have had additional evidence to support their application for an extension. Thus, they are often wrongly denied and forced out onto the street. New immigrants are told that showing evidence that they have looked for a job or that they are working can help their shelter stay extension applications. Many who need to reapply are not legally authorized to work. Essentially, the city is asking people to violate federal law if they want to be granted an extension of their shelter stay. Many NILAG clients have become street homeless as a result. Further, new immigrant families with minor children are being needlessly destabilized by the 60-day policy. Given that every family with minor children is given a new placement when they reapply, this policy seems designed to destabilize families and try to force them out of New York City. These policies also affect new immigrants' public benefits and immigration relief applications due to unreliable access to mail. The centralized mailroom is insufficient until it is clear when, where, and how it will work. Finally, separating new immigrants into their own poorly resourced and poorly regulated shelter system discriminates against them based on their national origin and economic status. Shelters that serve new immigrants specifically have families with children that are staying in literal tents that do not provide shelter from the elements, are given literal food, sometimes even cold or frozen, and do not have access to caseworkers, childcare, or housing vouchers. asylum-seeking immigrants should be provided with the same level of shelter and services as all other people experiencing homelessness in the city. We thank the Committees on General Welfare and Immigration for the work you have done to facilitate services for vulnerable New Yorkers. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Council, good afternoon. My name is Karim Walker. I'm an organizing and outreach specialist with the Safety Net Project, and I work with homeless New Yorkers every day. In the past several years, as part of my work doing outreach with street homeless New Yorkers, I've had the great honor and privilege of meeting several newly arrived immigrants who are staying on the street and in some of the city's immigrant-only shelters, such as at the Herc at Rhinos Island, the Creedmoor in Queens, and Ryerson Street and Hall Streets in Brooklyn. And through my interactions and dialogue, I've spoken to many people who have been subject to 30 and 60-day evictions that the city has imposed on them, and we've come to several conclusions. First and foremost, the 30 and 60-day limits are draconian, discriminatory, and mean-spirited. We call for their immediate abolition. And contrary to the city's claim, they are a clear attempt to wear people down, to get them to give up, and deter them from accessing shelter at all. Instead of threatening and evicting immigrants, the city would do well to assist them in finding permanent housing and advocating for work authorization or its acceleration, which many have asked for us to do. One of the people I've encountered, a woman named Ava, shared her thoughts as follows. The 30-day rule has impacted me in all aspects because every few months I have to move, and it impacts everything. I've been through 6 different shelters since arriving in New York, and it's impacted my health, studies, and emotional health stability. I've been through Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, Randall's Island, and back to Brooklyn. And at one of those shelters, I had found stability, and I was feeling stable emotionally and moving forward. But after finding that stability, I was moved to a place where I had no privacy and had to live in really bad conditions in the shelter. We're immigrants who came here to be able to find a better future, and to work and to be able to help our families. But the displacements are making it impossible to work toward that better future. Undoubtedly, the demand for housing, let me reiterate, housing, not shelter, is a challenge that our city is facing. But this is not a new challenge, and it will not be solved by subjecting tens of thousands of people to cruel shelter evictions. The shelter population is at record levels because homeless New Yorkers cannot get housing. People go into shelter and then struggle to get out. Successive city and state administrations have failed to create affordable housing solutions that enable homeless people to exit shelter. Our cities have failed to address city warehousing and landlord warehousing of tens of thousands of vacant apartments, and currently the mayor is outright refusing to implement city FEPS laws that would help thousands of people move out of shelter and prevent its eviction. And we're actually advocating for the implementation of those city FEPS laws as an aside. Until the city reverses course and engages meaningfully with the root causes of homelessness, most importantly, lack of access to permanent housing, these issues will continue to plague our city. I have one last question. What kind of city do we want to be? A city that embodies the original motto of America, e pluribus unum, out of many, one? Or do we want to reiterate the darker and the more tragic aspects of American history? I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I can't agree with you more. Apologies. Thank you all for the testimony and your work, and we should be investing very differently, and we stand 100% in solidarity with. We should be housing people with permanent housing. We should be utilizing FEPS. As you know, that is a battle we are engaged with the administration. So I want to thank you for the work that you have been doing and that we will be doing together very soon. And thank you for your conviction and that question.
And let me just thank you as well for all the good work that you've been doing.
Thank you. So we'll go to the next panel. Letitia Dueller and Chandler Miranda. Okay, you can.
Hi, thank you. I know you're ready to go. It's been a long day. I'm here as a professor of education and as a mutual aid worker with Floyd Bennett Field Neighbors. We are a collective dedicated to assisting residents of Floyd Bennett Field, and we have done a lot of things, including coat drives and backpack drives and things like that. I really appreciate all of the things that have come up today, but I did not hear a lot about Floyd Bennett Field. It is on federal land. It is a soft-sided tent structure. It is the type of structure that the Trump administration is talking about using as a detention facility. And so while we are talking about getting all of the newest New Yorkers into stable housing, in the coming months, I would ask you to please, please, please prioritize the families at Floyd Bennett Field in the next 60 days. We really would love to see the closure and removal of the infrastructure at Floyd Bennett Field so that it cannot be used as a detention facility by the federal administration. It is, to my knowledge, the only shelter that exists on federal land right now and has the infrastructure that is being described as needed for large-scale detention facilities near sanctuary cities. The city leased the land from the federal government to establish this shelter at Floyd Bennett Field. With the new administration, we are fearful for the families that are currently there. As a sanctuary city, New York City must stand up to the federal government and anticipate what's to come. The city must take preemptive action to prevent our newest neighbors from being detained or from the infrastructure put up by the city being used to detain people in humane ways. We would just really like to ask the committee to please focus on Floyd Bennett Field and getting it closed and taken apart before January 20th. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of Mariela Costa, so this is something she wrote. My name is Mariela Costa, CUNY student, public school kids mom, and a mutual aid volunteer and organizer supporting newly arrived migrants for the last year and a half. I'm here today to denounce and stand against the unjust and unreasonable 60-day shelter limit created by Molly Schaefer that began to be implemented last summer at single adult shelters in January 2024 at family shelters, and that more recently has expanded to DHS-run migrant family shelters, evicting people, shifting them around after they've found some stability, only so that city officials can eliminate them from the system or claim that they have moved on, is not a laudable feat, as Schaefer and the mayor's chief of staff have touted in self-congratulatory remarks. For the last 2 years, the Adams administration has put forth two contradictory discourses. On the one hand, the claim that New York is a sanctuary city and stands with migrants. On the other, discourse that vilifies and criminalizes immigrants and portrays them as a financial burden that have cost taxpayers billions and who the city needs to get rid of. The latter is exactly what the shelter limit policy does as a deterrence tactic that involves extra layers of unnecessary Kafkaesque bureaucracy that aims to get rid of people through this arbitrary rule without first supporting asylum seekers' transition to stable, permanent housing. A number of families supported by our mutual aid network have been relocated to shelters in boroughs far away from jobs, schools, and the communities they started forming and becoming a part of. I know families who have been transferred to shelters hours away from their kids' school, moved back to their old shelters with a second eviction and reapplication process, and then been moved away to a different borough yet again. In this sense, it is unconscionable shelter limit. This unconscionable shelter limit rule represents a blatant violation of the McKinney-Vento Act. This inhumane and destabilizing policy intersects mutual human rights issues: the right to stable housing, access to education, to services. It disrupts formation of community and support networks and job stability. One last thing that I want to highlight is that there's no shortage of housing for anyone in New York. As it was reported earlier this year, there are about 90,000 empty, rent-stabilized apartments warehoused by landlords, and who knows how many thousands of empty NYCHA apartments. There are more empty apartments than there are people that need housing, not to mention the gross mismanagement of city funds and no-bid contracts for private companies to run shelters where immigrants and asylum seekers have been the least benefited from the billions of dollars invested. Liberate these apartments and house the people.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony, and We are going to shift to online testimony, but thank you for being here and all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
So this concludes the in-person portion of our public testimony. We will now move to remote testimony. If you are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you. And you may begin once the Sergeant at Arms sets the clock and cues you. So we will call Stephanie Cordero, Carolyn Gleason, Shobana, and Josana.
You may begin.
Stephanie, can you go
I'm
first?
right here. Good afternoon. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephanie Cordero. I'm the director of the Immigrants' Rights and Advocacy Project at Brooklyn Legal Services. Brooklyn Legal Services is part of Legal Services New York City, which is a legal services organization with a mission to fight poverty and seek racial, social, and economic justice on behalf of low-income New Yorkers. We have been around for 50 years, and our practice areas include housing, immigration, public benefits, among others. I will share a couple of experiences we have had personally as the legal services provider organization with the 30 and 60-day rule. So the first anecdote we have is about a mother we assisted who was from Honduras, and she was here with her 4 children at a shelter. All her children were under the age of 12 years old, school-aged, and she had the same experience as what you've heard today in terms of being moved from shelter to shelter. She told us she was moved 3 to 4 times within a month's time. And the moves were so disruptive that she did end up going to California permanently. So this interrupted the services that we were providing, as we were unable to represent her in her case, obviously. But what was most striking about this was that she had actually entered the United States in 2021, and thus the rules should have not applied to her. But it's not surprising to us that to see such a draconian policy sweep up far more people than it intended because of the chaos that it's caused logistically. And particularly when shelter residents themselves are often given little or any information about the 30 to 60-day rule and the extensions that they could request. And we experienced this firsthand as well when we went to the Kingsborough Men's Shelter in Brooklyn to provide Know Your Rights.
Thank you. Your time expired.
Oh, apologize. Anyway, just to request again, it's very disruptive to the services that we provide, to due process rights of the newest New Yorkers. And as New York, we need to do better for those who are coming here to make the city better. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, and we encourage, if you would submit your testimony in written form, we can hear the full for the record. Thank you so much. Carolyn Gleason.
You may begin.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Gleason. I'm proud to see my council member Rita Joseph there. Thank you, council member Ayala and Aviles. I'm a community member. My son's school last November received dozens of new families, and the infrastructure we had built of mutual aid and support immediately went into action to offer each family that arrived $500 in support, clothing, and access to services. This was a parent-led volunteer opportunity operation. Our school was under-enrolled, and because of the new arrivals of the families, we finally were fully enrolled. We built deep relationships. They were part of our community, yet 60 days in, as soon as that rule went into effect, we scrambled to find them suitcases. Many of them went to the reprocessing center only to be sent back to Floyd Bennett Field. Floyd Bennett Field is no place for children. I've long said that. It is a flood zone. It is dangerous. And as the Trump administration is threatening mass deportation, I agree with the previous speaker that it is dangerous to keep Floyd Bennett Field open. But the truth is that Floyd Bennett Field residents, many of them are working. Many of them are desperate to find permanent housing, and New York City's housing crisis is deep. There is not even a room to rent. And so I request that there be a mass investment, not just for our new arrivals, but for all New Yorkers, to expand access to truly affordable housing, expand access to the vouchers that allow the opportunity for people to find permanent homes. People are working, they can pay rent, but there is just not enough housing. And so it is a false idea that that people are not doing enough to find housing. And so that is like a whole other dimension to this.
Thank you. Your time expired.
I do have worries about what's ahead for those families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. We agree. Shobana?
You may begin.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Shobana Ramasamy, and I am a primary care physician in New York City. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the New York Doctors Coalition. We are an organization of over 900 physicians working in New York City with over multiple decades of experience caring for patients. Being on the front lines of healthcare here, we have within the last year cared for and advocated on behalf of hundreds of newly arrived people, including single adults and families from over 50 countries. We write and speak with urgency and immense concern regarding the 30 and 60-day rule of temporary shelter. As healthcare workers and trainees, we know intimately the importance of safe and stable, affordable housing. And as such, we are staunchly against the 30 and 60-day shelter stay limits. We recall the case of a young family from Venezuela who was seen in one of our clinics. This family of 5 experienced severe PTSD from their journey. The younger children in particular were struggling with depression caused by difficulties with sustaining a stable school environment and exacerbated by disruptions in the continuity of their medical and mental health care. Their story is one of so many hundreds. The current policy of 30 and 60-day notices, as we've heard by everybody here, is not only deeply harmful at present, but it creates deep rifts of trauma that echo forward in multiple aspects of an individual's health for years to come. The negative impacts are incalculable, and they include and are not limited to interruptions in healthcare, obviously for patients who have underlying chronic health conditions, suboptimal childhood growth and development due to inadequate nutrition and difficulty obtaining specialized services, and of course, the innumerable traumas implicated on children who don't get to have a steady connection with their school. Furthermore, we have also had cases where this policy was unpredictably applied at the individual HERC level. I recall the case of a young woman who arrived into the city with an openly draining fistula.
Thank you. Your
and
time
despite
expired.
An extension, I just want to say we believe that the only way to stop the harmful impacts is to eliminate the 30 and 60-day shelter limits in their entirety. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shobana, and thank you for your testimony and your work, and we agree. Thank you. Next, we have Josana.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chairs Aviles and Ayala for hosting this hearing. My name is Josana Vaz, and I'm an ESL instructor and advocate at Fifth Avenue Committee, a 46-year-old nonprofit community development corporation rooted in South Brooklyn. Our mission is to advance economic, social, and racial justice across New York City. Each year, we serve nearly 7,000 participants, many of whom are newly arrived New Yorkers. Since June, we've been conducting English classes at a men's shelter in Brooklyn to teach English as a second language, but also to help these men integrate into the community, find employment, and navigate their asylum-seeking processes to continue their journey here in the U.S. However, a significant obstacle to our work is the limited time we have with each student. After just 4 to 6 weeks, they are evicted from the shelter and new students arrive. Because of this, we've adapted our curriculum to teach what we call survival English. While practical in the short term, it is far from enough. For these men to truly integrate into the community, secure stable employment, and gain confidence in speaking English, they need continuous education and support. In addition to these challenges, I've observed how this timeline negatively impacts mental health. These men are already facing the hardships of living in a shelter, and the constant instability only heightens their anxiety. They begin their classes and start making progress, only to be abruptly transferred to a shelter far away. This uncertainty surrounding their housing situation creates a deep sense of instability in their lives. It's, it is not only necessary but
Thank you. Your
it is
time
not
expired.
only unnecessary but cruel to impose such conditions on human beings. I just want to thank you and say that we urge the city to put a stop to these inhumane policies that destabilize lives, puts people on the street, and worsens the homelessness crisis. We also urge the administration to share updates and accurate data on the impacts of these policies. These New Yorkers deserve the opportunity to build a better future, and that starts with stability and support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Karim.
You may begin.
Karim Takahashi.
You
Hi,
may begin.
yes, thank you. My name is Karen Takahashi, and I'm a social worker of the Immigrant Rights and Advocacy Project at Brooklyn Legal Services. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. As a licensed social worker, with my experience working in the HERC migrant shelters as a social worker, I have witnessed firsthand the profound and disruptive impact of the current shelter policy on the vulnerable populations and the fear and the distress that it has caused on these residents. Many of the migrants in these shelters are seeking asylum, as we know, and they have already endured significant trauma ranging from violence, displacement, trafficking, sexual abuse, incarceration, and loss. As we know, this policy exacerbates these challenges and creates a cascade of many significant negative effects. So for these children, this policy is a devastating disruption to both their education and emotional development. When families are moved from shelter to shelter, children are frequently forced to change schools, face extended commutes, sometimes are unable to attend the schools at all, as we have all heard. The constant instability undermines their academic progress, and significantly harms their mental health. Many of these children have diagnoses of anxiety, depression, PTSD, as I have seen in the shelters previously and at my current position. For example, I have worked with a 10-year-old child who suffered so much from this instability that the child expressed thoughts of suicide. Additionally, I have counseled countless children who refuse to go to school due to the overwhelming challenges of adjusting to their new schools or their new environments, often resorting to drugs and other maladaptive behaviors as they seek a sense of community and belonging. And for individuals with both physical and mental health concerns, this policy exacerbates existing health risks and disrupts continuity of care. Also, we have heard countless times. These frequent moves between shelters force people to switch healthcare providers, travel long distances to access
Thank you. Your time
essential services.
expired.
I just want to say that many of these residents, when I worked at the shelter, I lost contact with them, disrupting the coordination and loss of referrals, and ultimately interrupted other ongoing treatments with both their physical health and their mental health. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for the work that you are doing. Thank you. Next, we'll have Taina.
You may begin.
Taina Wagner.
Bonsoir.
You may begin.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Vilas and Chair Ayala. My name is Taina Wagner. I am the Senior Manager of State Local Policy at the New York Immigration Coalition. I am here today to once again condemn Mayor Adams' shelter limit stay, which has forced people to give up their room or bed after 30 or 60 days. Getting people into permanent housing must be the #1 priority and solution to freeing up space in the city's overburdened shelter system, not limiting how long they can have roof over their head or access to a warm bed for a couple of nights. Mayor Adams came into office, saw the urgent challenges facing our shelter system, and instead of working with council for real solution, he said, I can do worse. Rather than addressing overcrowding with innovation, humanity, he has made our city his playground, experimenting with policies that have worsened the very crisis he claims to address. Getting straight to it, the mayor's 30 or 60-day shelter limit stay is a bad policy that has contributed to an unconscionable humanitarian crisis in our shared shelter. The shelter stay limits are not only cruel, but a blatant betrayal of the promises made to our vulnerable system. Not only is there a lack of clarity, oversight, and guidance from administration, but the administration is also reporting false data and information. At first, community provider was told that the 30-day limit applies to all single adults and the 60-day limits for those aged 18 to 23, and that pregnant persons and families with children will not receive shelter notices. However, that turned out to be a lie, as families with children are also getting entrapped and have been giving notices to leave sometimes with little time to prepare. Because while the notices to leave are after 30 or 60 days, the notices themselves are not necessarily given within those time frame, and families often learn that they have a few days to pack up and leave. Also, the ripple effect this policy has had on school-age children and disrupting their education and school enrollment, where often families are given notices and had to change placement in the middle of them getting enrolled and connected to support services, or their kids getting into school. For
Thank you.
instance,
Your
we
time
have our member
expired.
organization that have reported they have had clients that were in the middle of them getting enrolled, getting their vaccination shot, and having to follow up that they have been placed to another shelter. And also, too, the issues, the notices are being issued in English, and many of our recent arrivals are limited in their language proficiencies and are not aware of and able to follow the full instruction. We call for the passage of Intro 214 to end shelter eviction, and we ask that New York pass the working family tax rate legislation, and we thank you, Council, for the work that you're doing in supporting for immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. Next, we'll have Magdalena.
You may begin.
Magdalena, can you hear us?
Hi, good afternoon.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Honorable Chairs. My name is Magdalena Barbosa. I'm the Director of Legal Services at Catholic Migration Services. I thank you so much for this opportunity to provide testimony. Catholic Migration Services provides free legal services and information to low-income New Yorker residents in three main areas: immigration, workers' rights, and housing. For the past 2 years, Catholic Migration Services has been a member of the Pro Se Plus project, which is a collaborative of nonprofit immigration legal services agencies and community-based organizations that provide legal orientation, screening, legal advice, and pro se assistance with applications for asylum, temporary protected status, work permits, and a variety of immigration court motions to immigrants who have not been able to find legal representation. Through PSPP, we have had direct contact with thousands of newly arrived immigrants over the last 2 years, many of whom have been or are still in shelter, or who are still shelter residents and have been or are being negatively impacted by the 30 and 60-day shelter rules. We have seen fear about personal safety when individuals and families have been ordered to evacuate from shelters. We've seen people who have had to sleep outside and in subway stations where they are vulnerable to robbery, verbal harassment, and physical attacks. When they have to pack all of their belongings and lug them around on public transportation and through city streets from one borough to another, they do so in fear of their property, including very important information for their immigration cases. Second, being homeless is particularly hard on immigrants who speak languages other than English and Spanish, who find it hard to communicate with other New Yorkers or with law enforcement. They wander the streets and public transportation hubs, confused and unable to communicate. The inability to communicate effectively when homeless, hungry, and without basic resources can escalate normal encounters and even lead to arrests. Even minor arrests that stem from misunderstandings aggravated by language barriers can have a negative impact on eligibility for legal immigration status. Under the incoming administration, arrests will likely lead to deportation. Third, the 30 and 60-day shelter rules interfere with the ability of asylum seekers to obtain work authorization because they need a stable address to receive notices for fingerprints and later their physical work permits and social security cards. For those who have been fortunate enough to have already received their work permits, life on the streets is not conducive to finding and keeping a new job. Ideally, the city would provide stable housing until immigrants can work legally and save money to make other housing arrangements. Access to language services and case management in shelters and to free immigration services would also help those who speak languages other than English or Spanish to get their bearings, understand our systems better, and realize they have rights.
Magdalena,
30
could
days in
you,
a shelter is simply not enough for someone who suffered persecution and endured dangerous journeys to begin to make the transition to life in the United States, let alone navigate our complex immigration system. For
Magdalena,
all these
could
reasons,
you wrap up your testimony as we have others? And
oh, sure.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I think I'm just about done. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon.
Thank you so much for your work and your testimony. Next, we have Kat.
You may begin.
Kat, you're up next.
Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
you may
Thank
begin.
you for this opportunity. I'm here to testify to support the elimination of the 30 and 60-day policy and agree with others who have referred to it as draconian. I also am considering that like to be an understatement, given the New York City housing situation, along with the employment challenges that the new Americans face. As a past shelter resident, I know that I've helped testify to the shelter conditions for over 6 years, and these haven't improved. Whether it's the testimony you've heard about the food or the lack of food or the spoiled food or the like cold food, the hour restrictions, being kicked out of the shelter during the day despite the weather, the lack of staff actually helping or knowing how to help or knowing what they're supposed to do are just some. And that's as a single adult, not even, I've had friends go into the shelter with children and they have the same problems with like no help for the children or how to like find places to take the children, how to get the children enrolled in schools. Currently, I'm a volunteer with networks of with networks of churches, with interfaith networks and other nonprofits, primarily in Manhattan. This includes homeless and supportive housing organizations. And I know that it takes longer than 60 days to find an apartment, even after you happen to get funding secured or a voucher. That applying for a work permit is at least 6 months, as some people have said. It can even take a lot longer. And that this is as though somebody doesn't have health challenges or school challenges or other challenges just living in New York City, and that those challenges can also add to health problems or stress problems while people are trying to just survive New York City shelters, survive New York City's housing situation.
Thank you. Your time expired.
Thank you. Just look into the history of New York City, like Deaconess Fed and Sister Cabrini. Like, those are examples of immigrants who ended up helping with housing and helping with hospitals. And that's part of what made New York City, New York, are immigrants like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kat, for your testimony. And next we have Alana Tornello.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Alana and I'm testifying on behalf of the Human Services Council. We are a coalition of over 175 nonprofit human services providers in NYC. For over 2 years, we've engaged hundreds of providers serving new arrivals who inform the written testimony that we will submit. We urge the City of New York to end its 30 and 60-day shelter limits for new arrivals. The city should be investing instead in sustained, community-driven human services, especially the advocacy and support provided in continual case management and legal services via community partners. These shelter limits create hardships for new arrivals, and as my colleagues have described, they add costs for the city and providers by complicating and extending human services. It does so by disrupting the completion of critical steps and services that bring new arrivals out of a state of crisis. New arrivals who are forced to keep moving miss important notices, become disconnected from communities and services that link them to employment, housing, legal and health opportunities, and are re-traumatized. This policy, along with the lack of investment and coordination for human services, blocks sustainable pathways into NYC communities. With that in mind, we ask The city take all resources used to enforce shelter limits and relocation associated with the 30 and 60-day rule and instead redirect them towards comprehensive human services and community care, especially coordinated case management services with strong data protections, expanded capacity for legal services, sustainable community-based housing, and other human services. The city should then work with human services partners to design a stronger coordination and more equitable resource sharing model. We continue to see resources, rules, and rhetoric in the city send the message to new arrivals that they're not welcome. And that divisiveness has created so much anger in NYC communities, directing the real frustrations of struggling New Yorkers towards new arrivals who are not the cause of that pain. Imagine if we invested instead in the community services that would truly help all New Yorkers, including new arrivals. In the tough times ahead, let's focus on that care infrastructure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much, Alana. Thank you for the work you're doing. And lastly, we have Jenny Spector.
You may begin.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much to Chair Alviles and to Chair Ayala for holding this hearing. My name is Jenny Spector. I am an immigration advocate, mutual aid organizer, and caring citizen. It's been very clear from all of the testimony that you've heard from impacted people that this rule is just meant as a deterrent and to create chaos for migrants. And what needs to happen first, we need to end this rule, but we also need to end the state of emergency, which created the reason for the rule to be put in place. So that pressure needs to be put on the mayor to end the state of emergency. We are not in a state of emergency, and we never were. He has, created a crisis where there wasn't one. We've had this number of migrants and immigrants come to New York City for years, and it's been dealt with in a very different way. I also want to advocate for, as others have said, for permanent housing, for the expansion of city FEPS vouchers, which I know that you're in favor of. Also, as other people have said, increased case management. It's just sorely lacking. We have WhatsApp groups I focus on the Hall Street shelters in Clinton Hill. We have WhatsApp groups for all of the 3 shelters there. And they are, there is so much information and education that's required that they are not getting from anywhere, not getting from any city agency, not from the case managers there in the shelter. I spend hours a day responding to messages and providing
Thank you. Your time expired.
And I just want to also advocate that the Bill 210 should be passed, but also it needs to be part of a package of bills with Intro 942, which would be minimum standards for emergency shelter, and Intro 943, which would be a notification that you have a right to shelter in a DSS shelter when there are vacancies, which is not happening now. And we can do so much better, and I know that you know that, and happy to continue to work with you and your committee on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Spector. Thank you for the work you do and for being our last public testimony. So seeing no one else, if there's anyone else present in the room or on Zoom that hasn't had the opportunity to testify, please raise your hand. Seeing no one else, I would like to note that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, we will, I guess, what we heard today was pretty resounding, that this policy is not a good policy and needs to end immediately. We will do our best and work with the agencies, with the advocates and residents and people on the ground to make sure that we protect each other and we hold the dignity of all. So thank you for your testimony, everyone, and thank you to the staff for all their work on this hearing. And with that, we bring this hearing to a close.